Podium check, check, test, test.
Test, 1, 2. You getting me in here? Test, yeah, we're not getting in. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. All right, you getting me in here now? Test, 1, 2. Oh, that's right.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the folks who are in the room today and to the folks on our live stream. We will be starting in about 5 minutes. Folks in the room may have noticed there's a little bit of traffic, and so we're just giving folks another few minutes to get here. Please enjoy, and we will start in 5. Thank you so much.
I'm good. If I can ask people to please be seated. I got taller since last time I saw you. You been good? I was gonna text you. I said I'm not gonna text you. Oh, did you? Do you know Juan? Okay. Juan, one of my favorite people in the world. I didn't say Massachusetts. I said the world. And her boyfriend. Angel, where's she at? She has an updated script for me. I'll just get started if I don't see her. Do you know what Angel is? She has a script, an updated script that she's gonna hand me. Yeah, I did. Can you grab it? Just tell her. I want to start it now. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get started. So I'm gonna ask folks, if you can, just to grab a seat. Yes.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Sorry that the podium is almost as tall as me, but I'm going to move a little bit here. So, buenos dias. My name is Dr. Rosa Colon Colaco. Very honored to be Tough Medicine Chief Diversity and Equity Officer, a place that we're trying to provide the best equitable experiences. We're thrilled to be here, united. When I look around, so many people we have seen in the Zoom, in little boxes, with a main purpose of provide and improve access and equity to all. So I want you to think about the power of that. Being united, we have more than 300 people coming. We have more than 170 individuals in Zoom, so virtually. So those of you in virtually, please welcome. We're not going to be able to answer questions for people that are virtually, but we really appreciate so many of you that decided to also join us virtually. So we have different openings as well, and we're going to start with some remarks on a video with Chancellor Marcelo Suarez Orozco and Governor Maura Healey. So let's listen to them.
Good morning, colleagues. I am pleased to have this opportunity to welcome all of you to UMass Boston for the first Health Equity Trends Summit. It is wonderful to be with you virtually this morning as we work together to accelerate health equity reform across the Commonwealth. Sound public policy is premised on educating ourselves deeply on public policy issues, like, in this case, healthcare, and the disparate ways policies impact our diverse populations. For UMass Boston, this entails through our research, teaching, and service, calling attention to structural inequities and investigating the root causes that perpetuate prejudice, discrimination, and injustice, particularly as they impact health and wellness issues. For us, this entails shaping academic programs that contribute to building communities of compassion and cultivating the skills and norms we need to support diversity, equity, and inclusion in healthcare here at UMass Boston. For us, this is central to who we are. We thrive as a community of students, faculty, and staff who learn from each other and from our diverse lived experiences. The Robert and Donna Manning College of Nursing and Health Sciences, for example, has partnered with Massachusetts General Brigham on programs designed to increase diversity in nursing. Why? Because research shows that diversity in the nursing ranks delivers better, smarter, more culturally informed, and ultimately more humane patient care. Further, we are standing up a first of its kind urban public health department at the Manning College that will offer academic programs addressing social determinants of health, urban populations, and health equity, issues that are so central to the Compact's work. Indeed, the work of the Compact is consistent with a core strand of our mission, that is, to be an anti-racist and health-promoting university. The Compact is well-positioned to help UMass Boston advance parts of our new strategic plan for the times. Specifically, we made our work in this space a long-term priority by designating health equity as one of 4 grand scholarly challenges moving forward. Of course, the magic of the Compact is its cross-sector collaboration, universities, nonprofits, and industry coming together for the common good to create a positive healthcare environment for all. I am grateful for this opportunity to talk about our health inequities work. Given the challenges we face, we must continue to invest in improving the quality of life for all. Thank you, and my best wishes for a wonderful and successful summit. Muchas, muchas gracias.
Hi everyone, it's Governor Maura Healey. Welcome to the first Health Equity Trends Summit. First off, thank you to this remarkable room of leaders for everything you do to advance health equity in Massachusetts. Racism is a public health crisis. A tragic legacy of violence and discrimination has fueled stark health disparities in access to care and also health outcomes. Disparities that were only made worse during the pandemic. During my time as Attorney General, we studied the impact of historic inequities in housing, transportation, air quality, food security, and other social determinants of health. Hidden in each data point, there are heartbreaking stories. Pregnant people who live hours away from the closest maternity ward. Workers who can't afford a day off to visit a doctor. Seniors without transportation to and from important appointments. Young people with a greater risk of developing diabetes because they live in a healthy food desert. Patients whose pain is downplayed or ignored because of systemic racism in the healthcare system. These stories are why we're taking a hard look at equity across the board, across all our commissions and departments, and across the secretariats. We'll uncover injustice and work every day toward prescriptive solutions. I'm glad to have you all as partners in this work. It's going to take all of us to remedy centuries of harm, but I believe in Massachusetts, our people, our mission. We can build a safer, healthier state for all. Thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Welcome again if you just join us. I just want to also say how excited we all are at the Health Equity Compact that come together with 76 plus people from differences and life experiences to make a difference. And you're here because you have a purpose to help others. And this Health Equity Summit is the first time that we had this big tent of people, community providers, payers, health system, health medical centers, health centers, under one tent, united. So I just want to emphasize the power of that. So I'm very honored to be standing here with that dream that I have had, and that's my mission and purpose in life. And I'm very honored to introduce Michael Curry. Michael is the president and CEO of Massachusetts League of Community Health Centers. And something about Michael I wanted to say, Michael is a role model of inclusive leadership, and his passion inspired all of us, including myself. And he's one of the founders of the Health Equity Compact and worked tireless to continue this mission and purpose across Massachusetts and across the country. And I'm honored to be standing here to welcome him. So welcome, Michael.
Good morning. We can do better than that. Good morning. What an incredible moment this is. Welcome. The first in Massachusetts, the first in the nation, Health Equity Trend Summit. Please join me in recognizing the many people and organizations that made this possible, please. I want to start with a welcome to our phenomenal speakers, panelists, and presenters, and welcome all of you who are attending here in person and those joining us virtually. Thank you for joining this critical conversation on how we make equity a reality in the Commonwealth. And thanks to Compact member, Chancellor Marcelo Suarez Orozco, and UMass Boston for hosting us in this space, and the staff and volunteers supporting us in this event today. Please give them a round of applause as well. So we here in Massachusetts are no strangers to leading the nation in health and health reform. We have the highest rate of insurance in the nation. We have world-class health care here with top-ranked health plans. We have some of the best health outcomes too. We pioneered the model for the Affordable Care Act and created the first in the nation statewide annual healthcare cost growth benchmark. Many of you here in this room have helped to make this a reality, and we have much to be proud of. And yet, still there are too many people here in the Commonwealth who do not have the opportunity to live a long life, a long, healthy life, because of environmental conditions and structures that disparately impact people based on race, ethnicity, income, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or zip code. As Governor Maura Healey stated plainly in her remarks, racism is a public health crisis. It has taken a convergence of circumstances to make America focus on the deep and long-standing health disparities that exist in this country. Although health and healthcare disparities have been documented for decades, the COVID-19 pandemic amplified deadly impact of structural racism. It elevated the urgency to address the healthcare system's failure to equitably serve historically marginalized communities. And this urgency built on the nationwide calls for racial justice after the murder of 46-year-old George Floyd and 26-year-old Breonna Taylor and other Black Americans by law enforcement. These egregious cases of injustice heighten local and global awareness of the work that needs to be done. The Health Equity Compact, I often like to say that I'm glad so many people are woke and others are waking up, but some of us are insomniacs. That means way before high-profile killings, way before COVID-19 hit, there were many people lifting up these issues across the country, like so many of you in this room and online. They were the canaries in the coal mine telling us what was happening in socially vulnerable communities across this country. I have to lift up the name of Dr. Jack Geiger and Count Gibson. People like Professor David Williams of the Harvard School of Public Health, who helped to found the empirical body of research examining the multiple ways in which racism can affect health. Or Dr. Joe Betancourt, who's been a leader in supporting the capacity of hundreds of healthcare organizations to understand and tackle health disparities. Yeah, please give them a round of applause. And yet, they and so many others were not given the attention and the resources needed to solve these issues. When COVID-19 hit, it generated all these new task forces and commissions, and many of us were called to serve on them and to develop reports on what can be done to close the gaps in health outcomes. And my good friend Jeffrey Sanchez, former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, was on the legislature's COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force together with me and so many others. The task force produced the Blueprint for Health Equity report that gave policy recommendations on access to quality, affordable health care and the underlying social factors that led to health inequities. And Jeff called me and he said, Mike, you know this stuff will sit on a shelf and go nowhere. We've done this before. We need to pull together people to move this agenda. We are Massachusetts. We've been leading the nation on health reform since 2006. We are not leading on health equity, Jeffrey Sanchez said. And my good friend and colleague, Juan LaPera, was appointed as Chief DEI Officer of Beth Israel Lahey Health, and he was just as frustrated at these reports not going anywhere. And that led to the three of us calling around and pulling together Black and Latinx leaders, C-suite leaders of major organizations across healthcare, public health, business, academia, labor, philanthropy. It didn't take long for us to bring together some 30-plus leaders who immediately answered the call and said, let's do it. And that was the start of what we now know as the Health Equity Compact. Just about 1 year ago, in May 2022, we held the public launch of the Health Equity Compact. The compact has grown now to over 70 leaders of color, broadening representation of AAPI and Middle Eastern leaders, greater geographic diversity and disability. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Assad Sayah, the CEO of Cambridge Health Alliance, who co-chaired the legislature's Health Equity Task Force with me, Commissioner Helen Colton Harris of Springfield Health and Human Services, Dr. Damian Archer, Chief Health Equity Officer of Outer Cape Health Services, and Oz Mandajar, a champion for change and disability inclusion, and so many others that you'll hear from and we'll talk about throughout the day. Thanks to my fellow leadership team members, which include Jeffrey Sanchez, Juan LaPera, Rosa Colon-Colaco, Felaine Duranet, Manny Lopes, and Nancy Norman. As some of you know, I've been part of quite a few racial justice and social justice movements in my time, but never have I worked with a group more dedicated and passionate than this group of leaders. These leaders in the compact have been fighting against health disparities long before COVID-19, as I mentioned. I think they deserve some recognition for that. I'm going to ask every member of the Health Equity Compact that's in the room today to please stand so we can recognize you as well. Thank you. Thank you for your partnership and your dedication in this work, for supporting it with your time, your talents, and with your funds. Speaking of financial support, I want to offer my deep appreciation to Atrius Health Equity Foundation for providing the Compact with one of its inaugural grants, advancing this work with a contribution of $500,000. These funds will help to add fuel to the fire as we continue to push for systemic change. We're also grateful for the generous grants we received from Quest Diagnostics' Quest for Health Equity, the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Foundation, and the New Commonwealth Fund. Thank you as well. You know, you can't do movement making without some phenomenal people behind the scenes that really make it work. So I want to thank the Compact's incredible staff across multiple organizations, and particularly Lindsay Tucker and Angel Bourgogne, who have been essential to moving this work forward. So if you didn't know, there was a bill filed. In the past year, the Compact has been busy working on an omnibus bill titled An Act to Advance Health Equity. We give our thanks to Pat Cerundolo and Adam Schilt from Foley Hoag, who very generously provided their pro bono legal skill and expertise to help develop and write the bill. The bill is a vehicle for some crucial pieces of advancing health equity in Massachusetts, including prioritizing equity in our state government, standardizing and reporting on data to advance health equity, and improving access and quality of care. We are thankful to the lead sponsor of an act to advance health equity, my longtime and good friend, Senator Liz Miranda, and Representative Judith Garcia, who will be speaking later today, and to Representative Bud Williams and Senator Pavel Payano, who have been champions for this cause. Please give them a round of applause as well. The bill contains many policy provisions that are urgent or essential to advancing health equity and that are widely supported by Massachusetts residents. How do we know that? We know that because the Compact, with special support from FXB Center for Health and Human Rights, commissioned a public opinion poll through the Mass Inc. polling group. If you're here in the room, you saw some of the poll results as you were walking around here today. I want to highlight 3 major points. The first is that there is really strong agreement among Massachusetts residents, 96%, that everyone should have the opportunity to live a long, healthy life regardless of income, education, or race, and most, 80%, recognize that this opportunity is not available to all. The second point is that the majority of Massachusetts residents believe that the healthcare, state government, and business sectors each have a major role to advancing health equity in Massachusetts. Nearly 3/4 saw a major role in the healthcare system and state government in this work, and over half when it comes to employers. And the third point I want to highlight is that there is widespread, robust support for a broad state policy agenda to improve health equity, including provisions within the Act to Advance Health Equity. Provisions like making medications for asthma, heart disease, and diabetes more affordable, and ensuring that all residents have access to health insurance, regardless of immigration status. Good to be in Massachusetts. We hope you will support an act to advance health equity and let your elected officials know that you do. This broad public support to advance health equity aligns with the ways in which communities have spoken up throughout the state. As part of the Health Equity Task Force, I listened to and reviewed written testimony from hundreds of individuals and organizations about health disparities and recommendations to address them. It aligns with the themes raised in the community health needs assessments conducted across Massachusetts, like concerns about affordable health care, experiences of racial discrimination in our healthcare system, and gaps in critical social needs like housing, education, and jobs with a livable wage. We have heard from Massachusetts residents loud and clear that we must act and act in concert with one another. For the past 10 years, the Health Policies Commission's annual cost trends report and hearing have been a crucial means of monitoring and guiding the statewide effort to control healthcare costs in Massachusetts, bringing together providers, payers to examine the drivers of costs and to discuss the challenges and opportunities to tackle costs across the healthcare system. My good friend Carleen Pavlos, Executive Director of the Massachusetts Public Health Association, suggested a fascinating idea. What if we could hold a hearing not focused on costs, but on health equity? What if we could dedicate that level of attention and resources to ensuring health and wellness for all? I thank Carlene for her inspiration, and the Health Policy Commission Chair, Deb DeVoe, and the Executive Director, David Seltz, for their enthusiastic support of this vision. Please give them a round of applause. It is in this spirit we are bringing together healthcare, state agency, and business leaders today to bring that same, and I hope increased, level of commitment, focus, and innovation to eliminating health disparities. If not now, then when? If not Massachusetts, then where? For each of these groups, we've been having an honest discussion about what's needed for them to advance health equity and how these leaders would hold themselves accountable for the work that needs to be done and with the urgency and attention that it deserves. Our panelists will share their perspectives on the obstacles they face, the opportunities they see for collaborative action, and how they will sustain their commitment to advancing health equity within and outside of their organizations. We're also going to share some new data with you. Thank you, Audrey Shelto, President and CEO of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Massachusetts Foundation. Caitlin Kenny Walsh and their incredible team for collaborating with the Health Equity Compact and funding the Massachusetts-based analysis of the economic cost of health inequities. Also, thank you to the former president and CEO of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Massachusetts, Andrew Dreyfus, who highlighted the need to make the business case for health reform. How much we're paying in Massachusetts by letting folks die and be sick. We face a choice to pay now or pay greater later. This report quantifies what we are paying. Whether we realize it or not, the unacceptable cost that is being paid by communities of color and ultimately borne by business and the Commonwealth. I want to highlight that this report does not approach health equity in the way that many of us are used to thinking about it. We often use disparities framework in which we compare populations of color to white populations. Health equity means that everyone has a fair opportunity to live a long, healthy life. The ultimate goal of health equity is not simply erasing differences tethered to a standard of the white population. We must pursue aspirational targets for health status and longevity that we know are achievable, and do the work necessary to ensure that all racial and ethnic groups can thrive. This can only be done by dismantling structural racism. Yeah, I said it. Dismantling structural racism. The systems we have in place that unfairly advantage or disadvantage certain individuals and communities. The research demonstrates that hurts us all. Whether it's in regards to the loss of public good like community swimming pools or maternal child health outcomes or economic growth. The COVID-19 pandemic prompted the fastest, most dramatic changes we've ever seen in healthcare. Working together with government, community-based organizations, and other sectors, this all shows that change is really possible. Today, we are charged with bringing our greatest selves to this conversation on advancing health equity for our neighbors and our communities. What must we do to truly transform the policies and programs in place to achieve health equity? And what will we do in our own organizations and in collaboration with each other? We have centuries of structural racism to unwind. We cannot do this with today's conversation alone. The bill, the compact, is filed, an act to advance health equity is meaningful, but is not enough. But one of my favorite African proverbs is, rivers are filled one drop at a time. What you do now matters. Who you call after this conversation matters. Who you invite to the table matters. And what you're willing to advance, even with some risk, matters. And when I look at what we're doing here in Massachusetts as a drop, I believe we can have a ripple effect across the nation, as we did after 2006. It is up to us to make advancing health equity not a moment, but a movement, Lee Pelton. There's some great work happening in many organizations and cities and towns across this country and across this state. If we can build this movement and carry it through, one day we can say that every individual, family, and community has the opportunity to live their healthiest life possible, raise their kids and grandkids, and lead a life of dignity. I think that's the goal, and I think we're on our way. I want to thank you for being here today and to helping to grow this movement. I want to introduce a champion of this movement, the Honorable Karen Spilka, President of the Massachusetts Senate. Thank you for your leadership in advancing LGBTQ rights, mental health, and racial justice, and police reform. And most notably, thank you on this day of your leadership in creating the legislature's COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force, which you appointed me to, and which played a key part in the story of the compact coming together. Please welcome our Senate President to the stage, Karen Spilka.
Could we give another round for Michael? Great words. Thank you. I love that passion and persistence, and just tell it like it is. It's great. It's an honor to be speaking to all of you today for the first annual Healthcare Equity Summit. I'm always hopeful and optimistic. I believe this will be the first of many annual summits. I'd like to recognize Chancellor Marcelo Suarez Orozco and thank him and all of UMass Boston and staff for hosting this summit today. It's great to be here. I'd like to thank the leadership of the Health Equity Compact team for devoting much of your sought-after time and energy towards this issue, which too often, unfortunately, simmers in under-acknowledged crisis. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Jeff Sanchez. It's great to see you. Thank you. And Michael also said, who was my appointment to the Health Equity Task Force the legislature created in 2020 and served as task force chair. So as a lawmaker, the partnership of healthcare professionals, hospital administrators, patients, and other stakeholders, all other stakeholders, is clearly invaluable. And I'm proud of the steps that the Senate has taken to address inequities in our healthcare system. But we all know that there is still a lot of very important work ahead of us. And that's why this past legislative session, the Senate successfully championed a law extending, for example, postpartum health care coverage to a full year after birth. Talk about inequities. This hopefully will address the fact that Black women, and this is a fact, Black women in Massachusetts are almost 2 times more likely to die during pregnancy or shortly thereafter than white women. That's unacceptable. This gives mothers access to physical and behavioral health resources that decrease mortality and severe morbidity and improve the overall health of both parent and child. And we've seen the greatest improvements among people of color. More recently, our latest budget proposes the creation of a maternal health equity fund, which will support freestanding birth centers. We've heard a lot about this, the need to have this in Massachusetts. This health equity Maternal Health Equity Fund would support freestanding birth centers and community-based, maternal-based health systems and services, with priority for communities with higher rates of maternal morbidity and mortality. By investing in comprehensive support systems, advocating for a culturally competent care, and working closely with healthcare providers, we can bring the resources to address this issue head on. The issue of culturally competent care is not unique to physical health, however. Mental health services acutely depend upon an appropriate and culturally sensitive relationship between the patient and the clinician. And I'm extremely proud to say that last year, my top priority legislation, a comprehensive mental health care reform bill known as the Mental Health ABC Act, became law. ABC stands for Addressing Barriers to Care. That's what that bill tries to do, and I believe it does. Not all, because we still have a ways to go, but it does address a lot of the barriers to care. And as a result of this bill, now law, Massachusetts has the strongest mental health parity laws anywhere in the entire country. We are leading the way, and that's very exciting. And as part of this, the Office of Health Equity and others are working with an advisory council to produce annual recommendations to improve access to and the quality of life of culturally competent mental health services. We recognize in the legislature we are not the experts in everything. I will be the first to admit that. So we have a panel of experts, an advisory council, to go over and give us recommendations. Paired with the Senate's ARPA investment, when we divvied up some of the ARPA funding, the Senate prioritized mental and behavioral health. We put nearly $330 million in the behavioral health workforce through loan repayment assistance, scholarships, and other financial assistance programs. I am hopeful that we will make great strides in building, recruiting, and retaining a robust workforce reflective of our community's needs. This was one of the major things we heard when we were going over what to do with all the ARPA funding. The greatest benefit from these efforts have been realized by professionals who work in community health centers, which provide comprehensive health services to low and moderate income individuals of all racial and ethnic backgrounds. As was stated so clearly, everyone in the Commonwealth should have access to health care in their preferred language and receive care from someone who understands that mental health challenges are often expressed differently in different cultural backgrounds. I believe that incorporating mental health into the picture will reinforce our efforts to reduce disparities in physical health as well. Additionally, it has become clear, you hear it wherever you go, that there is a shortage, a real shortage of trained nurses and barriers to educate folks to become nurses that negatively impact healthcare delivery of all kinds. To address this issue, the latest Senate budget proposes, starting in the fall of 2023, this is a landmark piece of the Senate budget, Massachusetts will offer free community college for nursing students. Yes, you can clap. We start with free community college for 25 plus. We adopt the governor's Reconnect, but we don't stop there. We offer free community college for those that want to go into nursing. All 15 community colleges have nursing programs. That will be a great entry into for so many folks and help increase diversity. And it's the aim, to increase the number of skilled nurses who can provide the quality of care to all of our communities, bridging the gap in healthcare and accessing and promoting diversity within the profession. We also discovered that one of the problems in having more nurses was that there was a regulation that nurses had to have a master's to train, to teach, be a faculty member. Many professions, you could have a master's degree, say, and an alternative X number of years experience. In this field, even 30 years of experience did not qualify for teaching. We changed that, and so that there will be an alternative, a master's or X number. Again, we didn't choose the number of years. The licensing board will look at it, but that will open up the teaching profession for so many more nurses to access more positions for nursing, folks to go into nursing, to again increase the number of nurses and increase diversity. Lastly, I'd like to discuss another critical area where progress has been held off for far too long: access to truly affordable prescription drugs. For the last 2 legislative sessions, the Senate has passed proposals to address this, including things like immediately capping the price of drugs with costs that have become public health concerns, such as insulin for diabetes. As you all know, these disparities inordinately affect people of color. This session, the Senate will once again take up prescription drug bills to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Hopefully 3 times is a charm this time. And with your support, we're asking for your support. This time I am hopeful that we can get it to the governor's desk and get it signed into law, and finally decrease the price of prescription drugs for residents in Massachusetts. This would take an important step towards true healthcare equity. So for these reasons, I am really looking forward to the partnership of the Health Equity Compact. Please know that my door is always open and that I look forward to continuing to engage with you as we all work to make the Commonwealth a healthier and more equitable place for all. Thank you very much and enjoy your day.
Okay, we had a few other insomniacs walk in the room. So I just want to give a quick shout out to the newly named CEO of the Urban League of Eastern Massachusetts, Attorney Rahsaan Hall. Please give him a round of applause. We also have with us today the Executive Director of Veterans Affairs for the Commonwealth, Secretary John Santiago, Dr. Santiago. And a key architect behind the Health Connector here in Massachusetts, and an advisor to many across the country, John Kingsdale as well. Give him a round of applause. And just last but not least, for us in the health center, community health community, a huge champion of community health and addressing the pipeline issues, Senator John Keenan is here as well. So now I'd like to introduce a friend and someone who late last year, when I was already doing a lot of stuff and had been asked to co-chair Maura Healey's healthcare transition team, Maybe a few weeks later, I got a call from a good friend who said, the Attorney General-elect would like you to chair her healthcare transition team as well. And I said, you know I'm doing the other transition team, right? And I couldn't say no because I was so excited about her leadership and what it means for the Commonwealth. So I'd like to introduce you to Attorney General Andrea Campbell. Yeah, please. And it's not even in my scripted remarks, but I'm gonna say, as you heard me talk earlier about lived experience and how important it is with people with lived experiences to lead. She holds a deep commitment to building economic prosperity and stability for all residents, prioritizing children's mental health and well-being, and breaking cycles of incarceration and violence. She has risen above personal adversity, advocating for and moving forward an agenda for equity across the state, and making history when she was unanimously elected as Boston City Council President as the first Black woman to hold that title. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Honorable Andrea Campbell, Attorney General of Massachusetts.
Good morning, everyone. Let me see if I can get this back in here. God bless you. I saw you run up here earlier and put this in. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Michael, for the warm introduction, of course, for the work that you do. And he did get that call. I said, you know, we're forming all these subcommittees and we need folks who know what they're talking about. So thank you for serving on that transition committee. And the reports that came out of that process have already been helpful to the office. I also, of course, want to thank the Chancellor and UMass and your entire staff and team for pulling all this together, the folks who prepared the food, the coffee especially. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank every member of the Health Equity Compact for the work that you do to support this work, because I recognize that many of you have day jobs, you have other obligations, and frankly, this is an additional time. You know, this requires more time, so I'm just really grateful to each and every one of you for your leadership and for pulling us together for what is, of course, going to be an incredible summit, but I think, as the Senate President said, probably something we'll continue to come to as we do this work in partnership. I just, want to just take a moment to recognize how special it is when you think about what this is. I was looking at what the panels will be later today and did not recognize until this morning that it's not just something unique in Massachusetts. This hasn't happened anywhere in the country. And that's something worth celebrating. So as we thank the speakers and the panelists today, and thank you for being here. Thank you for, of course, making sure Massachusetts continues to take a leadership role when it comes to these issues. First and foremost, and there are many issues I know the Attorney General's office is addressing in partnership with all of you, but first and foremost is affordability and access. Sadly, far too many patients are deeply concerned about the price of their health care. And frankly, some in this current climate are downright angry, and rightfully so, with the immediate interruption in accessing their benefits. Affordability and access are indeed health equity issues. There is no meaningful access to health care, and certainly no equitable access to health care, when patients cannot afford to visit their doctor, fill their prescriptions, or call an ambulance if they need one. Even our insured patients and residents face insurmountable deductibles and other forms of patient cost sharing that can make a health insurance card unusable, or frankly lead to crippling medical debt. And these burdens, as all of us probably know by now, fall disproportionately on low-income patients and families, communities of color, and immigrant communities. My office has an important role to play in promoting a more affordable and accessible healthcare system, and we are committed to doing so through various tools, including reporting on healthcare cost drivers, our community benefits work with some of the great institutions that are in this space, and of course our enforcement work, protecting patients from healthcare scams and so much more. I also know that as we collectively address issues of affordability and accessibility, we have to also do it by focusing on the healthcare workforce and the shortages we're seeing. This is a workforce that has been through so much over the last 3 years. So I want to extend gratitude to all those who do the work every single day to make sure that we continue to get through a pandemic, who are on the front lines, in some instances maybe underpaid and overworked. Thank you to those folks in the room and those virtually and those who cannot be here for the work you have done to get us to this point. And sadly, though, we know we find ourselves without the workforce we need to maintain patient access to a full continuum of care. Our healthcare system cannot deliver on its promise of equitable access to high-quality care when beds go unstaffed. We sadly see behavioral health patients, including children, in crisis boarding for days, weeks, sometimes months in an emergency department, while patients awaiting discharge remain stuck in the hospital because they can't find the appropriate placement or appropriate rehabilitation placement. This is a systemic crisis we all have to deal with. I know and recognize it's a challenge for our policymakers to come up with solutions. Really appreciate the leadership of our Senate President in addressing some of this, and our office will do what we can to partner in the work in finding those solutions. We protect the workers. That is one of the main responsibilities of our job, but we also know how important it is to be at the table when addressing the workforce challenges in Massachusetts. Finally, as a mother of 2 young boys, I want to end on a topic that is of great importance to me and I think many folks in this room, and that is maternal health and maternal health equity. We know that in Massachusetts, even this incredible healthcare ecosystem, Black and Hispanic birthing people are twice as likely to die during pregnancy or within 1 year postpartum than their white counterparts. I'm really proud that in April, and our office has hit the ground running, we are wasting absolutely no time, launched the Maternal Health Equity Grant Program, which is actually going to use settlement money to support nonprofit organizations in providing culturally competent maternal health support services to residents to address this critical issue. This includes prenatal care, access to doulas, doula workforce development, behavioral health support, breastfeeding support, and so much more. We have many tools in the office, our litigation tools, our policy tools, our community engagement tools, but we also have the grant-making tool. As we explore how to use these effectively and impactfully, we want to do that in partnership with each and every one of you, especially on maternal health issues. And the great news is we are actively reviewing grantee applications currently and look forward to sharing more during the fall. I'm inspired by the work of the Health Equity Compact, and I have to remind us all, we're also here to celebrate the legislation and the proposal that they have put forward, which frankly I think is very reasonable and does so much, including efforts to bring an equity lens to our healthcare system in terms of oversight, data, and delivery, to shift more of our healthcare spending to primary care and behavioral health services, to address, of course, cost sharing as a barrier to accessing care for high-value services, pushing for funding to advance health equity for lower-cost independent safety net providers, and lastly, but certainly not least, making critical investments when it comes to our workforce in terms of recruitment and retention initiatives, career ladders, and certification programs. All of us should be a champion for this legislation, which Michael said is only one piece of the puzzle, and we want to be a champion as well. A few other things before I have to wrap up, because I see a stop sign over here, and I know there's a panel to come. I recognize that as I stand here, and probably all of us in this room, we're very privileged. I'm blessed to not only have health care, but to go to one of the incredible healthcare institutions here in Massachusetts. But I also recognize when I go to see my primary care physician, I don't get all the knowledge that I need to maintain my wellness. I'm blessed to be able to do research, to go into a community, to go into research books or YouTube videos or anywhere else, to learn about the importance of eating protein, maybe even looking at fasting, the importance of taking vitamins, nutritious meals. All of those things are just as important. So as we have this conversation today, I think it's really important to not only connect what's happening in our healthcare systems and hospitals, but to the other work that all of us probably take for granted that we do when we go home to make sure we're living our best lives and to make sure we're thriving not only in terms of physical health, but also our mental health and overall well-being. The other thing I'd be remiss if I didn't mention while standing here is later today I'll be at the State House testifying for a piece of actually maybe different forms of legislation, including one of the Senate's proposals, which is to close the healthcare gap for state employees. This is a major issue. Right now you have folks who are working and showing up at the State House, showing up at state agencies, including in my office, who don't have immediate access to healthcare benefits through their GIC system. They have to currently wait 60 days. I had to wait 60 days. I was on my husband's health insurance through his private employer. Think about that. In Massachusetts, there are state employees, as we sit here, who have to wait 60 days before they can access health care. That is absolutely ridiculous in Massachusetts, and I'll be at the State House later on testifying to that effect. All of us also need to add that to our list of priorities, because we know that most of the folks who work for these agencies are sadly overworked and underpaid, and healthcare is critical. So as we do the advocacy work, I look forward to including everyone. I'm doing a lot of thank yous for our Senate President today. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. And thank you all for the work you're doing every single day to address health disparities. I recognize I am the first Black woman to serve as Attorney General in Massachusetts, but what I often say is, it would mean absolutely nothing if we did not roll up our sleeves and do the work to address health disparities that exist in Massachusetts. Look forward to partnering with each and every one of you. Thank you so very much.
I have an opportunity often to travel across the country to talk about issues, racial justice, health equity, and I can tell you, people are watching Massachusetts. They were excited about our election of Andrea Campbell as our Attorney General. I can tell you it was unlike other transition teams. I served on Deval Patrick's transition team 2006 when I was working at Blue Cross and Blue Shield, where you basically sit in rooms and you take notes and you meet with the community and you compile all of that as staff, and then we put it into a report that gets delivered to the governor for him or her to implement some of what's in that report. Attorney General Campbell's team was different than that. It was about collecting that information and feedback, but it was also about meeting with her staff. And I had never done that before. Lois is here. Raise your hand, Lois. Are you around the room? Mass Medical Society? I thought I saw her. So she and I co-chaired that transition team, and we met with Andrea Campbell's staff. And I can tell you the excitement of that staff that Andrea Campbell was coming in to lead the Attorney General's office was moving. So again, let's give a round of applause to Attorney General Andrea Campbell. I also want to do a few quick things, and I know I do this across the country as well. When I get a chance to speak on the history of racism in this country, a presentation that I do called Quantum Leap. And I always ask people to pay attention, because you got a lot of distractions. Your phone, people are calling you, they want your attention, your time, but oftentimes we're so distracted we don't pay attention. William Watkins, who is the head of workforce for the Urban League, called me in 2020, and we pulled together, I think it was 60 Black men to meet at RCC to talk about racial justice in this country. If you've never watched this, a phenomenal conversation with Black men from all different sectors talking about the time we're in. And he said to me and said to us on that panel discussion, on that conversation, he said, it took a pandemic and being forced to stay at home and pay attention to have 20/20 vision, that we now saw those things we ignored because it was on your television screens over and over again, 9 minutes and 29 seconds of George Floyd losing his life. the data around who was dying of COVID-19. So I want to pause here to say, I'm going to ask folks, particularly those folks who are online, to put the dog outside the room, turn off the 3 laptops you got going, and really pay attention to the conversations today. The other organization I was remiss in not recognizing today, we would not be here but for this organization, is John Snow Institute, JSI. Please give them a round of applause as well. We have an exciting agenda for you today. We're now moving to our first panel of the day with some of our state's healthcare leaders. The panel will be moderated by Compact member, President and CEO, Dr. Maisha Menta-Jordan, CareQuest Institute for Health. Let's please welcome the first panel to the stage.
Okay, is this on? Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, okay, oh, now you can. Well, this is an honor to be able to kick off this first panel and to have such an illustrious panel to talk with this morning. I want to set a little bit of a stage. Our conversation today is Roadblocks and Resolutions, Healthcare Leaders' Commitment to Health Equity. I want to thank everyone for being here today, joining us in person and virtually, and again, thank you to our esteemed panelists. We're going to have a dynamic conversation today. We're going to get candid, and as you all were prepared, that this is not an easy topic, but we hope to really get your thoughts and get your advice and your suggestions, but also get your support for the work that we're trying to do as the Compact members. Before we dive into the discussion, I'd love to take a moment to do some brief introductions. I'm going to ask each of you to start with your name, title, and affiliation. And Kevin, I'll start with you, please.
Kevin Churchwell. I'm President and CEO at Boston Children's Hospital.
Mike Dandorf. I'm President and CEO of Tufts Medicine.
Ann Klebansky, President and CEO of Mass General Brigham.
Kane Hayes, President and CEO of Point 32 Health.
Kevin Tabb, President and CEO of Beth Israel Health. I'm the other Kevin.
Alistair Bell, President and Interim CEO of Boston Medical Center Health System.
Thank you again. So let's talk about this moment. We have an unprecedented opportunity as influential and powerful healthcare leaders to come together and to have a meaningful conversation on what it means to make structural changes to structural problems. While healthcare alone cannot bear the sole responsibility for achieving health equity, it does play a central role. In a recent Mass Inc. poll, 80% of respondents agreed with the statement, there are groups of people who face more obstacles to getting care. And 72% felt that the healthcare system should have a major role in improving health equity. Healthcare organizations are influential institutions with strong community standing and economic impact, major employers within many of our communities. And many healthcare organizations have a mission that allows them to align their goals with equity and social justice principles, which makes them well-positioned to spearhead transformative initiatives, both in the healthcare sector and more broadly. So, what's the elephant in the room? Historically, health equity is not seen as an explicit strategy for addressing the top priority in the healthcare sector. Controlling costs, workforce challenges, and pharmaceutical trends take precedence. Yet, we must challenge ourselves to look deeper, to identify the systemic changes and long-term investments that could alleviate some of these pressures and improve health equity. The aim of this panel is to have a robust discussion that examines the intersection between those responsibilities of healthcare institutions and the role everyone plays in changing the very system it operates under to address root causes of disparities. So real change should start now. As citizens of the Commonwealth, we're proud of the many healthcare institutions in the state that have been embarking on large undertakings to drive forward health equity. We're excited to see how these efforts can coalesce into making meaningful changes and redefining the roles we all play in this work. So let's discuss now what needs to be done, the barriers that we face and how we can overcome them to achieve breakthrough change. I have my pen here so I can take notes on what you say. All right, so let's get into it. In the past 2 years, what have you learned about your organization's role in advancing health equity, and what are you doing differently because of it? So what have you learned, and what are you doing differently based upon what you've learned? Kevin, I'll start with you.
What we've learned at Boston Children's is that there is a large appetite. There's a lot of enthusiasm for the work. We've also learned that there's a lot of work to do regarding health equity and reducing disparities. And it's work that we believe needs to be intentional. Work that we are working at all different levels, whether it's at the bedside, whether it's from administration, whether it's from our views of our goals, to incorporate the work so that everyone is engaged and involved. And so we've moved that. I think we've been able to move that ball forward. But I will tell you that we're at the beginning of it. We're not in the middle, we're not at the end. We're working, continue to address what are the opportunities, and then how do we really work to address them.
Thank you. What do you see, I'm going to just go on with you for a second. What do you see as some of the barriers or tensions that you face as you're trying to move the ball on these things? And maybe give me a specific example.
Well, the barriers and tensions around data, I'll start with that, in that how do we do a much better job of collecting the data that incorporates who we're taking care of? What I mean by that is from race, ethnicity, and ancestry, in that we weren't doing a very good job of it. Families, patients come to us, children come to us, and when they come to the front desk, we weren't asking any questions, or we were uncomfortable about asking questions about race or ethnicity. And in doing that, when you try to answer questions, you just don't have the data to start with from that infrastructure. So we've started that work, right? We're using the electronic medical record as best we can, and I think that will continue to evolve to actually get good data. And starting that, we can start asking questions and actually really looking at what are the issues we need to address.
Thank you. Michael, how would you answer that question? Tell me about what you've learned, what you're doing differently, and what are some of the barriers?
Sure. I'd echo what Kevin said in terms of the passion of our teams around these issues. And the engagement and openness and actually craving more information about what are the things that we can specifically do that would make a difference. But that passion also creates many, many initiatives. So we probably have close to 100 initiatives across the health system that are really focused on health equity or pieces of the puzzle, but are not necessarily coordinated with one another. And really starting to think about how do we bring all of this passion and interest of our teams together in a way that has the biggest impact. And you know, we oftentimes talk about the fact that we have to prioritize in order to make the kind of impact or make the kind of advancement that we want. And that means that you got to say no to some things in order to say yes to those most important things. And I think we're learning that as an organization in terms of really trying to prioritize, not diffusing the efforts, but really prioritizing those efforts. And we've been having a lot of conversations around how do we not just have these as a series of projects, but really think about how do we embed these in our operations. To Kevin's point, some of that's about data collection and doing the right screening on the front end, but also collecting the information that will allow us to analyze that and then create initiatives off of it. In that regard. But also, how do we really not have this stand outside of our population health initiatives and our quality improvement initiatives and our patient experience initiatives, and really weave the importance of health equity all the way through the organization. There's an openness to it, but the execution of that becomes really, really it needs to be intentional, but it's challenging because, at the same time, we're facing a lot of headwinds. And there's a lot of competing priorities from a financial perspective and a workforce perspective, and you listed those. And we're trying to grapple with how do all these things fit together in a way that we can communicate clearly and set the priorities for our teams.
Thank you. Anne, how would you answer that question?
So I think part of it is what we learned, which is the question, but a lot of it is what we relearned and what we were able to acknowledge. So, and I think the comments of Michael Curry before really highlighted, what it is that the pandemic made us see again that was there all along. So much that we learned was talking to so many people and understanding that so many of these incredibly fundamental issues in health equity have always been there. Mm-hmm. And if you talk to people, they're like, well, of course they've always been there. Like, of course. So much of this is acknowledging where we are as a healthcare system, as a state, and thinking about how we need to see things differently. And I'll say relearn or understand and acknowledge. So that was the first thing. When I look at our healthcare system, the first thing, again, was to acknowledge where we are. And, about 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, we launched United Against Racism, which really has these 3 pillars. And the first was patients. How are we looking at all of this in terms of patients? What does this mean for patients? Mm-hmm. Access, best care, all of the things we're talking about. What does it mean for patients? That's a pillar, and it's an important one. And these are all woven together. And the second, communities we serve, also patients, but how do we think about, as a healthcare system, what we're doing, how we're partnering, how we're thinking about communities we serve and health equity there. Third, our own employees. And this is, again, something you mentioned. What does this mean as an employer? Mm-hmm. So we have 82,000 people who we employ. How do we think about our own employees as patients, as people, as employees? What messages are we delivering in terms of equity, structural racism? What do we think? How do we view and position ourselves as an organization that is acknowledging, to Kevin's point, getting the data? And then how are we going to plan in a coordinated way? And there's a lot to be said about this, but I'll just summarize it as you have to start by acknowledging the facts. Mm-hmm. And you have to acknowledge that deeply in the organization. As an organization, what are you doing that is reinforcing racism? Mm-hmm. What are you not acknowledging? Mm-hmm. How are you thinking about patients? How are you thinking about access? Multiple languages, I could go on and on and on about all the ways you need to think about it. When we have a health portal, who has access to it? Who has broadband access? Again, what are the languages? What are the messages? So in all aspects, I think it's really thinking through what this all means. What I would say is, in terms of challenges, it's, again, keeping it top of mind. We don't need to say, as a healthcare organization, where do we think about, and this is true for all healthcare organizations, quality and safety of care. That's just there. It's there in everything you do. So it's the same thing here. It's not, what about health equity? What about this? It's everything you do has to be, again, it's the lens with which you see things in everything you do. That's a challenge, because it has to be second nature. It has not to be an add-on. So this is, again, I think, a challenge. The one challenge I will highlight, which is what I'm really hopeful about, what events like this, meetings and gatherings and convening events like this can do. It's the key partnerships, so that we're not working in isolation. So by bringing together things in our healthcare system, have a single focus on community, have a single group that's really partnering with communities, thinking about the needs of communities we serve. So there are all of these things that I mentioned that we do within Mass General Brigham. But I also know that everyone in this panel, and so many in the room, everyone in the room, is also thinking about things from a different point of view. So how do you bring it all together? It's the collective power. It's how do we work with other healthcare systems? How do we work with insurance companies? How do we partner with the government? What is all of that, the partnerships and what that means? And that's why, again, all of what's here, the compact, so important in doing all that. But this has to be top of mind as well.
Thank you. So Kane, you're the odd man out here. in the sense that you've represented health insurance
That's why we
companies.
put him in the middle.
So
Yeah, that's out.
in the hot seat.
Next to us.
So I'd
We
love
have
to
them
hear your
surrounded.
perspective. What are the structural things that you're doing within Point 32 Health to address this issue? And would love your perspective on some of the answers that have already been given.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I realize I'm the only payer on the panel, but I'm glad I'm amongst friends.
That's
and
right.
And certainly this is a topic near and dear to all of us. Health equity is really core to who we are as an organization and stems from our purpose to guide and empower healthier lives for everyone. And when we say everyone, we mean everyone. We're the only health plan in Massachusetts that serves every segment of the market, from moms and babies in Medicaid to seniors in Medicare, and all the way through all the commercial products and those that are dual eligible. I point that out because we have what we believe is a unique insight into the diverse needs of the population. We know that we've done a ton of work over the last 40, 50 years of our existence around health equity. So just over a year ago, to really coordinate our efforts, we formed what we called the Point 32 Health Equity Program. And as we developed this program, we started to catalog and inventory all of the different health equity initiatives we had in the organization. When we did that, we learned that we had 70 different initiatives focused on health equity. So the good news is that we had 70 different initiatives focused on health equity. The bad news is that we had 70 different initiatives focused on health equity, which is a bit like trying to boil the ocean. So similar to what other panelists have shared, what we were determined to do is to take a more strategic approach, and this gets into what we're doing differently to those initiatives, and really focus and streamline on those initiatives that we believe can really move the needle. It was mentioned earlier, maternal health. That's one of the key areas of focus. Rural health, closing the gaps in vaccination rates. So those are some of the areas of focus. And then we developed, health plans have, like many of our organizations, tons of data. And so what we did was we leveraged that data to develop what we call the Social Inequality Index, which really gives us greater insight into those social determinants of health that drive 80% of one's health outcomes. So we have a 360 view of the member, and so then we can help those members close gaps as it relates to housing, food insecurity, transportation, a number of the social determinants. And the only thing I would add in terms of challenges is, and this would be true in our organization, and I think in the industry, is that we spend 80% of our time focused on the 20% of one's overall health outcomes, which are care received in the clinical setting, which largely is once you're sick in helping you. We really need to reverse it and spend 80% of our time working on solutions on the other 80%, which are the social determinants of health.
Kevin, what are your thoughts on this topic? Let's talk about, again, what you've learned, what you're doing differently, and any reflections on what you've heard thus far.
Yeah, well, it's always interesting to come near last, because the things that I just heard from the leaders of all of the other organizations are identical to the things that we see in our own organization. And that gives me heart, because we can work together to overcome the barriers that we have. But it also makes really, really clear how much work we have to do. Starting with what Kevin said, there is a tremendous amount of passion out there to see change, and that's a great thing. But passion alone is not going to get us to where we need to get to. Then moving on to what both Mike Dandorf and Kane said, we too have 100 different initiatives, pilots, some spectacularly successful, really, really smart people involved in them. But pilots have never gotten us to where we need to get to. And we're going to need to move from piloting siloed programs to embedding what we need to do in terms of dismantling structural racism and reducing inequities into everything that we do, because that can't be a project. And too frequently, we, leaders in healthcare, have approached this as another project. And I think that's been at the root of some of the failures that we've seen. And then the third thing, off of what Anne said about acknowledging sort of where we've been and even where we are, the truth that everybody in this room certainly knows is that we in healthcare in this country have failed the populations that we serve for the most part. And if we want to do differently, we're going to have to start by acknowledging that. And I think that is certainly true. I know that we don't have to continue to fail, but I also know that we have in the past failed. I want to also turn to the issue of data. It's incredibly important for us to gather data in a way that will help us make change, and almost every person here talked to those things. I also want to issue a little bit of a warning, because too frequently we as healthcare leaders use data as an excuse. So we will say, and I myself have said in the past, well, let's gather more data to make sure we understand what's happening. We already know that there's structural racism. We already know that there are health inequities. I don't think we need more data to prove that there are health inequities. So I am all in favor of making sure that we concentrate on the right things, but I want to make sure that we as leaders don't hide behind the need to prove that there is a problem. We know that there's a problem. And acknowledging that is another first step in getting to where we need to get to.
Thank you. Last but not least.
Last but interesting to come almost last, but actually last is different. You know, BMC's been on an interesting journey on this, because I think for many in the room, you would recognize that really health equity or issues of health equity are kind of core to the fabric of what BMC does and has done for like many decades. And so as we sort of emerged like a couple of years ago and started looking at this, you know, while like a lot across the country were issuing statements around health equity or otherwise, you know, there's a part of being really close to an issue that causes you to kind of hold back a little, because we found ourselves looking into the data and saying we became quite introspective actually, and started looking at existing external sources of data like public health data out of the Boston Public Health Commission, and kind of were embarrassed to see that actually all of this data on health inequity has been very, very clear for decades. I mean, literally go back many decades, and all of the trends, all of the data is there around inequitable outcomes in our communities. And so we then set about actually doing a very comprehensive kind of look at kind of our role in that and what our organization was doing. And we really approached it from the beginning as an organizational transformation. To Kevin's point around data, you know, we actually have a very kind of both robust and incomplete set of data. Because we have our health plan covering most of our communities, we have sort of integrated both EHR data and claims data on pretty much on a very, very substantial chunk of the populations that we serve in Boston. It is imperfect, but strangely, when we interrogated it, we could recreate pretty much all of the data that we were seeing captured in public health data sources and otherwise. And we looked at every part of the organization, clinical operations, the nuts and bolts, you know, things like who's in restraints in the emergency departments versus not, what are our organizational policies saying. We looked at research, like how we were promoting equitable trial inclusion. We looked at our educational programs, our workforce. And we actually emerged kind of both with, again, like, you know, like a lot of, you know, 1,000 flowers were blooming on this topic, and realized that actually we needed a much more focused way of going after health inequity, and so launched our Health Equity Accelerator, which really actually has taken very specific, very deep look at specific areas of inequity. And we started with maternal health, and really looked at the health and well-being of our mothers, really looking down into our operational processes. A few things that we learned along the way. When we underperform, we create a market-level inequity. And that was a sort of a very humbling thing for us, to think that our level of performance as an organization literally would create something that would show up in a Public Health Commission report. We realized that we had to really do a lot of introspection about ourselves internally, because there's a lot of bias in our organization, despite, I would say, being very kind of culturally competent overall. There were many ways in which bias kind of showed up, often in very unintentional ways that kind of led to quite pretty disparate outcomes. We learned, and this was a very important lesson from, I would say, the COVID vaccination sort of rollout, that really, if you don't kind of start with your community in the what and how to work with them and give them agency, when you turn around and try to do the how part, you're talking to yourself. And no one's actually there ready to talk, and we're saying, well, we want to do this, and they're saying, well, we care about gun violence. So there's something very much about engaging the community. And then last of all, I would say that we sort of have oftentimes at BMC in my time there approached things as, well, how can we be as good as others? And how can we reach accepted best? We work in a very resource-constrained environment. How can we kind of deliver similar standards of care? And what we started to realize was actually that doing that would not correct the health inequity, that we actually had to innovate, that we actually had to think about it almost as a product development challenge in some ways. We are delivering a product that is delivering a set of outcomes that are very disparate, actually, across different patients that we see. And so how do we think about actually changing and innovating our product, and sort of changing from a deficit mindset in terms of more into how do we think creatively, engage our patients, and really think about how to deliver the care that they need, versus, I would say, sort of, if you like, trying to standardize, implement a set of things that were maybe even established best practice.
So thank you all for the answers. It's really incredible to hear how your thinking has changed over time and what some of the barriers have been. How do we drive accountability? Right? So you've talked about having multiple initiatives and trying to hone that in. You've talked about how do you ingrain this throughout the organization. How do you drive accountability to make sure that this remains a priority, that the urgency of George Floyd's death isn't at that just a moment, but now sort of a movement that is carried throughout your organization? So Kevin, I'm not going to go do the whole line. We're going to pick and choose so I can make sure that we get to some of these other questions. But Kevin, I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
So I think that's a really important point, that what we've worked on and what we've tried to stress is that the intentionality that we are putting toward health equity and reduction of disparities now should be the same intentionality 5 years from now. That would be a success, right? Because what usually happens is there is a significant issue, a significant incident, everyone gets excited about, everyone gets involved with, and then something else happens. And it goes toward the bottom. I talk about that when our agendas for our meetings, when we talk about these issues, usually it's number 10 out of a 10 agenda meeting. So what does that really mean? It means the last 2 minutes of the meeting you talk about this. And our goal is not to have it at the last 2 minutes of the meeting, in that it should be at the top of the meeting. It should be number 1, number 2 on the agenda. So we spend the time that we need to actually talk about and make a difference. And so we're working to make sure that there is that intentionality. We start at the Board of Trustees level, that we have created and we stole it from Mass General, and I proudly say that, a declaration around our work, and that we have had it put across from our Board of Trustees to our administrative structure to our faculty structure, that everyone sees that we have a declaration around health equity. 6 goals that we are going to continue to work on, and then they are now embedded into our enterprise goals, right? And so just like we have a goal around access, a goal around quality of care, we have a goal around health equity and diversity and inclusion. And it's part of what we follow every year. And there's an expectation that every meeting or every other meeting or on a quarterly basis, we are reporting on how we are reaching our goals. And then it's embedded into how ultimately people get paid, because we incentives that are associated with the goals. And so we work to make sure that those are connected. And they're connected in a really positive way. I want to tell you that. It's connected in a real positive way, but we work to make it as intentional as possible. So that as we go through this, 3 years from now, we're still concentrating on those 6 goals, because they're really hard, right? We have a goal around how do we eliminate structural racism in our policies. Well, we've been around 150 years. That's a lot of policies. But the goal is to examine them and to really work on how do they need to evolve to create the environment that we want to create.
Yeah.
So that's the type of work that we're doing at Boston Children's.
Fantastic. I want to open that question up to if there's something additive that you'd like to, or that you're doubling down on that you heard Kevin say. Ann, and then Kat.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on it. And Kevin, thank you for going through that, because that is what we've done here. And I just want to really emphasize that it really has to start at the very top of the organization, and it has to, and that is the goals cascade. That was a really first-time thing for us too. So it's just to emphasize again, it starts at the top. It starts at the Board of Trustees, and it starts with me. It's the hospital presidents. It's all the department chairs. It's the division heads. It's embedded throughout the organization. It is really part of the criteria by which everyone is judged. And that is the only way. And, I was thinking about this when we're talking about data. This is kind of the flip side of it, is how do you then use data to keep people accountable and to keep organizations accountable? And that is having very specific goals. And I just wanted to add, kind of 2 specific things. One is you look across the organizations and you ask, how many people at the senior management, at the chair, at the top higher levels of the organization are diverse? That's a question. So you start with the facts, and you actually go one level above with the board. What does that look like? What do the boards look like? And then, we have very specific goals for what's the increase we want to see? And everyone, again, is held accountable for that throughout the entire organization. That's a numerical goal, if you will. It's trackable. We watch it. We look at what it means. And then the other thing, I think, in terms of some of the health equity goals when we're talking about care in communities, we have, again, a long history of these multiple initiatives. But under the incredible leadership of Elsie Tavares, who has really pulled all of these things together across all of our institutions and worked on a singular strategy, single goals. It is, what are the goals in terms of changing the rates of blood pressure control in Black and Hispanic patients. That's a number that's being tracked throughout the entire system, and everyone is held accountable to that goal. So that's blood pressure control. Yep. Then there's substance use disorder access. So I just want to dig into, and you have the specific goals, we have the specific goals, but everyone in the organization needs to understand what that means for everybody. And unless you do that and have that specific goals, the data behind it, and the impact on individuals and their job evaluation, then it just becomes one of those elusive things out there. So,
Kane, did you want to make a point?
Well, no, I just at the risk of piling on here, it's about being clear and consistent with the commitment to equity and health equity. Certainly as a part of that. But we have no shot at health equity if we don't address overall equity. Yeah. And so having said that, just consistent with my colleagues, I'm a big believer of what gets measured gets done. And that's true for all the goals in the organization. And as I like to say, what gets measured and reported on gets done faster. And then what gets measured, reported on, and incented gets done faster yet. So that's what I would add. Yeah.
You know, it's a good question because healthcare has a history of earnestly caring about things, but then sort of rapidly shifting to something else, to the next crisis du jour, and the concern that that could happen here is a legitimate one. I think the differences, or the way that we can make sure that that will be different this time, is both to do what everybody here said, which is to hold ourselves accountable, but to have all of you hold us accountable too. And I believe that will be the difference, is our feet will be held to the fire. And that has made a difference in the past when that happens, and that will make a difference now too. We know how, I mean, I'm going to refer back to what Michael Curry said in his initial remarks. We know how to address big, complex, difficult issues, and we have done that in this state. We need to take some of those lessons and apply them here. When we look at places like academic health centers, we frequently talk about our tripartite mission, our mission of clinical care and research and education. And we're going to continue to have those missions. But we probably need to stop talking about a tripartite mission and talk about at least 4 missions, in addition to those other 3. The mission of reducing inequities in care. And when it becomes a mission and not a project, when it becomes one of the core pillars of who you are, when we talk about our 4 missions instead of the tripartite mission, then I think you have a chance for real change.
Thank you, Kevin. Let me switch up the question a little bit. Let's talk about shared responsibility. You actually gave a really good segue into this. COVID-19 happened, all of you were on the phone together. Everyone agreed about what the plan of attack was going to be, how you were going to mobilize your data, your resources, and come up with a coordinated approach. What does shared responsibility look like as it pertains to health equity? Alistair, you want to take that one?
Sure. So I think, you know, we have a great foundation kind of coming out of the COVID pandemic, actually, of starting a set of dialogues across our organizations. I think shared responsibility means collectively leaning into some of the barriers. You know, I was thinking I didn't answer the barrier sort of part of the question for us earlier. Just very bluntly, funding and resources. You know, we have a healthcare system that is set up where, you know, for a variety of factors, structural racism being one of them, and holding communities back, that are communities of color disproportionately represented in lower income strata within society, and disproportionately on the Medicaid program. The Medicaid program systematically underpays for every unit of care. And so you find yourself actually sort of stuck in a sort of cycle where you're trying to, like, you know, or as we all are at the moment, trying to balance our books. And I find myself kind of contemplating, like, when did we believe it was going to take less resources to solve a bigger challenge? With, you know, and I would say that in recent, in the past year with the most recent 1115 waiver, there have been a lot of structures put in place within the Medicaid program that actually promote, like, actually not just kind of, you know, spiritual shared responsibility, but literal shared responsibility and economic incentives for it. So, for example, you know, our health plan now partners with a number of ACOs, many of the organizations on the stage here. We have shared 1% of the total cost of care of all of the Mass Health program is actually tied to health equity incentives that we have to collectively work on together. Through the last waiver, the provider community, led by the Massachusetts Hospital Association, came together and really brought forth a set of provider tax proposals. And that takes all of us to support those, to have those come through. So BMC now sits with $80 million a year tied explicitly to health equity. Now it's going to start with measurement, obviously. And I will say that it's a tough needle to thread because a lot of those dollars are sort of, I would say, is it meeting payroll or is it kind of solving health equity? But over time, we will have a set of incentives, measurable things that we have to deliver on to actually deliver on health equity. That's not just something that affects us, that's affecting everyone on the... So I think of sort of some of the actual business partnerships that we have, some of the structures that have been put in place actually as driving a set of sort of shared responsibility that's putting an economic frame. We spoke earlier about the cost, or if you like, the lost opportunity of health inequity. I think that when I think about accountability, it's like, yes, goals, and we have those as well, but it's also, we will be really accountable for this when it is woven into the economic fabric of how our organizations operate. When we are solving when solving the P&L and solving for if you like, health quality, as it has done in recent years, or health equity starts to become one and the same. And I think we have a lot of work that we can do together in helping regulators, others who are thinking about this and trying to think about how to hold us accountable, to do that in a way that is effective, responsible, and achieves the goals that we're trying to meet.
I would say that there's a big linkage between your two questions, right? Because actually we need to be accountable around the shared responsibility. And accountable for thinking this isn't just our problem to solve in isolation. But there's a lot of great community programs, there's a lot of great resources, there's a lot of things happening in and across Massachusetts and certainly in the communities that we're serving that we have an accountability to partner with and not think that we're going to be at the center of everything and we're going to lead everything and we're going to control everything. I think sometimes that's hard for large organizations. And sometimes we can overpower in a way and not really listen and understand all the great work that's already going on in the community. And I'll use as an example, we've been partnering very, very closely with the Lowell Community Health Center and the Greater Lowell Health Alliance. There's incredible work by a number of community organizations that we're just not going to replicate. We're actually thinking about how do we convene in a way that creates that shared responsibility and that shared accountability. And I'd say, we talk an awful lot about, the difference between cooperation and coordination and collaboration, and there's meaningful differences, right? We've sort of cooperated where we all do our own things and we let each other know about it, but we sort of agree not to interfere with one another. And on the other extreme, from a collaboration perspective, we really think about that as shared creation, that we're doing something together that's meaningful, that we're all contributing and signing up for that. And when you say shared responsibility, it's that. How do we co-create with our communities, not do things to the community, but really partner? And there are times our organizational structures and even incentives we need to drive that change because we have to hit that number, and we don't think about all the people that can contribute to that. And if we're going to solve things like structural racism and social determinants of health, none of us are going to do this on our own. And we have to acknowledge that out of the gate. And we really need to be bringing people to the table. And as leaders of major organizations in our communities, we need to be the conveners or participate when somebody else is convening and not feel like we have to drive everything ourselves. We still have accountabilities to showing up and delivering what we can deliver, but not overwhelming other great things that are happening in these communities.
Yeah, Kevin.
So you asked about how we work together and can maybe build off of what we did together at the height of the pandemic. And I think that there are a couple of different partnerships that we can highlight as successful and that we need to build off of. There's partnerships among people on this stage, and others, those who lead and those who run healthcare organizations. We don't need to, each of us individually, reinvent the wheel.
Right.
We do sometimes compete about things, We certainly
You
should
should
not
compete
be.
about health equity,
well,
please.
we should be working together
Yes, that too.
to reduce inequities. And there's no, this is not a zero-sum game.
That's right.
This is one where we all win when we're more effective. We learned that in the pandemic. Let's do that here too. So that's sort of the first piece. That's the internal collaboration and cooperation. The second is with stakeholders in the community, and that's been brought up by everybody who just answered this question. We do have a tendency to want to impart our knowledge rather than listen, ask, and learn from. And that's true not just in this space, but in many things that we do. We've frequently talked about we need to provide more care in the community. And I always ask, who knows more about providing more care in the community? Those who are in the community or those who sit in Longwood or in an academic center? And so that's going to require a change from us. And then the third is acknowledging that the problem is bigger than us, bigger than just healthcare organizations, whether they're in the community or in an academic medical center, and partnering with those outside of traditional healthcare organizations to make sure that we see change. So I think it's all three of those pieces.
Agreed.
I-
And, sure, Kevin, and then I want to ask Ann a question. Yeah,
I would
please.
just be remiss by not just continuing the dialogue around the shared responsibility. You asked the question about how we were so successful during COVID.
Mhm.
And what has been described is spot on in terms of the communication and the collaboration within the healthcare entities. We would have not been successful without the state involvement, without the federal government's involvement, right? And so it was an all-in approach. And health equity has to be the same.
Yeah.
In that there can't be just one side of this equation that is leading the effort. We have to be in concert on both sides. The issue that Alice, you can speak to it more, is the issue around Medicaid. 50% of our kids in this country are on Medicaid. 40% plus in this state of our kids are on Medicaid. They should be getting the same opportunity, the same access, the same opportunity for a better life than everybody else. But the dialogue is around how can we not pay for something, as opposed to what should we be paying for and how it should actually support the next generation and our future. And that's the issue that we...
Yeah,
And that's the elephant, the dinosaur in the room that has to be addressed.
Yeah. I thank you, Kevin, for bringing that point up. I want to talk about how do we make the business case for this, right? Because Medicaid is certainly a factor in terms of the reimbursement. Health equity is not, and I know everyone can attest to this, is not solely about the moral case, right? Because if it's only about the moral case, it'll never happen. If we make the business case for this, that's when we know that there will be traction. And so as you think about your organizations, you think about workforce challenges, how do you continue to make the business case for this such that it sticks and such that it can scale? And so I'd love, even within the context of Medicaid, I get what you're saying, Kevin, and wholeheartedly agree. But there has to be a business case for this, as there is for quality, as we already talked about it. So what does that look like, and how can we move that forward? So I know you wanted to make a point. Is it connected to that?
Kind of. I was just going to say. I was just going to.
And then I'm going to hear from you.
I'll come back to that one afterwards. But here's an example of just what Kevin was saying. So we were talking about the macro funding challenge. BMC has 2,000 interpreter visits a day. None are reimbursed. Doulas, pretty established. Only started getting reimbursed like relatively recently. They're fundamental things. I mean, I think part of what we're saying is there's an absolute level of funding, obviously, and then there's funding for things that are required to deliver the outcomes that you're actually aiming to get, so that it is not a cost to deliver on health equity, but actually organizations have an incentive to do that, to step forward.
Yeah, what on the note of the business case, thank you. On the note of the business case, if you didn't have those translators and the care was worsened,
Yeah,
you'd be
so-
paying for that, or would the,
I know.
the
Yeah,
the
I
state
know.
would be paying for that. So
That's
how
a
do
good
we
point.
shift out of that thinking that, and not to say we all run businesses, we need those businesses to be fiscally sound in order to be able to meet our missions. But at the same time, we have to drive towards creating the business case for this, as we do for other things, understanding that when we dedicate the dollars to prevention, that we actually improve health outcomes and reduce costs overall. So Anne, I'd love to hear about how you think about that, and how do you balance these different priorities to
Well,
be able to drive that?
I think you've already laid out, the kind of the basic principle, which is this is really all about how you keep people healthy. And if you look at what happened during the pandemic, and I'll just pick one of the obvious things, people were not coming in for preventive care. Let's just go with that one for a minute. People were not. Outpatient clinics were shut down. There weren't enough people to staff. There were so many things going on. Routine preventive care was just not going on. And people weren't getting colonoscopies, and women weren't getting mammograms. And a lot of things that would have been done to check blood pressure in a clinic, these things were not done. So what have we seen? More and more sicker patients have come in with more advanced disease. Cancers that could have been cured at an earlier stage weren't cured. People are coming in with really very significant heart failure that could have been managed earlier. So I could go on and on and on. But the danger in not addressing health equity, the danger in not addressing health needs for everyone, that's the business case, if you want to call it a business case. To me, the business case and the how do you best take care of people case have to be the same, because they are the same. If you don't if you don't look at the wellness, if you don't look at the continuum of care, if you don't look at how to prevent things from happening, sicker and sicker people will come in. Sicker and sicker people will sit in the emergency department, which is happening every day at Mass General. How many people are sitting there in the emergency department because there's no capacity? People are coming in for things that could have been taken care of 2 years ago, a year ago. They're coming in for all of these things. For behavioral health, it's the same thing. How many people are coming in and sitting in departments, emergency departments, days upon days upon days because there are no beds. Right. And we staff almost 600 psychiatric beds in Massachusetts. That's a lot of beds. And yet there's never a bed. There's never a bed anywhere. There's not a bed for children. Kevin knows this better than anybody. So my point is, that's the business case. If you can intervene early, if you can get to people early, if you can see what people need, if you can provide the right care, if you can do preventive care, if you can see people in an outpatient setting or online or in any way you can to have that early continuum of care, all of that other stuff, it's not going to be completely avoided.
Right.
But you will not have all those really sick people coming in with advanced care needs that could have been taken care of in a better way, better for patients, and frankly, a lot less expensively. And that's what you want to do.
So can you make the point, and then I have one final question for all of you.
Okay,
I cannot
great.
believe our time is moving this
Well,
this
as I
quickly.
think about the business case for health equity, there's 3 indisputable facts. The first indisputable fact is that the number one lesson coming out of the pandemic is that racial equality, economic equality, and health equity are inextricably linked. Second indisputable fact is we spend upwards of $4 trillion a year in this country on health care. And then third, today, $300 billion of our health care costs are attributed to health inequities. Today, $300 billion. If we don't solve for health equity, to Anne's point, that number will be $1 trillion in the next 7 years. If that's not a business case for health equity, I don't know what is.
Yeah. So let me ask this last question of each of you. In the next 2 to 3 years, what should this audience and those who are on the virtually attending expect from your organizations? What should we expect from you in the next 2 to 3 years on this topic, on health equity? I'll start here.
In the next 2 to 3 years, we're all on a journey, but I'm expecting our Health Equity Accelerator to have made meaningful measurable changes in a few specific targeted areas. We started with maternal health, we've moved on to diabetes, where we are setting explicit goals around closing gaps and improving performance, and that those are showing up both in clinical performance, they're showing up in our economic performance because we hold risk on the vast majority of patients that we're seeing. In parallel to that, we will be using our voice to advocate, you get a sense of it today from me, around where resources should be deployed to make the broader case for investment in health equity, because there's no question there's a business case there. Where that business case, where the returns accrue, though, out of the $6 million I saw in the report, roughly $5.9 billion in the report, roughly 3/4 of that was essentially accruing outside of healthcare. And so I think we need to be making a case more broadly about to society as a whole, to government, around how they should be thinking about investing. I'm hoping we make a lot of progress with that in the next couple of years. And that collectively, as organizations on the stage here, we spoke about shared partnership and collaboration, that we figured out the right balance. Mike spoke earlier about kind of avoiding piling on, and if you like, in the community, and being thoughtful about how we engage our community. We have a lot of resources to bring to bear. I have a lot of talent, lots of people in this room. And we have to really think, I'm really hopeful. I asked the VP of Community Engagement, I said, imagine that we, Boston Medical Center, wanted to touch every person in our community indirectly through an organization they trust. That's not through a church group, through a young mothers group, through a whatever. How would we do that? So I'm really hopeful that we have invest and have that type of infrastructure built in those partnerships, so that the conversation starts to be much more two-way than it can sometimes feel when we're sitting in conference rooms thinking about health equity.
Thank you. Kevin.
Well, maybe I could just say what he said.
Okay. Yes, you don't need to repeat, but add on whatever you'd like to.
Couldn't agree more. I think specifically what you should expect from all of us is to move from the good stage that we're in, which is talking about it, move from the good measurements that we're making now, which is process, to actually making a difference in people's lives in a measurable, quantifiable way. And that's outcomes. And this is completely analogous to the Quality Improvement Initiative from many years ago, where we started with sort of lowest common denominator process indicators, and those were really important to set a foundation. But if that's all that we did, then we wouldn't have made change. It was then to move to actual change in outcomes. And I think in 2 to 3 years' time, what we need to see is measurable change in outcomes. The only other thing I would say about what you should expect to see is you should expect to see us to continue at this. I will never forget when we brought together a task force to talk about how we were going to do things differently, and somebody said very urgently, we can't afford to get this wrong. And I said, well, actually, I don't agree with you. We're going to get it wrong. We're going to get it wrong again and again, and that's okay. It's not whether we get it wrong, it's whether we get it wrong, recognize that we've gotten it wrong, regroup, keep at it, and get better at it next time. So you should expect to see missteps. But we have to take at least 2 steps forward for every step back that we take.
Thanks, Kevin. King.
Yeah, well, my colleagues have taken 2 of my 3 points. More partnerships, because we can't solve it alone, and more of a focus on outcomes. The only other one I would add is, again, taking actions as an organization to really improve economic empowerment. And so we all represent large organizations with significant spend, and it's important that we spend more of our dollars with diverse businesses.
All right.
And so you can expect us to ramp up our efforts around, because then that spreads throughout the ecosystem and really solve some of the challenges that we're talking about.
Thank you.
So I was just about to launch into supply chain and what we learned during the pandemic to actually recognize so many small businesses, diverse businesses, and so thank you for saying that. And now I don't have much to say. No, I'll just say one other thing, and I'll just go back to something that Kevin C. talked about, and what we were really focusing on is what we need to see in 2 and 3 years are, we've all set out these goals, we've talked about accountability, did we reach them, and then some sort of acknowledgement or consensus of, did we choose the right goals? Because that's also part of what we're all thinking through. So I think the goals that we've chosen, they really make sense now for how we partner with communities to really move the needle on healthcare. But I think we need to ask ourselves, what have we accomplished? Do we need to wait longer to determine that? But always questioning, are they the right goals? And I think that's something collectively as a group we need to be held accountable for.
Thank you, Ann. Michael.
So we're on a journey, and I think all of us are on this journey, that the whole industry, healthcare broadly, needs massive transformation. We're not going to incrementally improve our way to get out of the challenges that we're facing right now, including these issues around health equity. And our goal across Tufts Medicine is that everyone in the entire organization feels that they play a role in that transformation, that they're bringing ideas, and we're really thinking about how do we reorganize work, how do we dramatically change the way business is done. And none of us would organize our healthcare system the way that our healthcare system is organized today. All right, I don't want to go so far as to say it's broken, because we provide excellent medical care. And we can demonstrate that, and Massachusetts is amongst the best in the country in that regard. So we've proven we can operate at a high quality when it comes to medical care. But to some of the earlier points, from a health point of view and a well-being point of view, we're woefully inadequate. And as a society, we're not organized to do this well. And so in the next 2 or 3 years, will we solve that problem? No. Right. But will we make inroads? Yes. And health equity has to be part of that. So, my goal is that everyone across the organization feels like they have a health equity goal as part of their development work, that they're contributing to that. They see how they attach to it. They see how they bring that to work every day, along the lines of all of the transformation work that we have to do as an organization. But they feel like it's measurable, that they understand and agree with the role that they play in advancing equity across all classes of citizens, as we embark on empowering all people. And that includes people of color and differences in sexual orientation and disabilities, and all of these issues that we know are at the underbelly of some of these health equity issues, that every one of our 15,000 members that come in every day are focused on advancing our health equity goals.
Thank you, Michael. Kevin.
Mike, thank you for bringing up that, just in terms of how big this tin is. The work that we see in terms of our kids with transgender issues and et cetera are just at the forefront right now. And we want to make sure that, they are part of our discussion. They're a part about what it means in terms of health equity. For the next 2 to 3 years, I think I can see that our goal would be that we come back to you and show that we are collaborating, that we have created that, as you described, that shared vision. I got applause again. I can't believe it. We're already doing that right now. As I look across this panel, from a pediatric and children's standpoint, we are working with Alistair, we're working with Kevin, we're working with the payers. Can you imagine? We're working with MGB, we're working with Tufts, and Mike and I can talk about a lot of stuff we're working together on to really advance the opportunity for our kids. And we should be able to come back to you in 2 to 3 years and say, hey, we've talked and we've developed a shared view and a shared vision about what health equity means and what we're doing about it. And we've talked to the state and we've talked to the federal government, and they're involved in it too, to identify those 2 or 4 great opportunities that we're moving forward for the next 10 years.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I just want to reiterate some of the things that I heard and just underscore them. Some of the expectations that are set forth for you as leaders for the next 2 to 3 years that our audience and many, many others who are not able to be with us today in this room, the things that we will hold you accountable for. We will hold you accountable for that level of collaboration that you spoke of, Kevin. We will hold you accountable for ensuring that the leaders and every individual that works within your institution, Michael, understands what health equity is, and it is part of their performance goals. And we'll hold you accountable for supplier diversity. You and Kane have talked about the need to invest in our communities and invest in the small businesses. Kevin will hold you accountable for ensuring that all of these goals are met, that we're focusing on advocacy, that you're focusing on the partnerships with everyone across the stage and those who are not able to be on the stage with us. And as well as holding you accountable, Alistair, for connecting with community and ensuring that community feels as if they are a partner at the table and that these things are bidirectional. As leaders, we hold incredible power. And I know you know this because you do this work every day, and we are so grateful for your leadership, for your commitment to being held accountable, and for your ability to be on the stage today and to be candid about the things that are working, the things that are not working, and the things that you're challenging yourselves as leaders to correct. So I want to thank this panel for your time, for your leadership, and for your being here with us today, and please join me in thanking them. Take the mic, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I need my contact numbers. Okay, everybody, we're going to move on. My name is Audrey Shelto, and I'm the president and the CEO of the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts Foundation. I really want to thank the Health Equity Compact for bringing us all together here today. There are over 300 people attending in person and over 200 people attending virtually. I especially want to thank the Compact for their partnership on this project. It is a much stronger product as a result of their collaboration. I think today we can announce that we have developed the business case for equity. At the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts Foundation, our mission is to ensure equitable access to health care for all those in the Commonwealth who have been economically, socially, culturally, racially, or economically marginalized. Within our structural racism and racial inequities in health strategic focus areas, our grant-making and policy agendas aim to understand and dismantle structural racism to eliminate inequities in health care access, quality, and outcomes. We are lucky to be engaged in this work in Massachusetts because central to all of our work is partnership and collaboration. I would venture to guess that most, if not all of you in this room, have been working on the problem of disparities and inequities for a long time. There are decades, as has been said previously, decades of national research and local studies on these issues. And while we've made some progress around the margins, we are nowhere near where we want to be or should be. In the late 1960s, Dr. Dudley E. Flood was tasked with desegregating every school in North Carolina 15 years after the passage of Brown versus Board of Education. He said that when faced with any dilemma, we should ask ourselves the following three questions: what, so what, and now what? We've been asking ourselves that first question for a very long time. What is causing racial disparities and inequities in health? While the answers are complex, I believe we now recognize that the underlying foundation of the answer is that structural racism is built into just about every aspect of our society, including the healthcare system, educational system, criminal justice system, and housing. So what has been answered strongly time and time again. We know that people of color are not afforded the same opportunity to live healthy lives, and as a result, are sicker and dying younger. Life and death. What stronger response could there be? While that moral imperative may move us, it is not moving us fast enough or far enough. Our goal with this research, which we commissioned in collaboration with the Health Equity Compact, is to add another response to the so what, the economic imperative. These data will explain how racial inequities in health are a major burden on the economy of our Commonwealth. The final question is now what? The Health Equity Compact has brought us together here to build momentum towards answering that question. Dr. Flood said that core to achieving desegregation in the schools in the 60s was helping people learn how to work together. We know how to do that here. Our history of working together on health reform in Massachusetts gives me hope that we can do so again. We can harness that same political will, innovation, energy, and persistence to right these wrongs. The status quo is just not acceptable. It is now my great pleasure to introduce two of the study's authors who are joining us via live stream. The first is Dr. Daryl J. Gaskin, the William C. and Nancy F. Richardson Professor in Health Policy and Director of the Hopkins Center for Health Disparity Solutions in the Department of Health Policy and Management at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. These people that have such academic credentials, I always have to read very carefully. Dr. Gaskin is a health services researcher and health economist and an internationally recognized expert in health and healthcare disparities. He's a member of the National Academy of Medicine. He is a research associate of the National Bureau of Economic Research. He serves on the Congressional Budget Office panel of health advisors and the board of directors of the American Society of Health Economists. He has served in leadership roles in Academy Health, the American Public Health Association, the National Academy for State Health Policy, and the National Economics Association. Our other key author is Ani Turner. Ani is the Director of Health Economics and Policy Program at the Alterum consulting firm, and she studies drivers of health spending, trends in the health workforce, and the economic impacts of investments in social and environmental factors that determine health and life outcomes. With more than 30 years of experience in data analysis and policy research, Ms. Turner has developed forecasting models and studied healthcare resources, cost, and quality for the federal government, states, health plans, and foundations. She leads Alterum's partnership with the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, making a business case for greater racial equity as a path to a stronger workforce and economy at the national and state level. And now, I will turn it, through the magic of technology, I will turn it over to Ani.
Thank you, Audrey. Daryl and I are very pleased to be here today representing the team of Altarum and TALFCOR who partnered on this study. Next slide, please. My colleague Sam Oben is listening in, and I want to acknowledge Dr. Thomas Leviste, who is traveling internationally and so couldn't join us here today. Thomas is the Dean and Weatherhead Presidential Chair in Health Equity at Tulane University, and he's one of the lead researchers on this work, and along with Daryl, a pioneer in applying an economic burden of disease framework to racial disparities and inequities in health. The Altarum and TALFCOR researcher partnership began more than a decade ago in work that Audrey mentioned for the W.K. Kellogg Foundation on the business case for racial equity, which sought to expand the conversation around advancing equity from the moral and the social justice argument to an economic case as well. And I will say that that work was originally inspired by the paper published in 2011 by Thomas and Daryl and their colleagues estimating the economic burden of racial health inequalities in the United States. And we were pleased to have the opportunity to bring the models from that paper in their current form and customized to the Commonwealth to generate the findings that we'll be sharing with you today. So I will ask for the next slide, and with that, I will turn things over to Daryl.
Thank you, Ani, and thank you all for allowing us to come and share this information with you. The social justice argument to address health and equity should be enough. And I always say you could either listen to the prophet or the statesman. The prophet tells you that this is immoral and we should do something about it. But the statesman also tells us that this problem is not something that is cost less to us. It costs us more to allow this problem to exist. So doing nothing about health inequities is economically, in a real sense, irresponsible because it's costly to have a society where people have excess morbidity and mortality. Next slide, please. So the cost of health inequities for the populations of color in Massachusetts is $5.9 billion a year. And that's a lot of money to allow, a lot of economic activity to allow to go by the wayside. $1.5 billion in healthcare spending, $1.4 billion in lost labor market productivity, and $3 billion in terms of the value of premature death. And so we should remember that doing nothing, when people tell you that doing something is costly, you should remind them that doing nothing is costly. Next slide. This slide tells us, in a real sense, who is bearing the burden of these costs. Among persons of color, we see that that the Black population has $879 per resident in terms of cost. But the other thing that you should recognize is that the cost of health inequities not only impacts populations of color, but the white population also does not achieve the level of health that we would like to have it. And that also imposes color and cost on society, something to the tune of $17.5 billion. So the total cost of the economic burden of not really reaching our highest aspirations for health in the state of Massachusetts is $23 billion, $23.5 billion. Next slide, please. So this slide tells you where the disproportionate impact by race and ethnicity. And so here we see that the Black population suffers or a higher economic burden relative to other populations, and that's primarily because of excess healthcare spending as well as excess premature death. And we see that the Latino population, that they suffer a higher disproportionate amount of excess lost labor market productivity. Next slide, please. Now, I want to tell you just a little bit about this approach that we developed. It's been something that we've been working on for well over 10 years. We did this primarily because we wanted to make the case. We wanted to help people understand that while it may be costly to try to address the health needs of vulnerable populations, that not addressing the health needs of vulnerable population is also costly. We recently updated this methodology by working with the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities. There was an article that was published in JAMA in May of this year, and it reports the health inequities for the nation as well as for each state in the United States, as well as the District of Columbia. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that we did in this particular version of this calculation is we changed our frame from a health disparities frame to a health equity frame. And a health equity frame is based upon the concept of health equity, which says that everyone should be able to reach their highest attainable health and well-being, and that things like poverty, racial oppression, environment, and those kinds of things that are contextual should not prevent people from reaching their highest level of health and well-being. We like the health equity frame for a few reasons. One is that it takes us out of the comparator between an advantaged and a disadvantaged population. Because when you can eliminate a disparity by either improving the health of the disadvantaged population or lowering the health of the advantaged population. We want to get out of this sort of zero-sum game in the sense that somehow improving the health of vulnerable populations has a negative impact on the health of so-called advantaged populations. The other thing that we like about it is that because then we're looking at the health of allowing people to achieve their highest attainable health, then it also allows us to talk about things that benefit both vulnerable or disadvantaged populations and advantaged populations. Now, the way in which we do this calculation, we're interested in avoidable healthcare spending, as well as lost labor market productivity and the economic value of premature death. The first two are pretty intuitive in the sense that we think about sickness causing us to spend money, sickness causing us not to work. When thinking about the value of premature death, sometimes people incorrectly think that death is cheap, that somehow by having people die, that we are saving society money. We save money for Medicare. We save money for Social Security. And that's incorrect. Anyone that has lost a loved one knows that losing a loved one and not having a father or a mother or not having a daughter or a son with your best friend is not a case where you save money. I often say that what happens is that at the best, what's happening is that we're just transferring assets from one person to another. but we're not really saving society money. I would prefer you to think about this premature death as sort of what happens when a large company lays off a lot of workers. That large company may save money, but the town that that company exists in is going to suffer because the people in that town won't have the incomes that they have. The entrepreneurs, the businesses in that town won't have the customers, and the town will suffer. So the absence of all of these people who died prematurely, we suffer. And the way in which we value that suffering is we value it at the value of the cost of a statistical life. Next slide, please. So we customized this approach specifically for Massachusetts. Massachusetts wants to be the best in the country. So we set the health equity targets at the very best that we possibly can. And then we also then, in addition to looking at the totals, we also then apportion the cost by payer type and by industry so that you can understand where or who is paying the avoidable healthcare expenditure and who is losing the lost labor market productivity. Next slide, please. Ani?
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, an important point that we want to make about the economic burden of health inequities in the Commonwealth is that these impacts are shared across stakeholders and across the economy. So this table is showing the avoidable healthcare spending impacts that Daryl highlighted. This is for the total population, all groups. And as Daryl said, we were able to provide some additional detail in this study and break out these impacts by type of insurance coverage. And what you can see is that these impacts are not concentrated solely in the public insurance programs, Mass Health, or the small number of uninsured in the state, but are really spread across private insurance and public insurance, and Medicare and Medicaid. And in fact, the avoidable healthcare spending associated with people with private insurance represents 62% of the economic burden associated with avoidable healthcare spending. For comparison, on the right, that column is showing share of coverage. Those figures are for 2021. And the numbers are not exactly matching, but similar in terms of, again, this burden being shared by people with private insurance, by employers providing insurance, people purchasing through the connector, and by taxpayers funding public programs, so really throughout the economy. Next slide, please. Similarly, when we look at the lost labor productivity, again, Daryl and Thomas in their models were able to break out these impacts by major industry group within Massachusetts. And again, we see spread across major industries. So there's a concentration in the education, health, social services, and public administration industry category, but we also see lost labor productivity impacts in manufacturing, in trade, transportation, and in financial, professional, and business services. Next slide. So we've seen the estimates of the burden of health inequities in the billions of dollars per year today. And we've also seen disproportionate impacts on populations of color. When we look in detail at the data, we saw, for example, that mortality was higher for the Black population in Massachusetts at almost every age. When we look ahead and think about, we recognize this is a long-term commitment to change these patterns, to improve health. We want to emphasize that there is a cost to inaction now, and that cost is growing as we look into the future. Population projections for Massachusetts show that it's populations of color that are driving population growth. And populations of color will grow in share from less than 1/3 in 2020 to nearly half the population by 2050. So when we look at that estimate of $5.9 billion per year, we estimate that by 2050, based just on the population growth and demographic changes, that number will grow almost double to $11.2 billion per year in 2022 dollars, so not accounting for inflation, that number will nearly double. Again, increasing the urgency of taking action now. Next slide. I just will close by saying you all know Massachusetts led the nation in expanding insurance coverage, led the nation in tackling healthcare cost growth with the Health Policy Commission, a model that many other states have followed and are following. We believe that advancing health equity represents an opportunity to, again, take the lead in not only improving the lives and the well-being of the people of Massachusetts, but reducing health spending for the right reasons by improving health, improving labor productivity, strengthening the workforce, and helping people live longer and healthier lives, which will drive overall economic growth. So we would encourage you to take a look at our full report. We also have an executive summary and an infographic highlighting the findings, and all of that information is available for download at the website of the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts Foundation, shown here. So we hope that you will take a look at that and share that information. And Daryl and I, again, are grateful for the opportunity to be here today and present the information and to have worked on this study. And we look forward right now to hearing your comments and are happy to answer any questions.
What an incredible presentation. Thank you so much, Annie and Daryl and Audrey and the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts Foundation and the many researchers who worked on this. I'm a Compact member, I'm Claire Pierre, and I decided to join the Compact because racism kills. And as our panelists said earlier, we have to work together to make a difference. I also serve as Vice President for Community Health Programs at Mass General Brigham and as faculty member at Harvard Medical School. And I grew up in Haiti. So when I grew up there, I saw these preventable and unnecessary deaths every day. And when I moved to the US at 15, I was 1,000% sure that I would be a doctor who would work in underserved areas to address that problem. But nothing in medical school prepares you for the pain, for the suffering, for the loss of watching a 58-year-old grandmother who everybody knows, everybody loves her. She volunteers on Sundays at the church. Her house is where everybody hangs out. It's the safe place. She's reliable at work. Like, she's there, she does double shifts, and somehow when somebody needs coverage on Saturday, she's there. She has this weird pain, so she goes to one emergency room. Nothing happens. She goes to another hospital's emergency room. Nothing happens. And the third time, she patiently waits to be seen, hoping to be seen. But she leaves. Her pain's disregarded, her diagnosis is delayed, and she passes away. 2 years later, a pediatrician's in a room struggling with a young boy. Yeah, he was doing well in math and in sports, but he has no interest. He's skipping class because his head hurts. Over the past 3 years, he's had 3 foster care placements. Maybe he's skipping class because his heart hurts, because his grandmother died. So this report is incredible. The data is true, and the cost of this suffering and of these losses are immeasurable in many, many ways. In this room today, we have with us leaders across all sectors: academia, public policy, clinical spaces. We have team members who work on this every single day. And so what we're going to do is think about the last part of the report, which was a call to action, and think about how we today are going to ask these researchers questions that are going to help us understand this data, and the methodology and all of the details are available to you. So I'm really going to ask you to think about your position in your institution and how this data can help you take action. So we'll jump right to the Q&A. You can ask anything of our 2 researchers, and then we'll have a reflection after. So anyone who has a question, you can please raise your hand and we'll listen. Great. I see one in the back, and the mic is there. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is. Oh, sorry. It's on. Hello. Hello. Oh, God. There we go.
That's better.
I am Paul Watanabe from UMass Boston, so welcome to our campus. I'm a professor of political science and director of the Institute for Asian American Studies. And I'm pleased to hear the discussion now focus on some of the real root causes and the sources of the inequities that are behind the health issues and other issues that plague our society. There's a lot of discussion about what are the root causes or what are the social determinants and so forth. And one that I think is very clear and that I think the study addresses in some specific regard is it's a wealth gap that exists, that it's a source of wealth. And that's the issue that has to be really looked at, the source of the distinctions between the amount of ability of various communities to pay for things in the United States and in the Boston area and Massachusetts is a key factor. And structural racism is an explanation for that phenomenon. But we're increasingly in a society in which we're not allowed to really even talk about structural racism as a cause of something. We're not able to apply a critical lens to looking at the role of race in American society to bring us to this point where we have these disparities. So in some respects, I think we got to deal with the economic wealth gap, and it's going to require certain things. For example, it's going to require a significant transfer of money within American society, from those who have it to those who don't. And in some ways, that's going to be a significant cost, but the significant cost that's involved there is going to be, in some ways, pay back for these tremendous economic costs of allowing these economic distinctions to continue, I think, is the key. And the notion is I think it's important, for example, we saw, for example, during the COVID period, the extraordinary extent to which childhood poverty was really cut significantly by some small investments, really, in terms of the United States in providing families with children with some grants and so forth. And we could do that in terms of our cities and towns, and we could do that with general populations as well. But unless we deal with the issue of the significant gap in wealth, that is the fundamental issue. That is the issue. That is the disparity that is behind all disparities. It is the root cause issue, and until we address that significantly, I think we're going to be in a problem here. So I urge people to really focus on the issue of the root cause, which is the wealth gap that exists in our societies today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for welcoming us. Others? In the front? First table up here. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Hello. Thank you, sweetie. My name is Joanne Suarez. I'm the executive director and founder of Prospera Health. We're a small nonprofit based in Boston. And my question is to the framework. Some of the panelists prior alluded to this collective action and shared responsibility. And one of the things that I was thinking about was how do we collaborate across sectors to begin tackling these issues, all the way from grassroots groups that have their boots on the ground with people who share these narratives every day, but also thinking about like communities have solutions too. So how do we leverage that power in a way that we are able to kind of push these levers so that we can reach higher influential gaps so we can push the ball forward?
Thank you. Annie and Daryl, were you able to hear the question? It's about the action you asked for and how we can engage and partner truly with communities and center their expertise in the next steps.
Well, I always say there's no solution for us without us. In a real sense that the people who are closest to the problems know what they're lacking in order to address either if it's an access problem, if it's a problem with regard to managing chronic conditions, if it's a problem with regard to just getting the kind of goods and services that they need in their community. And so I usually prescribe something that we did here in Maryland, we did these health enterprise zones in which the state just basically gave local communities monies that they could use to address access to care for people with hypertension or diabetes, people with chronic conditions. And in each solution, each community did what they needed to do. So in rural areas, they needed help with transportation. We didn't need that in Baltimore City. We needed community health workers to help patients navigate systems. And so I prefer that kind of program to address it. The other thing that I would also say is that with regard to sort of the wealth inequities, one of the real problems in the United States is that we just don't invest enough in the common spaces. In Europe, they invest in the commons, meaning that they support their school systems. They support their transportation system. They're not resistant to paying taxes. And one of the things, if we could just convince those of us who are more affluent to really support the common areas, the things in which all of us benefit: clean air, clean water, good schools, good transportation. Those things we need to support. And when we don't support them, then all of us suffer.
Thank you. We'll take one more question. Yes, right in the middle, at the table with gentleman with, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Michael Bobbitt from Mass Cultural Council, the state agency that supports the creative and cultural sector. I do want to offer as a tactical solution that we have a robust creative and cultural sector here in Massachusetts, which can be a solution for some of the health equity gaps you're having. Arts and culture has been for years researched and shown through a lot of data that it can support people's physical and mental health. Everything from making your hospitals feel more welcoming by having art by multicultural people on your walls. There's so many solutions. One of the programs that we have been piloting is called Cultural Prescription, whereby medical care providers are actually prescribing arts and culture as an alternative to medicine. And we've had great results on this. I'd love to tell you all about it. I know we don't have time, but if you want to find out more, we're having a couple of convenings soon. Please reach out to me or anyone at Mass Cultural Council, and we'll give you more information. But thank you.
Thank you so much. I love this invitation. It's exactly what we need, the idea of cross-sector partnerships, really cross-disciplines. So now I'll go into the discussion. I'm going to ask Doug Howergate to join us. And as Doug comes up, I'll let you know that Doug is the president of the Massachusetts Taxpayers Foundation, a public policy organization that provides research and nonpartisan analysis on state and local fiscal, tax, and economic policies. So Doug and I are going to sit and we're going to have a conversation and some reflections on the data. Thank you, Doug.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. This is a phenomenal event and incredible research. Happy to talk about it.
I think it's on now. Okay, great. Doug, thanks so much for joining us. And it would be great to know from your perspective what the report means for residents of Massachusetts and for the state's economic future.
Yeah, and I think I'd start with kind of where you started, which is you think of what this means for individuals and communities in Massachusetts, right? That when you're talking about $5.9 billion in lost economic opportunity related to health inequities in populations of color, think of how many individuals that entails, right? You're talking about millions of people in Massachusetts. So I think you have to start with that. But the great thing the number does is by aggregating that, you can kind of contextualize it into the state's economy. So let's put it in a little bit of perspective. So that's more than 10% of the annual state budget, right? State has about a $55 billion budget, so we're talking about $6 billion. In 2023, state investments in K-12 education, about $5.9 billion, right? So you think of what that $5.9 billion spent on 1 million public school children does in terms of their educational attainment, their future economic opportunity, and then you think of the inverse of that and what that takes away from the economy when you don't have that economic opportunity out there. I think that's the critical thing we need to look at. And I will just say, one of the things that Mass Taxpayers has been looking at a lot recently is kind of what does the future hold for the Massachusetts economy? And what you'll hear everyone talk about is we need a workforce, right? We need labor productivity. We need people to service the economy we have in an equitable manner and the economy we want. If you're leaving $5.9 billion in economic opportunity on the table every year, right? That's an annual number. The long-term impact of that is staggering.
I know that you have done some research in this area, very similar research. What was different? What did you find?
Academic rigor was probably the biggest difference. So we did an analysis of kind of what people looked at around the nation. And we looked at health, but we also looked at education. We looked at housing, criminal justice. And it was more of a meta-analysis than this really impressive methodology that focused specifically on health. But the bottom line is, racial inequity is super expensive, right? That's the bottom line. Whether you do something that's looking specifically at health, uses a 20-year-old, peer-reviewed methodology, or you look at a variety of research that's been done around the country, applied to Massachusetts, you're going to find that the cost of racial inequity is super expensive to all of us, right? I think the other thing that really struck me reading the report and listening to the presentation is when you think about health inequity, but you also think about education inequity, housing, criminal justice, which are the other areas we looked at, in each of those spaces, it's an area where the public sector is very much involved, right? Very much involved at the state level, at the federal level. And to some extent, that's a great opportunity. That means there's an architecture in place to use the public sector to try to make improvements. But it also means we haven't gotten it right yet, right? One of the things we've looked at is how these racial gaps, whether it's in wealth or health, have persisted over time. And so I thought that the panel of the last panel was great in terms of talking about we need to be thinking about how we're doing these things differently, using public resources, but also using information, using some other things to kind of get the equation right, because we're clearly not getting it right now.
I completely agree. As I'm listening to you, I realize that a lot of what you're pointing to are some of the social drivers of health. And you're pointing to the role of the public sector and the role of all of us in this work. And this is why, the Health Equity Compact is pushing for, in our bill, the creation of a cabinet-level executive office of equity. And we're also hoping that we can have a fund established to invest in historically disinvested communities. This is what we need in order to have communities drive and lead and define the priorities. And this is what we need, because if we have in an equitable way disinvested in key areas that we know are important for economic growth, are important for educational growth, and therefore important for health, we have to disproportionately now reinvest in these areas to actually see a change. So thanks, completely agree. Your research also found that closing the gap in housing and education would be important. Are there specific thoughts that you have around those?
Yeah, so I think as was pointed out in a couple of the questions, whether it's the cultural sector, whether it's the wealth gap, whether it's education, whether it's housing, all of these things work together, right? And it also gets me back to, I think, as we think about how to tackle this problem in a way that's going to achieve outcomes, financial resources absolutely a huge part of that equation, right? We have to make sure that that the state, the public sector, private sector, nonprofit community are working together with sufficient financial resources. But that's not in and of itself enough. And I think we heard before, you need resources of finance, but you'd also need resources of information and resources of operation, right? And one of the things that we did after we looked at the racial disparities in our prior report was actually focused on health inequities. And the first thing that really struck us was the lack of kind of consistent, useful data, timely data to inform decisions, not just at an individual provider or care insurer level, but statewide. How do we connect those things to finances, to operations to really make a difference? And one thing I would just point out that I think demonstrates, hopefully, that we're learning a little bit about how to do this better. You look at the Medicaid waiver that was discussed. One of the big investments in there is a $2 billion fund for health equity incentive payments, right? And what does that entail? It entails a lot of financial resources provided by the federal government, provided by providers, right, who are paying an assessment for this. But connected to that is an improvement of hopefully the data architecture of what are we doing? Where are we starting from? What are the areas we want to see improvement on? And then how do we measure that in a timely manner? And then the final part of it is that accountability of that operation standard. Where do we want to go, and how do we tie the finances, the data, and the day-to-day to make sure we're making those improvements? Because I think historically, as you think about major improvements we've made system-wide in terms of maybe it's healthcare coverage or in education being first in the nation in math and science, those are great things, but when you look under the hood, you see something a little different, right? Which is, one, this paper, I think, really, what is shocking about it is not necessarily the number, but is the fact that even with essentially universal healthcare coverage, you're talking about billions of dollars lost in populations of color due to premature mortality, right? I don't know if folks, there's a table in the report about mortality rates compared to the goal. The mortality rates 1 and under was shocking, right? You're talking about, the black community 3 times that of the white community, and even the white community was about double what the national kind of goal should be for us. Those are the places where we need to be tying those numbers to the outcomes we want to achieve, and that requires that connection of finance, but it requires information and action and accountability.
Some of the themes that you're highlighting, this idea of connecting finance, our data structure, our measurement, and our accountability reflect a lot what the previous panel spoke about. And it also is a big part of what the Equity Compacts bill is asking when we say that we would really like CHIA and the Department of Public Health to work together to have the data that we need in order to really measure these inequities in similar ways, track them in similar ways, hold ourselves accountable in similar ways, and get changes, whether we are delivering care, whether we're paying for care, or whether we're contributing to it in other ways. The next panel after us is going to be with business leaders. And they're going to be focusing on what this all means, what health equity means for the private sector. Any thoughts that you'd like to share about that?
No, I think what you're going to hear from that panel and from every panel are a lot of the same themes, right? I think the realization that this problem exists, it's huge, and we haven't made the progress we want to make over time. And getting to a variety of points that have been made, when you think about the economic future of the Commonwealth, a lack of quality health outcomes for the black community in the Commonwealth, Hispanic community, all communities in the Commonwealth, it is both unacceptable from a moral level and unacceptable from a long-term economic future level. When you think about what you're going to hear from whether it's Governor Healy or the folks in the business panel coming up or organizations like MTF about what are the challenges we see for Massachusetts long-term, you're going to hear about an insufficient workforce, right, to support our existing economy, to attract new businesses, to make sure we're a place people want to grow. You're going to hear about workers who maybe don't have the opportunity to, even once they enter that workforce, be on a path to get to economic self-sufficiency and build wealth for themselves and for their children. And you're going to hear about the challenges in making sure economic growth occurs in all communities and regions of the state, right? Those are the things you're going to hear whether you're at a health equity summit or a summit on, the state's finances generally. And the connection between the $5.9 billion we saw here, 75% of that, lost productivity and the cost of premature mortality, right? Those are 100% related to the economic challenges I just talked about. And so I think you see this kind of coalescence of what we know is the right thing to do with what the economic imperative is. And so I think, and the good news is we have had experience of public sector, private sector, advocacy community working together to achieve big things. What I think we've heard from the prior panel, what I'm sure we'll hear before is sometimes when you set one goal and you work really hard to achieve that goal, there's a lot of equally important goals within that you lose sight of, right? And so how do we make sure that as we're moving towards a strong economy, moving towards strong outcomes, we're measuring it in a way that's doable, administratively doable, but is doing it in a way that we don't look back in 5 years and say, hey, great, we expanded our labor force, but gee, those persistent gaps in the communities of color still exist. We need to create the architecture and incentives now to make sure that doesn't happen.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your reflections and your thoughts on this, and I think your point is clear. Today, now, we need to think about how we design and how we invest in ways that have an equity lens, so that 5, 10 years from now, we're not having this conversation again. We're actually having a conversation about what worked. What else should we do? We're reiterating, we're getting better. And because the cost of inequities, the cost of these premature deaths are real. They are disrupting our families. They are tearing the fabric of our communities. They are robbing us of our economic growth. And it will take every single person in this room, every agency in this room, to share data, to not compete in a way that is unhealthy, I would say, but think about how to truly collaborate and recognize every single day that there is expertise in the person who's most affected by this. So this is going to be at the end of our session about the data. I know that we have a wonderful afternoon ahead of us. We also have our break and our lunch, so I'm going to give you a few pointers so that we can get ready for that. I'll start by thanking you again, Doug. I want to also... I want to also thank our public sector. You mentioned that it was really important that they be at the table and that they be partners. And a special thanks to Attorney General Campbell's team. I know we have with us here Sandy Walensky on maternal health, and we also have Sherry Riva, who focuses on economic mobility. We truly appreciate the time you're taking to be with us today. We will take a 20-minute break, I think. And the goal here is that we know you all want to talk to each other, and that's actually what we want to encourage. So please take time, talk to each other. Lunch is right here in the room. There are tables on each side. Grab a bag. You can eat during the break. You can eat during the next session, so you can leave it and bring it with you. But we really want to start on time. So chat, connect, but come back, because the next session is going to be really great. Thank you so much.
Yep. No problem.
leave it in the back, like all of them? Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much.
I grabbed you a Sprite.
Okay.
I'm gonna run in the bathroom.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, Mark. Sorry. They want to use these, they're only doing 5 for the rest of the show, but they want these 4 for Q&A. 4? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Check, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, 2, 2.
I'm off. Hi, folks. Thank you so much. We're going to get started in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Thank you.
And then there's one here. Yeah, they're both on. Good. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the break. As mentioned previously, please feel free to keep eating and keep enjoying your lunch. We wanted to go ahead and keep us on track as much as possible. Closer. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today, and welcome back from the break. My name is Vasundhara Sangar. I am Vice President of Government Affairs at the Associated Industries of Massachusetts, and I am a recent Health Equity Compact member. I am one of the most recent members, I think the most recent cohort that just joined, and I'm very happy, very honored to be part of the Compact. Very happy to be in the room here with all of you today, having this very important discussion about how we can advance real change and how we can collectively work together, stay at the table, come to the table, and have these conversations. Proud to be here kind of wearing multiple hats. I think we all are in many ways today. We had a lot of the health equity leaders talk about how they're also running businesses in a lot of sense. So I'm happy to be here with a panel of leading business leaders in Massachusetts, each of whom will take a moment to introduce themselves shortly. Before I pass things over to them, I wanted to kind of talk about my interest in the Equity Compact and how I became a member and why, really, what drives me. I think speaking to a lot of Michael's words, the personal story that you bring into your work is really important. And as a first-generation immigrant from rural Massachusetts, I'm from Berkshire County, so shout out to the 413 everywhere I go. I did that for JD. So as a first-generation immigrant from Western Massachusetts, it was an experience for me as a young person trying to help my parents navigate the healthcare system and the access and the care that they needed for their high blood pressure medications, for their routine checkups. There was a lot of pressure on me as a child, and there was a lot of pressure on them as parents, not knowing what kind of expectations to place on me and how we could really get them to where they needed to be and our family to where we needed to be in order to continue progressing and thriving in Massachusetts. I'm happy to say that was possible for me. I'm privileged and proud, and I understand that's not the case for so many people, as we're learning today through the Inequities Report. And so I'm happy to be here again. Thank you all for your time, and thank you all for indulging me a little bit right there. I'll go ahead and pass things over to our panelists before we start. I will ask them each to say name, title, and your association. And just for the benefit of the crowd, if you guys wouldn't mind a sentence or two on what exactly, who your membership is and who it comprises of. So Jim, I'll start with you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Jim Rooney. I'm President and CEO of the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce. We represent 1,300 businesses in the Greater Boston area and a lot of the biggest employers in the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm J.D. Chesloff. I'm the President and CEO of an organization called the Massachusetts Business Roundtable, also from the 413. We are a group of about 90 or 95 CEOs, senior executives from large employers across the Commonwealth, working on state public policy with the mission of making Massachusetts a better place to live, work, and do business.
Can I amend my introduction?
Yes.
02125, about 2 miles from here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How about now? Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole Obi. I am the President and CEO of the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts. We are a statewide nonprofit that's leading on building Black wealth for entrepreneurs and communities across the Commonwealth.
Tim Murray, President and CEO of the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce, representing the 508, and we have some 508 here. 10 years leading the Worcester Regional Chamber. We have approximately 2,300 members. I would say 80% of our membership plus are small businesses in the common sense definition, 10 employees or less, increasingly women, Black and brown businesses, given the demographic change as well. We have 40 communities, Worcester being the hub, but in central Mass and southern Worcester County to the Connecticut-Rhode Island border.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much for those intros, and thank you for being here with us today. Before we start the conversation, I also wanted to do a little plug, let everybody know that there are a total of 700 people tuning into this conversation right now. We are so proud to hear it. We're so happy that we have like 350 people on YouTube. Yeah, give it up. And we have 200, 300 people here in person, and we're so happy to see that this conversation is happening, that the community is participating in it, and to have you all here with us. So thank you. Let's get into it. All right. So as you all know, and as we've been hearing throughout the morning, this is a very unique opportunity for the business sector. We've been given a lot of changes as associations, as individual business organizations, to really affect meaningful change when it comes to health equity in the light of COVID-19 and what we all experienced in 2020, most definitely. And as we just saw in the health inequities report, the cost of doing nothing is great. It's climbing, it's significant, and it's climbing. So the call to action is here. We're all here and we're participating in this conversation. And what was interesting to me, what really struck out to me was, as we're looking at these economic costs and we're seeing lost productivity costs, we're seeing mortality rates higher than they should be, and we're seeing so much avoidable healthcare spending. All of that affects business so directly. I think that was the point that Doug made earlier. Obviously, labor productivity and mortality in the workforce that we're all looking for, we're all seeking, is obviously tied directly to that. And then when it comes to avoidable healthcare costs, that also feeds into what employers are paying as premiums and how they're able to run with the cost of doing business in Massachusetts, and that keeps them from expanding, creating more people on their teams, et cetera, whatever else they would do with that money. There's an opportunity cost associated with that. So I guess all that to say, business is at its own cross point, right? We're facing an uphill battle. There's demographic dearth, right? We're seeing a lot of folks leaving the state. We're seeing folks not being able to access work. And yet business is positioned in such a unique way that business can affect change in advocating for itself, giving where you're the workforce that you're seeking, the people that you're trying to engage in the conversation. And so that's why I think it's so important for us to also be here at this table. And again, thank you so much for being here and for doing that. We'll start off with the inequities report, the $5.9 billion figure. What were some of the first thoughts that came to mind when you saw that number and when you went through the report? Jim, I'll start with you.
Okay, in terms of very first reactions, I have to say that in the work that we do, in a personal practice of mine, whenever I see an economic report, a data report like this, is to try to, with intentionality, humanize the data. I mean, this is very high-level data, but when you talk about mortality or inability to access health care, you have to think about the human tragedy involved in all of that, and the mother that didn't survive birth and the child. So my first reaction was to look at those numbers and just to embrace the fact that these are people that are behind all of those numbers. A second, and again, this is another personally revealing moment. I'm trained as an economist, and I also score on those personality tests very high on the action-oriented kind of side of things. So I like to sort of ask the next level question. I mean, when you see a data report that says, for example, that, private there is a higher burden of the results, why you would think that having access would be a good thing, right? That would minimize the inequities. So what's the next level question? Other questions that an economist would ask: how does this compare to other states? Those sorts of things. So my wheels start turning about those kinds of other things, and then the action-oriented guy in me starts to begin like, okay, this is a good summary of the problem. What are the underlying drivers? What can we lean into in a meaningful way that will change the game that is driving these kinds of results? Where can we go with this data? And I'm sure we'll talk about some of that.
So I had three reactions, and not surprisingly, my first one was very personal too. And I started to reflect on the enormity of the stain and the legacy and the impact of systemic racism. And it's heartbreaking and it's unacceptable. And so that was my first reaction in reading that. Then I had two sort of, then I started thinking, okay, what am I going to say here? The first one was really about the importance of a report like that and data for advocacy. The business case, the economic case is a game changer, and I've seen it in some of the work I've done and we have done at the roundtable around childcare. And I remember years ago, when we used to advocate for childcare, it used to really be focused on, the advocacy was focused on the child and the impact of high quality childcare on the child and the child's ability then to go to college, graduate high school, not receive as many state services. There's a whole bunch of research focused on the child. What we found in that advocacy was that it wasn't gaining traction. And then we brought in the business case. And there was a study that was done very similar to this one that showed a $57 billion impact on the economy nationally, which has now been updated to $122 billion. Doug Howgate from MTF did a Massachusetts focus study that showed a $1.8 billion impact on the Massachusetts economy. And all of a sudden, we had another advocacy tool to move the child care agenda. And I think this has the potential to do the same thing for the health equity agenda. And then the third piece was, you had mentioned, Vasundra, around workforce. I think all of us here, as the top issue for our members, the inability to find talent. I thought what was fascinating about the report was they were able to identify an equivalent number of FTEs for the economic impact, right? And so in communities of color, I think the number was 27,000 people. And for the entire population, it was 63 or 64,000. And as we think about strategies to address this workforce shortage, that jumped out at me, right? This is a way to start thinking about, okay, there are a whole varieties of strategies to tap into untapped talent sources. This is absolutely one that we need to consider as part of that workforce strategy.
For us at the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts, we hear these stories from two ends. One is from people who work and have jobs and are affected by health issues and how it affects their ability to go to work, be productive. These premature deaths are real, there are real costs, there are real implications from that. We also hear from our employer firms. So in Massachusetts, there are 2,000 Black-led employer firms, and they are sort of subject to a double whammy. They're Black themselves, but much of their 17,000 workforce are also Black and brown people that are being affected by health issues, transportation, housing issues. It really gets compounded. So we hear it in the stories from our members, the challenges that they're facing, the support that they need. And I also think it's really interesting, this is just more evidence to the need to act. I mean, there is absolutely a cost for inaction. It's not that we're not doing any harm, we're not creating any new harm, but the fact that we're not addressing this is leading to greater burden, greater costs, and this is just another study that proves that out.
I guess, when I read it, it kind of reminded me shortly after I became mayor of Worcester in 2002, 2003, and there had been a task force that had been put together to look at infant mortality in women who were dying relating to giving birth, and disproportionately affecting Black families. And I remember just asking why. Why is that? And there was some information that Worcester was seeing an influx of families, immigrant families from Africa, but it was much more than that. It had to do with these structural inequities in the system in a variety of different places, access, housing, transportation. And so this, in the same way, hit me in that human level. Why it's unacceptable, but what do we do? And that's where, from what JD's saying, the data, I think, is powerful and gives us, hopefully, that motivation to act. From a business perspective, looking at this as the head of the chamber, the single biggest employer sector in central Massachusetts is healthcare. And these costs are not sustainable in terms of whether you're a large employer, middle employer, or small employer. And so it really is about the economic health and well-being of our economy, a major sector of our economy for the future, to make sure that we are, eliminating these costs and burdens from an economic point of view, never mind, and more importantly, from just a human, moral point of view.
Absolutely. Did I turn this off? Am I on? Okay, we're good. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. And to really follow up on that, especially your diverse perspectives of the different businesses and the organizations that you represent, what in each of your opinions, and Tim, this time I'll start with you, is something that you think stands in the way of business integrating equity into its working, embedding it into its culture, be it one by one or a larger company?
I think, as I mentioned, 80+% of our members are small businesses, 10 employees or less, and there's a lot less kind of capacity. There isn't necessarily HR departments and some of that ability to kind of look at data and crunch it and interface. You're trying to run the business, you're trying to meet payroll. And so I think it's working with our medium and larger employers, maybe first, trying to get that information out on lots of different levels and lots of different, traditionally as we're seeing, how people get information has become much more diffuse. So some way it's harder to get that information out and in ways also that are language and cultural competency sensitive. So I think it's impressing upon that and just asking people to, within their capacity, to ask, are they doing everything they can?
Nicole.
Simply put, there's a need to really recognize that the root of this is, it is about systemic racism, and it has to be addressed as such, or else it's going to be very difficult to go from high-minded data and findings to actually taking the appropriate action to address the root cause of the issue. And so the system is functioning very efficiently, and if we don't address that system, it'll be very difficult to make progress.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Nicole. And I thought it was interesting, the panel, I guess 2 ago, the leaders of the health systems, right? They were talking about the intentionality in their organizations, and that it had to be top down, and that it had to start from the CEO. And they had to intentionally build in, even something as simple, I thought, the example of having it at the top of the agenda rather than the bottom of the agenda so that it makes sure it gets ample time in a meeting. There are a whole variety of ways that companies can build this into their culture. I will say, as the Roundtable is predominantly large employers. And some of them are doing this. Some of them are pretty committed to it, from what I've seen. We are going to be releasing a survey of our membership tomorrow in a webinar with the Chamber. And one of the findings is around the commitment to DE&I in hiring and in internal culture building. And it's something around 85 or 81 or something. I forget the exact number. But there is a commitment, but it has to be intentional, and it has to be more widespread, because it's certainly not everywhere.
Whether it's this issue or any number of other issues in the realm of public policy in which you're trying to influence the behavior of the business community, a business model, the culture of an organization, my colleagues are right, it starts right at the top. You have to go right at the CEO level and get that buy-in. We experienced it, some of you in the room may be familiar with the Chamber's Pace Setters program, in which we, 5 or 6 years ago, focused on the degree of participation in the procurement of goods and services by minority-owned businesses and so forth. And we've made significant progress on that, but we learned very early on you have to get the CEO's buy-in, because as you go down the organization a little bit further, it begins to sort of whittle away a little bit. Start with the CEO. Two things about tactically how to do that. One is, JD alluded to it earlier, data matters to a CEO. And some of what we heard today is important data that can be part of that equation. But the other thing about meeting and convincing a CEO to do anything is you can't walk in the room and just leave with a presentation of the problem. You have to bring very tangible actions and solutions that that CEO can embrace within her or his organization. What are we going to do? What are we going to focus on? How are we going to do it? It may not be boiling the ocean. It may not be solving all the dimensions of this, but it may be, for example, we as a company are going to lean into prenatal care, is just one example. We as a company are going to lean into this issue that can be game-changing and impacting for the larger problem. So I would say CEO buy-in, data is important, but don't walk in the room without some set of solutions or something that you want that CEO to buy into.
Thank you all. I'm getting a lot of, obviously it needs to be organizationally driven from the top, and there's a lot of differences experienced depending on the size of the business and exactly where the business is located in the Commonwealth as well, Central Mass, right here in the greater Boston area, and the resources that the businesses themselves have to really start to affect that change. Nicole, this is a little bit off script, but given that your association is specifically, I mean, it's how do you really extract that work from like the work that you do? I don't know if you do, or if you can speak to that, that would be great. Speak to, I guess, the work, how the equity work that you believe in and that you believe the business associations without being affiliated directly with, the Black Economic Council. Can you speak to how you work as an economic council and how you work specifically to represent your members and their needs as they're different from other member needs?
Sure, thank you for that. So at BECMA, we work directly with Black-owned firms because we want our Black employer firms to be healthy, wealthy, and so we make sure definitely providing access to information, but also access to resources, and when we identify issues that we think could be helpful. For example, we know that several of our employers right now are really struggling with keeping their businesses open because their workers don't have childcare or elder care. And so how can we bring resources to bear to help addressing a very specific issue that our small employer firms are having, doing the same in the space of health. As an example, later on this month, we're having a dinner for Black CEOs in Springfield. And it's going to be for men. It's focused on mental and physical health, because we know that they cannot be wealthy if they're not healthy, and we want to make sure that we're elevating that discussion, getting their feedback, providing resources to that end. On the employer side, for our allies, we, again, to Jim's point, it really does start with buying from the CEO and setting goals, and then holding the staff, the team, accountable to those goals. There's not enough data around transparency and reporting, which I think kind of stands in the way that even if you have a goal but nobody's watching, does it really matter? I would say no. And so we do that work with our allies that are members of BECMA to really help them to start to see some progress. It is important to not try to boil the ocean. I do think it's good to be very targeted in working on something that helps to start to disrupt the system. And this is a fabulous place to start on a particular issue, but it really is important to start with the CEO, set those goals, and then have them holding the team and themselves accountable. And if it's not working, I always say that if you don't reach your goals, now what? What are we going to do to make it so that next time we make more progress? So that is a big part of it, is that this is, if it were easy, it would have been done by now. And there's no silver bullet. We're going to have to really invest And it took us a long time to get this system up and running. It's going to take us a while to get out of it, but we can do it.
That's great. So really, when we're talking about structural change, we're talking about structural change within each individual organization as well is so necessary to start affecting the wide range structural change that we really need to see to start addressing these health disparities. And Jim, I'm glad that you brought up supplier diversity. That's definitely part of it. Kind of bigger companies becoming more aware of where they can start jiggling their traditional buy power, their traditional buy-in power, I should say. And for smaller companies, it looks like there's more work to be done. For smaller groups, there's more discussions that need to be had. Maybe a lot, what some of the previous panels talked about, sharing information, sharing resources. Maybe that's something that we can start talking about, how we can start affecting some of that, some movement in that area so that more folks feel like they can come to the table, be effective, and have a small piece of the pie, because it does take an entire village, an entire society. So I appreciate that so much. Let's go back to the the workforce conversation, because you guys all mentioned especially facing workforce difficulties. And we saw in the inequities report how much workforce suffers from premature mortality and from avoidable illness and lost labor production. And I guess I'm also wondering, as you guys must know, in the Health Equity Compact legislation, an act to advance health equity, there are workforce provisions within that. The Senate President earlier today talked about healthcare workforce provisions to get more diversity and more people to be able to fill these positions within the state. My question is, when I can find it, I will ask the question. Jeopardy music, please. How do you guys see, I guess, both what the Equity Compact legislation is trying to do to advance a more diverse workforce in the state of Massachusetts, and companies outside of specifically healthcare sector? How do you see those companies kind of working in tandem with these companies, with that goal, and trying to move on from there? And let me know if I can articulate that better. I'm sure I can, but I'm going to start with JD.
Yeah. So let me address it this way. This is the top issue that we hear, right? The inability to find talent. The current Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development, Lauren Jones, used to work at the Roundtable. And what she used to say to me all the time was, the talent is here. We don't have to be looking for it in other places. It's here. We just need to connect it to jobs and employers. And so as I thought about that, and we thought about that at the Roundtable, there is this whole array of strategies that I referenced earlier around untapped talent, right? So for example, there are immigrants here with international credentials who are incredibly qualified to do work and can't access the workforce. Why is that? What are those barriers and how do we break them down? There are thousands of students graduating from minority-serving institutions in the Commonwealth who just are not intentionally connected to employers and vice versa. And what you see is employers like Roundtable members going to partnering with an HBCU in Atlanta rather than looking right in their backyard, right? Mm-hmm. To me, this is another one of those examples. And as we think about workforce, and particularly diversifying the workforce, we just need to be looking and intentionally connecting the workers that are here to the employers that are here.
Thank you. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I sound like a broken record, back in Central Mass, but the single biggest issue that we hear from our members, regardless of the size of the company or the sector they're in, is workforce. And, part of it is our role at the chambers to help them solve that problem, but also it's having some hard conversations that you've got to think of how you go about recruiting your workforce and finding your workforce differently. And we just established in our budget a position, manager workforce programming, to work specifically with the Worcester Public Schools. Mm-hmm. So say approximately 2,500 26,000 students in the Worcester Public Schools. If about 2,000 to 2,500 graduate every year, say approximately 50% say they're going on to college, we've got a pool of 1,500 people, or a little less, 1,250 young people, most of whom are from diverse backgrounds. What are we doing to let them know, not the day they graduate, but while they're in high school, where are there these pathways and career ladders? And so we're just going to have somebody out meeting with our companies to talk specifically about that, trying to facilitate some of these connections, engaging with guidance counselors, career counselors, and we're starting with our Voc Tech schools, Voc Tech programs, both at Worcester Technical High School and in our other high schools, and then kind of build upon that. And I think, through those types of connections with those employers, many of whom offer healthcare benefits and programs, you begin to kind of slowly move the needle. But it's demographics are changing, so companies and those leaders of those companies got to think about new ways to engage and reach out. And just, even of those that are going to college, how many graduate within 6 years? So it's really important while they're in high school to empower them with that information of where there are healthcare job opportunities, life sciences and biotech, the various construction trades. So we're really trying to get super granular in that matchmaking.
That's great. And can I ask, do you see like an element of equity in that work? Like, are folks trying to make sure that they're going to neighborhoods that are like less represented when they're looking for students and graduates?
Well, that's one of the things we're hoping and expect, because when you look at the population and demographics of Worcester Public School, that is the future of Worcester and Central Mass. It's the future workforce. And so whether you're a large company or medium company or small company, if you are also interested in DEI issues, perhaps the best way is to have a Chapter 74 Voc Tech student come and work as a co-op their senior year. And not only, and chances are, given the demographics of the public school, that's likely to be a person of color, and that hopefully opens up a door and an opportunity. And so it's just kind of grinding away every day and making those connections and doing that facilitation.
Great. I like the perspective we're getting of the boots on the ground kind of work, and then some of the larger companies and what you guys are working with too. So Jim, we'll move on to you with the workforce question.
So I guess I have a bit of a news flash here. We got here because as good as we are, some of the ways that we are doing things and the systems we have are creating the inequities that we see in this report, that, it's not working. So whether you look at procurement or workforce, and if you look at data results like this and you diagnose at least some element of systemic racism, you have to begin to say, well, how do we flip the coin, whether it's procurement or workforce, to systemic inclusion? How do you sort of do that? How do you affect that? And how do you go about it? As it relates specifically, I already talked about procurement. As it relates to workforce, again, giving my action orientation, we launched the Massachusetts Apprenticeship Network in partnership with the Business Roundtable last year. That basically says that, look, let's examine the way institutions, in this case in the medical field, are thinking about the way they're hiring. Where are they looking? What kind of credentials are they requiring for certain jobs that don't need those levels of credentials? And if you can't, as JD said and Lauren has said, the people are out there, they don't know where the door is. How do you begin to invite people in and create the opportunities for them to grow into the types of jobs that you're trying to hire for? So the Apprenticeship Network tries to do that. It tries to identify people, some young people, but some in the 30s and 40s that maybe for whatever reasons have not had the opportunities to sort of pursue the career that they might want to, and put them into an apprenticeship program. I say, if you can't find the employees you want out there, make them through an apprenticeship program. Put them in, pay them, because they have to be paid. One of the barriers, for example, is, well, you don't have the credentials and the education and the training that you need to do this. Once you go get that, come back and see me. Well, I need a job. I need to pay the bills. So, these things have to be paid, and they have to come with the promise of a job afterwards. First year, 87% got placed in jobs. We have partnerships with Boston Children's Hospital and Beth Israel Lahey in this program. We've connected them, because one of the things associations like mine does is we provide connective tissue. We connected them with what I call the supply side, Bunker Hill Community College, Ben Franklin, Cummings Tech, I think is the name of it now. The sources, where the people are. So, you know, I come back to if we're dealing with systems that have failed us in some way, and it has an element of systemic racism, let's diagnose it and let's sort of create sort of new ways. Let's disrupt that, and with the goal of systemic inclusion in the workforce. All of our industries need that.
Right.
And this is a, you know, this would certainly begin to address some of the health inequities.
That's great. And before I move on to our audience Q&A portion, one last question for all of you. Jim, you just spoke to, like, how do we really flip the switch and how do we flip the script, I guess I would say, from where we started from and why these inequities exist and why they're in place today. It's really why we're all here together to try to figure out how to answer that question. I guess I'd like to know from all of you within your memberships, are people curious about that? Are people wanting to figure out that answer and recognizing, as a cost inequities report showed, that that is costing them money and it's bad for them as business and it's bad for them morally, and that it's a negative situation that we're all in. Is that something everybody's membership is feeling to some extent? So the business community is here and they're aware, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
I'll start by saying that definitely from our allied community, we're getting a sense of awareness and a greater sense of urgency. And one of the things, going back to your last question, I will say is that we really think about the procurement and workforce as part of a spectrum, right? We have to make them, we have to hire them, but we also have to contract with them as well. And I don't think that we should think about that separately. You know, we're looking for skills at the end of the day, and there's a lot of Black, Brown, Indigenous people that we need to tap into to make Massachusetts more productive. And so I just challenge us to not separate all of that.
JD?
Yeah, so yes, the business community is very engaged and interested, and just two thoughts on that. One is, I think it's great that the Health Equity Compact invited organizations like ours to be part of it, right? So we're at the table, part of these conversations, which I think is essential to move this agenda forward. But I think about why employers are engaged and the pressure points, right? There absolutely is the moral argument, which has been talked about a lot today. I think there are 4 pressure points that I've been thinking about. One is employees, right? Employees can bring incredible pressure on a company and a CEO to change. And I've, over the course of the last 10, 15 years, I've seen much more of that in issues like sustainability, equity, right? There are these younger workers coming in the workforce demanding things of their employers, and employers have to react in order to compete for that talent. Customers clearly is one. You see a lot more customer activism that are impacting how employers do business. Shareholders clearly is one. And increasingly political pressure. And you see that a lot around the country. And so if you think about all these pressure points, if you can activate some of those stakeholders around health equity, it applies pressure on a company and the CEO to behave differently.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We'll take that to, we'll use that list. Exactly.
I think the only thing I'd add is to not think of the business community as sort of one monolithic group.
Good point. Yeah.
You know, we talk a lot about the big employers. I mean, there's a sort of gravitational pull to talk about the big employers, but there's so many more small businesses. Some of the big employers have the resources, the capacity to sort of lean into these issues in a meaningful way. But what about the small firms? Right. How do they do it? And organizations like ours are there to support and help, but how collectively, through partnerships in different ways, government, organizations like ours, can we focus on the smaller employers and the many, many people engaged in that? So for example, when I talk about apprenticeships, big employers can afford to pay them. What about that 20-person shop that's sort of making payroll? They're willing to take on a couple of people maybe, but they can't afford it. There's a very targeted way in which perhaps a government incentive program might work. So I think that one approach might be to, again, the economist in me, sort of break it down, break down the problem into bite-sized pieces that you can say, well, within this industry, within this size structure, within this, what's the right approach? There's common thread, CEO leadership, common thread. But there's also a need to to slice it up a bit.
And we saw, during the COVID crisis, the depending on the size of the business and the capacity and resources, their ability to survive, continue to keep people employed. But I would echo Jim's point in terms of the collaboration. And, the business community obviously is a part of it, but we've been, very lucky in Central Mass. The new housing secretary at Augustus, former city manager, worked with the healthcare leadership to create and empower the public health. We have Commissioner Dr. Matty Castillo, who is here to kind of be a little more autonomous, from kind of the city government silo and engage more broadly with the community in all different ways and non-traditional ways as well. We've Dr. Amy Shea here from the Health Foundation of Central Mass, using the resources and their focus on, some targeted issues that kind of can bring everyone's attention. But I do think, to answer your question specifically, when businesses of any size get the renewal bill on their health insurance or getting quotes, that's the aha moment to be able to say one way to, and David Seltz and others who are here are the experts on it, but if we're more proactive in getting people health care from all different backgrounds sooner, faster, it saves money, but it's also the right and moral thing to do in terms of addressing issues of structural racism.
Right, where they need it, when they need it most, right, absolutely. And thank you guys so much for your time. I will go ahead and move on to the audience and take questions from anybody in the room, right in the back, the very back with the red shirt. Thank you.
I wanted to just ask about how important, or Nicole, if you could talk about this because you've done it, how important is it when getting the message out about information and resources to communities of color that these entities, hospitals, providers, initiatives tap into those that have the ear of the community? You have done that with BECMA. I'll go ahead and say it with your Healthy Java. Can you talk about how important it is for these entities to make investments outside of legacy, large corporations, media companies, but little mom and pop shops that tap into the 30, 40 folks? I have a woman that watched our show. From that mammogram show, she went and got her mammogram. She's now in treatment, but did also find out that it was not benign, so that's good news. But can you just talk about the importance of investing in Black and brown, small community-based media?
I think that's a really great question because there are a plethora of resources that are available. There's a lot of information, but if it doesn't get to the target audience, it doesn't get to do the work that we need it to do. And so being sensitive to different media outlets, different ways of engaging, sharing information, it's critically important, or else it's suboptimal, and we won't get the results that we're looking for if we don't get the information where it needs to be. And so that's one of the things that we do share with our allies, whether it's in government or in private companies. If you have something that you want to share, you should very much think about how your outreach is being managed to get there, to get to that audience. Right. So thanks for that question.
Brilliant point. Anybody else for a question? Right here in the middle of the room.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica Lynn. I'm with JLW Medical Management Consulting. My question is, there are many people who are trying to get themselves out of poverty, and they're doing it by creating entrepreneur spaces. They're starting their businesses. How can you create access to your organizations for those who do not have the additional financial resources to pay your membership dues? And if you're not doing something now, what can you do in the future to create that access? The second part of that question is, how can you make sure funding opportunities are trickled down to organizations that don't necessarily meet the requirements, but they have the business model, they have the idea, they have the strategic plans, but they don't have the other requirements in place to be operational and improve the workforce? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really good point. How can we help existing minority businesses in the Commonwealth?
Well, one of the things, and if you've seen one chamber, you've seen one chamber. They're all a little bit different. But, one of the things that we've started in the last couple of years is to provide that kind of access and information point is with some of our larger businesses, for them to, or medium-sized businesses in some cases, sponsor new businesses, more diverse businesses, sponsor their membership for a year or two to kind of make that introduction, facilitate that access of information, and then hopefully show a value and help them grow their business so that they can ultimately become members. So that is a model that we have expanded upon and even added an affiliate chamber, the Latin American Business Organization, through the support of Fallon Health, Unibank, and the Hanover Insurance. So that, we think, is a way that we can continue to grow, diversify our membership base, and hopefully, as time goes on, our leadership base and board, which we're working to do, and staff.
Could I just add, the programs I've spoken about, Pacesetters, which is the procurement program, the Apprenticeship Network, neither one of those require membership. So you can go on our website, bostonchamber.com, shameless plug, and take a look at those. For example, as part of the Pacesetters program, we run a series called Doing Business With, and then fill in the company: Fidelity, the Red Sox, Gillette, Mass General Brigham. It's all on Zoom, and you just log on for free, and you'll get the procurement people from those companies telling you how do you get in the door to those companies. On the Apprenticeship Network, we have a supplier kind of feeder network as well. For all the reasons that I think that you spoke about in your question, it doesn't make any sense for us to just limit these things to members.
Just to add real quick, so the Roundtable was founded 50 years ago as a large company CEO, C-suite organization. We were not very diverse. And so we undertook some internal DEI review and decided, okay, we looked at our membership, decided this is not okay anymore. We had actually, I felt like as a leader of the organization, I was complicit, right? We had set up a structure that was racist. We weren't allowing people in based on the definition of membership. And so we did actually create a new category of membership that gets a little bit away from that C-suite large organization and talks about people who are having, I forget the exact wording, but significant impact on the Massachusetts economy or something like that at a significantly reduced rate. And as a result of that, have had some really fabulous leaders of color join the organization.
And I'll just end by saying that BECMA was created to support Black entrepreneurs across the Commonwealth. We do that through advocacy and programming. Just this year, we've supported 370 Black firms through grants and professional services, digital solutions, also working on contracting opportunities as well. So we're at BECMA.org, but we also work with our ally firms who are looking to make progress on supplier diversity, ESG goals. So please check us out.
Thank you all. I guess final question from my end before we wrap everything up. What can your organizations commit to? This is going to be an ongoing pursuit. It's going to be an ongoing negotiation. It's going to be an ongoing conversation. And we're all going to need to stay at the table and kind of keep it parked. So I'd love to know what you guys are thinking about long term and what we can count on you guys for moving forward.
So I got the 4 A's. Activate, right? We all have networks of members and other business associations that we can activate around this issue. Allyship, you've talked a lot about allies today, Nicole. Being part of the compact is certainly allyship, partnership we've talked about before. Amplification. We have platforms to amplify messages and get them out to audiences. And advocacy, right? We could absolutely help. That's what we do around advocacy. So activate, allyship, amplification, advocacy are all things that we can and will do.
I think JD summed it up. He didn't leave anything left for the rest of us to say. Yeah, no, he grabbed the answer first, didn't he? But I do think that this power of convening, power of amplifying an issue is something that, in different ways we all possess, and certainly, we do try to do that. We did a food insecurity, for example, program with the food bank last year. So we try to, do those kinds of things to call attention to things that are going on. The other is to sort of look within, and JD mentioned advocacy, look within some of the, the determinants that are driving this. And some of them are cross-cutting, right? I mean, transportation access, housing insecurity, food insecurity, and those sorts of things. We're all in some way big in the game of, fix the T, for crying out loud, which, is highlighted in the survey that I think that you guys shared. The final thing I would say is that one of the mindset differences that I've experienced over the years in thinking about things like this is sort of what I call the upstream versus the downstream. So much effort and energy is put into, and financial resources is put into after the fact. I mean, after the sort of problem has been created. I was on the board of the Children's Trust, which deals with child abuse and neglect, for 12 years, and I was its chair for 4 years. And we would go up and try to advocate for, prevention and dealing with the predictive factors that are very well scientifically documented. But, the reality is that, and you can empathize with this, that, you're going to treat the child that has been abused first, as opposed to sort of some of the preventive things. How do you shift that conversation? And I think the voice of the business community can play a role in, can we shift some of that thought process over to preventing the outcomes that we're seeing in this report?
I'll just quickly add yes to JD's 4 A's. And, the challenge, the opportunity is bigger than one organization. And so really want to make sure that we're working together, cross-governmental, private, associations. Everybody can and needs to play a part. And so we just are really happy to partner with those that want to do something to tackle this opportunity, because that's really what it is. If we get to this, we're going to create an enormous amount of value and benefit for the Commonwealth.
I would agree with what Nicole, JD, and Jim said, just to add, trying to keep it top of mind every day and make progress every day, even if it's a little bit at a time, but just move it forward.
Perfect way to end it. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our panelists. Please join me in giving them a round of applause for being here today. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you to all of you for sticking around, everyone that's joining virtually and in the room. Please stick around, stay where you are. We have our next panel coming up. Dr. Amy Shea from the Compact will be introducing some state government leaders. Thank you. Thank you. Not the worst, right? Thank you.
You had some tough cats to herd there. You did a great job.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I think we'd like to get started with the next panel. So welcome to this panel discussion, Driving Change at Scale, Health Equity in State Government. We're grateful to have our esteemed panelists with us today to have a meaningful conversation on what their part of the public sector can do to address structural inequities. Thank you for being here today. If we could please go down the line with brief introductions with your name, title, and affiliation, starting with Audrey.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Gasteyer. I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Health Connector.
And I'm Matt Vino, Executive Director of the Group Insurance Commission, and I think I should say representing the 978.
And Lauren Peters, Executive Director of the Center for Health Information and Analysis, otherwise known as CHIA.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Seltz, the Executive Director of the Health Policy Commission, otherwise known as the HPC.
Thank you. I'll start with some framing remarks before turning to the panel for this conversation. I want to begin by acknowledging that in discussions about equity, it's important to acknowledge the positions that we occupy, the representation that may or may not be present in the spaces that we occupy, and the blind spots that may exist as a result. So there are certain perspectives that are represented on this panel here today, and certain perspectives that may not be represented as a result. And I hope that we can make room for these additional perspectives in the conversations to come. I also want to acknowledge that this panel represents agencies that are primarily related to healthcare policy and regulation. We all know that healthcare accounts for just a small portion of an individual's health, and that social determinants like housing, education, environment, and transportation have a much larger impact on an individual's health. There should absolutely be other discussions about how to address social determinants of health in pursuit of health equity and how to engage other secretariats and stakeholders, but this panel will be focused on agencies directly addressing aspects of health care. The goal of this panel is to have a robust and insightful discussion that examines the responsibilities and opportunities of state health agencies in changing the very system under which they operate to address root causes of health disparities. Over the past several years, due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the nation's racial reckoning following the killing of George Floyd, there have been many promises of change and the beginning of a movement. As Michael referenced earlier, we need this to be more than a moment. We need this to be a movement from the grassroots to the grass tops, and we need to work together with greater urgency for change. There's strong public support for the role of state government in this work, and I'll just reference a recent Mass Inc. statewide poll, which found that 71% of respondents said that state government should have a major role in improving health equity. So I would like to thank the agency leaders here with us today for recognizing that innovative and structural approaches are needed to address health equity and for embracing this opportunity for shared learning and partnership. So I'll start just by briefly highlighting some of the noteworthy initiatives that these agencies are undertaking to address health equity. So Audrey, at the Health Connector, you and your team are working on value-based design work with a health equity lens and also an ongoing administrative burden audit. Matt, at the GIC, you and your team are working on race and ethnicity data collection. Lauren, you and your team at CHIA are working on health equity briefs and the equity incentive program that is part of the new Mass Health Waiver. And David, you and the HPC team have been working on the Moving Massachusetts Upstream, or MassUp, investment program aimed at addressing social determinants of health. So turning to the panel now and echoing a question from this morning's Health Leaders panel, in the past few years, what have you learned about your agency's role in advancing health equity, and what are you doing differently because of it? So I'll start first with Audrey.
Sure. It's a great question. I also want to thank the Health Equity Compact for convening this, for their report, for this work. I think this is such a historic moment for the healthcare community in Massachusetts, and it's a real pleasure to be a part of it. With respect to the Health Connector's role, in many ways the Health Connector was born out of a concept that was very linked to health equity. The concept of an exchange or a marketplace was really designed to connect people who fall through the cracks of the health coverage landscape with coverage. So I want to acknowledge that addressing disparities in health coverage rates has always been in the mix for the Connector since its inception. But over the last few years, we've had the opportunity to think more deeply, a number of layers down from that kind of top-level objective. And we're doing that around equity in a few different ways. So one has to do with actually getting people into coverage. Coverage is obviously, as you pointed out, not the end-all be-all that determines people's health outcomes, but it's a key ingredient to connecting people with the opportunity for care. It's also it's a tool of economic policy as well in many ways. Health coverage is designed to be financially protective should something unexpected happen to them. So it's vital that we get every resident in the Commonwealth into coverage in order to give us a foundation towards health equity. We are really fortunate in Massachusetts to have about 97% of our residents covered. About 250,000 of those people are in Health Connector coverage. But over the last few years, we started doing some internal work and evaluation around the process of people getting into coverage and found that we have a lot of work to do to make that process easier for people. And we had a hypothesis that burdensome, lengthy, confusing application processes have a role to play with blocking some people out of coverage or ejecting people from coverage once they're in it in terms of paperwork requirements and the like. So over the last year, we have endeavored on what we're calling an administrative burdens audit, or sometimes called a sludge audit, to essentially audit our own programs and processes with an equity lens, looking from kind of the outside in, from the process of an individual seeking coverage. What does it feel like to actually go through the application process and get into coverage? And as expected, we're finding that there are a lot of opportunities for us to improve and make the process simpler for people. We reflect a lot on the fact that, and I'm sure this is true for everyone on this panel, for those of us who have employer-sponsored insurance, the process of getting coverage is simple, it is quick, it is respectful of your time, your privacy, and that's not necessarily the case for people who need to avail themselves of public coverage programs. So there's a lot of work for us to do there that is ongoing with an equity lens. And then the second piece I'll mention briefly is what does the coverage look like once you get into it? Say we eliminate all the administrative burdens that have equity issues attached to them. Once someone is in coverage, what does that coverage look like and how does it acknowledge the inequities, health and financial, that exist in our society? So I'm very proud that the Connector over the last few years has introduced a number of initiatives, including eliminating cost sharing for chronic diseases disproportionately borne by populations of color, including asthma, diabetes, hypertension, and coronary artery disease. And we are taking a really close look as we head into the next plan year at foregone care for our lower and moderate income populations, which disproportionately comprise populations of color, because we can see in our own data that individuals on the lower end of the income spectrum in Connector coverage often don't even touch the healthcare system, even though they're in coverage, and they've done everything we've asked of them in terms of getting into coverage. The state has made incredible investments into getting people in coverage, but they're not necessarily getting preventative care and the like. So that's a key area of ongoing work for us, and lots more to come, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. So at the Group Insurance Commission, I think we think about the opportunity to address health disparities in a couple of different ways. So one is, of course, we are the provider of insurance benefits to 426,000 people across the Commonwealth. So we're the largest purchaser of insurance in the state. So our first obligation, of course, and this is baked into our mission, is to meet the needs of all of our members, no matter what their circumstance or background is. So clearly, health equity has to be an important part of that. But we also, by virtue of our size and our leverage in the marketplace, have an opportunity to really push broader system reform through that effort. So the specific levers that we have, through our procurement process. So it's selecting the vendors that we work with. So we provide insurance benefits through 4 different insurance companies, a pharmacy benefit manager. So we rely heavily on them and their ability to institute programs that meet our members' needs. So we need to make sure that they have all the capabilities to address affordability, to address behavioral health access, and certainly closing health disparities. So those really have become our 3 guiding principles to all the work that we do. So health equity right up there at the top for us. So one of the ways in which we've leveraged that with our health plans is to ensure that they have a broad set of capabilities within their company. So have they established a diverse workforce and a workforce that that has a real culture of inclusion and a commitment to address health disparities? Are they gathering data? We've talked about data. That's been a theme a lot of today. Because if we're not gathering data that we're able to stratify by race, ethnicity, language, sexual orientation, gender identity, all of these factors, then we really miss the opportunity to identify the most evidence-based and specific strategies and then measure progress. I think that's the key. So one thing that Kevin Tabb said this morning really resonated with me, that we can't wait for data to take substantial, tangible action, but we do need data to make sure that we are making progress. Otherwise, we're sort of fooling ourselves. So, and then I would say, you know, plan design is important to us, so we're very interested in the work that the Connector is doing and in touch with Audrey about how they're approaching that. Coverage of different services. So I think there's been mention at least once or twice today about doulas as an important element of maternity care. We do know, very well demonstrated in data, that there are significant disparities in maternal health. So, you know, doulas don't exist much as a reimbursed service for health insurance. There are a variety of reasons why that's the case, but we have the opportunity to really push that envelope, push our health plans to put in place those capabilities. So those are the primary tools that we have. I would just say, and I know this will come up as a theme, you know, we have a set of tools, the Connector has a set of tools, my colleagues to my right have a set of tools. The opportunity to amplify what each of us does, I think, is really where the power of state government can come in to really drive meaningful, sustained change.
Thank you. Lauren? Great. So I'll note at the top to your question of what have you learned about your agency over the last 2 to 3 years. So I'll caveat that I'm approaching my 6-month mark at CHIA. But I will say that when I joined in January, I was really energized to see all of the great work that was ongoing at CHIA, using our mass household survey data to look at coverage by race, ethnicity, thinking about our workforce survey, collecting more workforce survey, and the composition of the workforce by various settings, provider types. But I will say that, and some of the earlier panelist comments really resonated with me, that having 100+ initiatives on health equity is a great thing, but it also sort of begs the need to really focus, and in order to have the most impact, you really do need to focus. And so I think that yes, all of these various work streams that we have ongoing at CHIA, where we're highlighting sort of discrete areas where there's opportunity for change and reforms, I think that the biggest opportunity that I see is to take a more systematic approach in the way that we embed health equity data into all of the work that we do. And so it really is layering on that lens to our existing data collection, publications, reports around quality, utilization, costs. And I think that this will really provide our ability to both measure all of the sort of earlier legacy initiatives that CHIA was established and that are set forth in our enabling statute. But again, it gives us that additional lens and insight into the areas that we need to further address to get at some of the roots of these health inequities and disparities. And I think what that opportunity has really informed and shed light on is that we don't have standardized health equity data right now. We don't have a standard way of collecting, reporting race, ethnicity data, or really any of the RELD SOGI metrics. And so I think that in terms of the direction that we plan to go for CHIA, I heard data just a couple of times this morning, and I think that there's this really significant opportunity, and one that is urgent. To Matt's point, and to a comment from an earlier panelist, we have the data. We know that we know what we need to do with the data, and that is collect in a more comprehensive way from payers, providers, a standard set of data metrics, so that we can do that apples to apples comparison, that we can inform and tailor our policies and interventions in a way that's really getting at the heart of the problem, and just as importantly, so that we're able to measure and evaluate the effectiveness of those interventions and solutions, and identify where we need to continue to evolve and be agile in our approach.
Thank you, Lauren. And on to you next, David.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Amy, for moderating this panel, and thank you, Michael Curry, and every member of the Health Equity Compact for this incredible event today. I've just been truly inspired and humbled to be a part of this and to be a part of this panel. It's just a really motivating day. And I think when I think about kind of the evolving role of government, really across these agencies, we've all kind of gone through a little bit of a reckoning in the last couple of years. What is the role of each of our different organizations? Where we know, as you just cited from that public poll, that the public is looking to government to lead here. And I think from the Health Policy Commission standpoint, we're an independent agency that our core mission is really around moderating the growth in healthcare costs so that we can have a more affordable healthcare system for all residents of the Commonwealth. And I think motivated by the COVID-19 pandemic, for me personally, I was drafted into the COVID-19 Command Center response. And so myself and members of the HPC team were every day collecting data from hospitals, understanding bed capacity, deaths, incidence rates. And so we were seeing this data, like so many people in this room, every day about the disproportionate impacts on people of color in this Commonwealth, both in terms of incidence, hospitalizations, deaths, and frankly, human suffering. And you combine that with this, a moment of reckoning around criminal justice with the murder of George Floyd in my hometown of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we as an organization had to think about what our role here is. And I think the first thing that I wanted to recognize is I needed to shut up a little bit and listen and ask some questions and educate myself as a white leader of an organization that as recently as last year had an entirely white governing board. So that's some hard work as an organization. I think a lot of organizations in this room went through some of these processes in the last few years. And we said, and we educated ourselves, not just about, okay, what's happening with this pandemic, but what was driving that beforehand? These things existed beforehand, so it's everything we've talked about today. The structural inequalities, systemic racism, sexism, transphobia, ableism, xenophobia, all of these prejudices that impact our society and impact the inequalities that we see. And I think the one that really really was relevant to the HPC's mission around costs was that affordability is an equity issue. And equity is an affordability issue. We saw, and just to give you some stats on this, There was a survey in 2021 that asked Massachusetts residents if they had not gotten the care that they needed due to the cost of care. And 46% of Massachusetts adults, 46%, said they had foregone care due to the cost of care. But you know what those things about averages are? Averages hide a deeper story underneath. So if you take that same stat, 46%, and now you divide it by race and ethnicity, guess what we get? We get 41% of white residents said that they foregone care due to the cost, 61% of Hispanic residents, so 20 percentage points higher, and 67% of black residents in Massachusetts. So 2/3 of black residents reported they did not get the care that they need due to the cost of care. Affordability is an equity issue. And we highlighted and we see a vicious cycle where uncontrollable healthcare costs lead to affordability challenges, which perpetuate disparities, which then contribute more to the unaffordable costs. We've seen it earlier today, the billions of dollars of avoidable costs that happen from these disparities. How do we turn that into a virtuous cycle? Not a vicious cycle, but a cycle where we're actually improving costs, affordability, and equity all at the same time. And that's been the shift in our orientation as an organization. We put equity right in our mission statement, and then we went through every single different program, every single activity we do, from care delivery investments to market oversight, and say, what are the equity implications of this? And a lot of these ideas, I'll stop here, are part of the health equity legislation, which is to codify some of these things in terms of making equity central to the HPC's role, to CHIA's role, and to other organizations of the Commonwealth. That's why I'm so supportive of this legislation.
Thank you, David, and thank you to the panelists for sharing the important work that you're all doing internally and externally at your agencies. You've highlighted some of the important initiatives and the tools that you have at your disposal. And Matt, to your point about the importance of amplifying together, I wanted to dig into that a little bit more and ask how you can align your agency's tools with that of other agencies and stakeholders to amplify your work, maximize your impact. I know some of these agencies already work together, for example, HPC and CHIA on the Quality Measure Alignment Task Force, but I'm sure there are countless other opportunities to engage other agencies and stakeholders.
Yes, so a lot of that is already happening. I think that's the really exciting part and has been happening for a while. So Lauren, in her prior role as Undersecretary at EOHHS, had done a lot of work with the HPC team on this quality alignment. And so that really creates the framework, that is the structure, that is that has set the data standards that we will all use. So the timing of that for the GIC is perfect because we were going through our reprocurement with our health plans. So we're able to take those data standards and pull them into the GIC and say, okay, health insurance companies, you want to work with the GIC? You need to commit to use these data standards. So, you know, we can each leverage our different tools. So I'd say another one so that we've used, and I've been talking with Audrey about it. There is so one of the I suspect a lot of people in this room know NCQA. So they set quality standards for a variety of healthcare organizations. And they have instituted a health equity accreditation and health equity accreditation plus. And the dimensions, the requirements and standards really cut across an organization's capabilities. I mentioned some of them: data collection, the diversity of their workforce. It extends also to their provider networks that are culturally and linguistically competent, and that they're using data to actually identify and then address disparities. So so we've said through our procurement that all of our carriers shall be on the path to accreditation, and we expect you to get accredited. So, you know, it's an opportunity for us to make sure that our vendors can meet our needs as a payer, but they are getting this accreditation for their entire organization. So And then I mentioned, we already mentioned the value-based insurance design that the connector is doing. So there are all kinds of opportunities for us to, leverage each other's work. We don't have to recreate the wheel. Somebody said that in the earlier session. And I think there's an enormous opportunity for us to do that. And I would just note that, we're not four strangers up here. We've worked together in various capacities for 10 or 15 years. So, it's a great foundation from which we can build.
Yeah, just to give another example of, I think, kind of this opportunity for synergy across these agencies. So we just did some research last week looking at primary care spending. And really one of our goals is to increase spending in primary care at the same time that we work on affordability. And yeah, clap for that. So what did we do? We took APCD data that SHIA collects, and we stratified it by the community income, and we looked at differences in what the percentages of people accessing any primary care at all in a given year. And what we found, perhaps not surprisingly, is that when you stratify by community income, the people in the lowest community were much more likely to have zero primary care spending in a year compared to patients in the highest income communities. The rate was twice as high for children. So 2 times as many children in the lowest communities not getting any primary care at all in a year compared to the highest income communities. And you guys just talked about the ideas of foregone care. Think about that. I could cut that data and show you the GIC membership. I could cut that data and show you the connector membership. That could help inform your policy agenda. But I also want to highlight perhaps a missed opportunity, or where we need to go further is I'm analyzing this by community income. I don't have race and ethnicity data in the APCD. And I'm doing it at a zip code level. And we know that even at a zip code level, there can be a lot of variation in health outcomes even within a zip code. We need to get down to a census tract level if we're going to really be able to understand these disparities. So just one example of how we can use data to inform policy and where we need to go next.
And just to sort of jump off of that point, I think that, as my colleagues Matt and David both laid out a number of examples where we are working together, we'll continue to work together. Of course, data is sort of a linchpin to a lot of the work that many of the healthcare agencies are using and using to develop policies and solutions right now. But I think that another opportunity for us to really come together is to address the very issue that David just mentioned, which is the void in race ethnicity data that we have today. And it is both on sort of the payer side, the provider side, and we do not have it coming in a standardized way if we have it coming in at all. And it is certainly not due to sort of lack of commitment or compliance. We know that in concept, the commitment from the industry, from payers, providers, is there. And some of the challenges that they face, are, I think, sympathetic to. I can understand how can a payer or a provider send us race ethnicity data of their members and patients respectively when they're unable to get that data from those members and patients. And so I think a lot of this is rooted in sort of systemic mistrust that individuals have with the healthcare system, with government. And so I think it is incumbent on all of us, state government, payers, providers, to sort of help rebuild that trust and make that persuasive case as to why individuals should be providing their data to their health insurance carrier, to their hospital, to their local, to their primary care doc, because that will collectively help facilitate that standard data reporting that is necessary, as I think everyone has echoed today. That standard data is necessary to inform policy interventions and to be able to measure the outcomes and monitor our progress.
And if I could just add, just to underscore, I think the critical nature of the interconnectedness you're hearing from the different agencies represented here, whether we're talking about data and information or strategy or commonly identifying affordability as an equity issue, which it absolutely is, I think there's also a huge opportunity for the state's payers to be aligned and articulate a cohesive vision around equity. And I feel like this energy is building and is very real. And I think the Healy Driscoll administration has very clear-cut goals and objectives around equity and access, and this is a real opportunity for GIC, the connector. I won't speak for Mass Health; they're not here, but I know there is a common emphasis on equity and moving the ball forward, informed by data, informed by best practices. So I think it's a very exciting time in that regard for cross-payer interaction. I will just say at the connector, thank you to any people in the room who were drafters of Chapter 58. Which included a requirement that all carriers in the Massachusetts market participate through the exchange, which puts us in a really interesting position with the carrier community too, in the sense that we have contracts with all of the leading carriers in the Commonwealth. So between GIC, Mass Health, the connector, I just think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to really kind of open the aperture for how we can articulate and carry out a cohesive vision around equity in Massachusetts. And then just to take kind of a different angle, I also want to note we have an incredible opportunity right now having a federal government that is deeply committed to equity. I think both in the delivery of healthcare, in the coverage landscape. I spoke earlier about administrative burdens as a very, very real equity issue, and it is. The Biden administration has articulated that as a key policy priority for them. And you can see that coming out in rulemaking. It's not the kind of stuff that makes headlines, it's not sexy, but it's very real in terms of rule changes that they are carrying out that are in service of trying to make it easier for people to access the kind of health care and economic protections we fought for in Massachusetts health reform and in the Affordable Care Act. So I think there's a lot of alignment and kind of confluence of the stars being aligned here in the Commonwealth, as well as with partners at the federal level who have a shared vision here too.
Thank you. The points about data provide a really great transition to the bill that the Compact has put forward this session, an act to advance health equity. And thank you, David, for your early endorsement of that bill. But one of the provisions is to standardize and report on data to advance health equity. The other major provisions are to prioritize equity in governance and also improve access and quality of care. So I'd like to discuss some of these key provisions and how you see them as helping you facilitate and helping us collectively facilitate breakthrough change in addressing health equity.
Well, I'll start. And I'll let Warren speak a little bit to the data pieces, but I wanted to speak a little bit to the governance pieces. And I do think representation and governance really matters. And the bill calls for some goals in terms of diversification of our oversight boards and councils, some of which we do not have the power to make those appointments. Those are often given to other constitutional officers. But nonetheless, where we have transitions over time, to make that emphasis, I think is really important. And in the bill, it also talks about one important body that helps advise the Health Policy Commission, which is our advisory council. And there are many advisory council members here today. Thank you so much. And this is a board that actually I have some control over. And so I knew that this bill was coming, and one of the goals it sets in this bill is around at least 50% women representation and at least 25% people of color representation on the HPC Advisory Council. I had the opportunity to refresh my advisory council membership in January, and I've exceeded both of those goals already. And I'm proud of that, but I also think putting these things in statute matter for the future. We may not all be leaders of these organizations. Like, you can hear and feel our commitment, but this is about setting a foundation for the long term.
Yeah, and it's not quite governance, but related to governance. But I mentioned earlier how one of the accreditation standards for the health plans that's included in the NCQA is to make sure that our health plans have a culturally diverse staff. Well, we have to hold ourselves to that same standard as well. We are the ones at the GIC who are setting the strategy for coverage for 426,000 people. So we need to make sure that as we develop our policy, we have those voices included in our team and helping to inform our policy. So as with David, our oversight board, the Group Insurance Commission, 17-member board, we got a long way to go to diversify that board. As David said, it's not a board that I appoint, but we do have an obligation to help advocate for that because it helps us make better decisions ultimately. But also my staff, right? We have at the GIC a relatively small staff, about 70 people. We exceed all, overall benchmarks within the organization. But within the management and leadership ranks, we got a little bit of work to do. And that's important, right? So, I think we hold ourselves to the same standards that we're holding our important partners to as well.
So I very much agree with everything that David and Matt said with respect to governance. And at CHEER, we are fully committed to some of the provisions and goals that are set forth with respect to sort of our internal employees and staff. But just going back to the question around how does the framework in the bill, how does that activate change and really take us to the next level? And I think that the bill is so key because to date, I think we can all agree that we can define, yes, we all have a commitment to reduce health disparities. But I think what we really need to do and what the bill does is sort of define what we're solving for. And again, that's more than just we all collectively want to reduce disparities, but it's really an articulated, affirmative, actionable plan with timelines, milestones, targets, and processes for measuring and monitoring the effectiveness of the policy. And so I think that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We've seen this blueprint before. I think with respect to the cost containment legislation, in this very same way, we saw targets being set, we saw deadlines, we saw regular cadence set forth by which payers, providers need to report information, measurement occurred, and then we have a process for reporting out. I think all of those steps are concrete and actionable, and I think that's where we need to be focusing our energy on what are those sort of actionable items, because otherwise I think it becomes really challenging for the industry to say, okay, how do we collectively reduce disparities? Let's flip it and make it in the affirmative what it is exactly that we all need to be doing. So I think that the bill in that really does lay the groundwork for doing that.
I think the setting of targets is key to motivate collective action. And I worry a little bit, we had an incredible panel of healthcare leaders who are so thoughtful on these issues. And they're all working within their organizations to advance some good ideas. But I worry sometimes it's like, are they just kind of all doing their own thing? And can we make sure that we have a cohesive collective understanding of what we're collectively working towards? And that's why I think that part of it is so key.
Thank you. I also wanted to just mention, and this came up a little bit in the discussion, some of the barriers and constraints you face based on some of your statutory authority, and to put in a pitch for you to lean on the rest of us to help advocate for whatever changes you need so that you have the flexibility to carry on the innovative work that you're doing. So Massachusetts is uniquely positioned, as you all know, to lead this next chapter in health reform focused on health equity and to hopefully become a model for health equity across the country. So again, kind of echoing one of the questions that came up in the healthcare leaders panel earlier today, what should we expect from your agency in the next 2 to 3 years? What actions do you commit to taking on in the next few years, and how can we hold you and how can you hold yourselves accountable to this work?
I'm happy to kick off there. What you can expect from the Health Connector is a very forward-leaning marketplace that is availing itself of all of the tools it has in the market with carriers, covering, again, 250,000 people, likely growing as we head through and out of the redetermination period, and using its market presence to really push the envelope and keep a consistent, unified vision on equity. Again, I talked about some of the efforts we've undertaken over the last few years around identifying chronic conditions, thinking creatively about value-based insurance design, investing publicly in designing insurance programs that do not discriminate against people with these chronic conditions that we know are a result of structural racism over decades and centuries of public policy. And continuing to challenge ourselves to find new, innovative, creative ways to design health insurance and design health insurance programs, particularly those that serve kind of overrepresent communities of color and people of color, to really be making sure that those programs are servicing people in the most forward-leaning way possible. So we want to be held accountable to that. We want to keep pushing ourselves. We want to keep pushing our carriers and the market as a whole in that space, and working closely with other state payers to really amplify the kind of muscle we're trying to put on the line there. And the second place I really want to be held accountable as an executive director of the state's marketplace is making the process of getting into and keeping coverage easier. It is too hard. And there are very well-documented examples of the ways that those burdens, those challenges in the process fall in a deeply inequitable way on exactly the kind of communities we're talking about today and the kinds of issues that we're focused on here. So I want that to be really our North Star when we're thinking about the next frontier of health coverage reform here in Massachusetts. It's not okay that it's harder to get health coverage if you're low income than if you're high income. And I want to see the Health Connector be a part of that solution. I want us to be challenged. I want us to be uncomfortable with what we find when we look at the status quo today. And I would ask everybody in this room that's a part of this conversation to keep pushing us on that as well.
So because we're in a similar business at the GIC as the Connector, a lot of what Audrey said are the same things that I would hope that, and I expect that we will be accomplishing over the next 2 to 3 years. As I mentioned earlier, the holding carriers to a variety of standards that relate to their commitment and capabilities to address health disparities through that certification program. We're going to push on that, and as was, I think, Kane Hayes said earlier today, what you can't measure, you can't fix. And if you have reporting, even better. And if there are incentives linked to it, that's the best. That's certainly the way we do it. We have performance guarantees that relate to our health plans accomplishing that accreditation. That feels sort of amorphous long-term a little bit, in the same way that the data standards do in some respects, right? That's going to take some time and thoughtful development of those standards in order to do it right and to do it in a way that all players in the marketplace can do it consistently. So the challenge I think that we face and others face is, what can we do concrete, tangible now to address the disparities that we do know? So we also have, as part of our procurement process, of course, the carriers make a commitment to a wide variety of different care management programs, and they've made specific commitments around health equity. To David's point earlier, though, we could all be doing really wonderful things in our different silos, but until there's, I think, an enterprise way to organize, set goals, hold us all accountable, I think we risk missing an opportunity to do something really big, I think. So whether that is, a cabinet position for health equity as anticipated in the statute, or some other way to do that, I think that's a really important piece.
So this summit has been really timely in that GIA is finalizing its strategic plan for the next couple of years. And goal number one, and that was very intentional, is all about promoting DEI. And the goal is really sort of two-pronged. One, it covers sort of our internal workplace and culture. And I think this is something that we want to be really intentional about. We've hired a DEI consultant to help us ensure that our practices and policies are reflective of our values. So things like rethinking how we hire, professional growth and development, trainings that we offer, and creating overall targets for our employee composition. But secondly, the goal also applies to on sort of external facing or our work product. So as I mentioned before, in the next couple of years, you can expect that CHIA will be layering and truly embedding, integrating a health equity lens into all of the work and analysis that we do and publish and put out there. And I think that part of this is the goal is for CHIA to play a strong driving role in the data strategy related to health equity. So that is defining what those data standards are, how they're to be collected, developing the systems and platforms necessary to help collect that data from payers, providers. And I think a big part of it is really CHIA as a partnering with stakeholders. In addition to payers and providers, I think the economic report that we saw earlier today really makes the case that this is not just the healthcare industry. This is bigger than that. There's a broader impact impacting employers. And so how do we get employers at the table to not only utilize CHIA's data to help them understand their own employee trends, to help make modifications to the plan offerings and the like, but also having the buy-in of payers, providers, and all employers, and I'll make a plug particularly for the self-insured, that we need all of the data to provide that 360 view of our healthcare system. Because to the extent that we have blind spots, we are going to see those blind spots downstream in whatever policy intervention solutions that we come up with. So it is imperative that we have a comprehensive view of data when we are tackling this problem.
Yeah, I'll start by echoing something that was said at a previous panel, which is what can you expect and what should you expect of us as public servants in government? And I think it goes back to this idea of really partnership and alignment and coordination across these different agencies and more agencies, many other agencies who aren't represented here today, Department of Public Health, Mass Health, so on. And I am optimistic. I really am. I am by nature probably an optimist, but this is a really important moment. You know, we have this moment now. We have a brand new Healy Driscoll administration. Governor Healy, in one of her first statements, said, "Equity in all we do." That is her vision. Leadership matters. The Attorney General was here talking about this, leaning forward. Leadership matters. And as we come out of this particular moment in the pandemic, take this opportunity as government, as private and public actors to work together to do this really hard thing. And to me, I'm optimistic of this moment given that leadership. And HPC is going to be a partner in every step of the way on that.
Thank you so much. I've been given the signal. It's time to open it up to the audience. We have time for just a few questions. Is there a mic in the audience? I think we'll start there with the hand right there in the middle, the gray blazer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Brown. I'm the CEO at Charles River Community Health. We're a community health center with sites in Boston and Waltham. I'm going to start by building on David's optimism, which I tend to share. I wanted to add to the conversation that for those of us who serve a patient population that is majority of color and faces many of these inequities, could you speak to whether there are ways you could work independently or together to bring services into the mix of reimbursement that are critical to provide care to the communities we serve? And the two examples I would use are interpreting services, which are not reimbursable, as well as the work of community health workers, which data certainly suggests are key to connecting these communities with care. So understanding that we all want to reduce healthcare costs, there are absolutely some costs that we are bearing as providers that are also just further exacerbating those inequities.
If I could just briefly say a word about community health centers. So I happen to sit on a board of a federally qualified health center, and I think there's a lot that the rest of the healthcare system can learn about how to provide culturally and linguistically appropriate care. And so, community health centers were medical homes before medical homes was a phrase. So just a big plug for community health centers. I know through the GIC, again, that was one area where we wanted to push the carriers on, understanding that commercial payment is a relatively small part of the insurance revenue to a community health center. But we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, our plans are doing in contracting, that it strengthens the role of community health centers in doing what they do.
Can I speak to your comment about interpreter services? And I just want to underscore how vital language access is. And I think I can safely say that is a really key area of focus for both the Connector and Mass Health, particularly as we head into, well, we're in, but deeper and deeper into the redetermination process. And I want to give a shout out to a number of legal aid and consumer advocacy organizations that the Connector and Mass Health has been working really closely with to push ourselves on language access, inclusive of interpreter services, but in all different realms of how we're interacting with the public and ensuring that we have linguistically appropriate, not just appropriate, but really forward-leaning, thoughtful solutions for folks. And I would love to chat with you too about interpreter services and in terms of reimbursement. There are some protections around that in Section 1557 of the ACA, and we've started to ask some of our carriers questions about how that manifests on the ground, and I do think there's opportunities there, both with respect to that and other services. We mentioned doula services. The Connector's been pushing the envelope in accordance with the EHS behavioral health roadmap over the last few years around recovery coaches, peer coaches, and others. So I think there is a model there for continuing to expand the view of how we think about a service model in a marketplace context, but I think elsewhere in the market as well.
And just to quickly add, I think that what will be critical to making the case for reimbursement for any of these is that making the business case for them. I think philosophically, we're all probably there, but it's making that business case. And I will belabor the data point. It will come back to having the data to show who are the populations that are disparately impacted, perhaps by not having certain services such as interpreter services. And so how do we get all of the stakeholders at the table, payers included, and have access, visibility into their data to say, okay, this is their population, stratified by race, ethnicity, and other metrics. Here are the service categories of spend, utilization, and where there may be gaps. And I think to the extent that payers can sort of understand where gaps may be sort of leading to greater costs downstream, I think that is how you start to build the business case for getting certain services reimbursed.
If I could just say, well, I don't want to, may I, just briefly? I think there's been, in the area of social determinants of health, and I think for me, some really good examples in the behavioral health space. I certainly have, and I think there's a growing appreciation that there are a variety of very important services to address needs in these two spaces that have fallen outside of the traditional insurance model, right? I think of peer recovery coaches, although we've made some progress in that area. I think of mental health services for children and adolescents that had been traditionally only covered by Mass Health. We've made some progress in that area. We've mentioned doulas several times here. You know, there are a variety of barriers to moving forward with that, including like licensing and credentialing. But interpreter services, community health workers, I think all of these things are really critical to getting at social determinants of health. We need to figure out a way to get them into an insurance model, whether it's through alternative payment methodologies. I think the work that Mass Health is doing with the ACO model that addresses by design social determinants of health. A lot of us can learn from that, and I think, you know, the GIC, we certainly are interested in mirroring some of that. Absent that, though, you know, we got to figure out some other strategies, right, to pay for them in a fee-for-service basis.
Hello, am I on? Oh, I am on. Hello, I'm Renee Critchlow. I'm a family physician. I'm Chief Medical Officer at Codman Square Health Center, and I'm not here representing them. I'm asking my question as a new citizen of the state of Massachusetts. What I've heard in every single panel is how the murder of George Floyd was reckoning, and everything changed after that. I just moved from Minneapolis 2 years ago. George Floyd was murdered 5 miles from my clinic. My clinic was ransacked and almost burned as a result of the riots. I'm very familiar with how things can change after that. What I will say is I'm a little curious and concerned. Can someone help me understand what was in place before that murder in Massachusetts, and why weren't we doing health equity then? And then what are we doing to make sure that we dismantle that system that had to take a murder in order to change?
I'll take the first sort of pass to address that. I think to directly answer your question about what system was in place prior to George Floyd, I would say there was not a cohesive system in place to address health inequities. I think that there were sort of disparate, discrete initiatives across a number of different agencies that sought to address different elements of inequities. So looking at access or utilization, but again, it was just one sort of sliver. I think that what we've heard today, and the summit really is a exciting moment in time that I'm equally optimistic will serve as a catalyst to sort of join existing efforts that were already underway in a more cohesive, coordinated fashion, so that we are all sort of rowing in the same direction and approaching this not as just one other project on our to-do list, but this is an overarching sort of mission that we are all bought into that will govern how we think about coverage, how we deliver care, and how we as state agencies support those efforts in various fashions as it relates to how we oversee and regulate the healthcare industry.
Agree, and I just want to acknowledge that it's the right question. It's an absolutely fair question. And not just with respect to the Massachusetts healthcare space. It shouldn't have taken decades of murders like that happening, and then to have iPhone footage be the thing that tipped the country over the edge into that reckoning you're hearing. I think, speaking for myself, 2020 was an opportunity to coalesce and say, enough, what can we do in the roles we're in, even recognizing this is a much bigger issue than healthcare or state government in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But I just want to acknowledge it's a completely fair question.
Yeah, and I would add, and I appreciate the comment and the question as well. And you know, I think again, you know, I think we have some personal reactions to that too, which is, you know, power structures that, you know, don't want people to see these inequities, and you know, require some interrogation of your own biases and privilege. And I think as an organization, we had to have some tough conversations and hopefully lead to a better place.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite all of you to join me in thanking this wonderful panel. Thank you to the panelists for their leadership, for their optimism, and their deep commitment to health equity. Thank you for recognizing and supporting key provisions of the Health Equity Bill and laying the groundwork for this next chapter of health reform in Massachusetts. For the rest of you, we'll now take a short break. We'll restart the program at 2:15 with remarks from Health and Human Services Secretary Kate Walsh. So please go ahead and stretch your legs for a moment before we return for the Secretary. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
City councilor, like I've done a lot of speaking prior.
Hi, folks. Thank you again so much for being here. We're going to get started in 30 seconds, so please take your seats. Thank you, thank you.
All right, if I could ask everyone to grab their seats, please. Shh. All right, it seemed to work. Tilt it up. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon. It is impressive that we still have so many here with us. Congrats to you for sticking around. That means the program it has good content for all of you, and it's been a tremendous day. Welcome back from the break. If folks could grab their seats, please settle in. This is going to be our last stretch of today's program. My name is Juan Fernando Lopera, and I am the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for Beth Israel Lahey Health. I'm also one of the co-founders of this, what I'll call this movement, this Health Equity Compact movement, and I'm very proud of today, the work of the Compact, the many involved in making today possible, the many amazing speakers we've had. It does feel like a movement. It does feel historic. It does feel epic. So it is my great pleasure and distinct honor to introduce our next speaker, who leads the Executive Office of Health and Human Services, Secretary Kate Walsh. Secretary Walsh represents a team of more than 21,000 staff across 11 agencies and the Mass Health system. And the staff works daily to provide services and programs to nearly 1 of every 3 Massachusetts residents. She has an extensive background, and she's very humble. She asked me not to do a lengthy introduction, so I'll just say a few quick things. She was previously the CEO of Boston Medical Center. Secretary Walsh is a true champion for health equity. She has a proven track record based on the work that she did, that she has always done, and the work particularly that she did at BMC, where she established BMC's Health Equity Accelerator. We heard a panel earlier of our health leaders talk about the Health Equity Accelerator, and that was established in 2021 to eliminate racial and ethnic disparities in life expectancy and quality of life. And I could say that we all look at BMC as a great example of the work we all need to do collectively. And thanks to Secretary Walsh for the work that she did there. And right now, as Secretary of Health and Human Services, we look to her to advocate for equitable healthcare policies and to work collaboratively with stakeholders to dismantle systemic structures in order to achieve better health outcomes for all populations. We're honored to have her here today to share some remarks. One thing I'll have to say is I recall, and many of us had conversations as we were waiting for the appointment of the Secretary of Health and Human Services. We were all wondering and speculating who could it be? Who would be crazy enough to take that job? But I could say that we all breathed a sigh of relief when we heard the news of having Secretary Walsh in the role, because I think she is the right person for this job. I asked her earlier if there was something that most of us wouldn't know about her that I should add to the introduction, and then I'd remember that I actually witnessed it in action at the Embrace Gala recently. She could dance. She was breaking down the dance floor. She had her nice kicks, Jordans, I think it was, or Converse shoes that she had on. And so she told me that if in her next chapter, which hopefully isn't very soon because we need you in the role, that she would be a backup singer, dancer, so maybe on the way up to the podium, Secretary. Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks, Juan. I'm in trouble now. The balance of being sort of interesting at these things, but not too quotable, I'm learning in public life. I will say that I am not humble. I just can't stand these long introductions because anyone could do the math and figure out how old I am. And I do really want to be like a backup wedding singer if this gig doesn't work out. So keep me in mind. But I really want to thank you, Juan, and all the members of the Compact for having me here today. And I'm thrilled to be part of this conversation. I really cannot emphasize enough how much I personally value your partnership, appreciate your input as we all work to address health disparities across the Commonwealth. Many of you are friends and longtime colleagues, but for those of you whom I don't know, I'm Kate Walsh, I'm the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I have been doing this job for about 100 days, so with that caveat, but I'm finding that a lot of what I learned at Boston Medical Center is directly applicable to my role working for Governor Healy, who every day challenges us to deliver more equitable health and human services across our Commonwealth. So I mentioned I learned a lot during my time at BMC, but this in particular, this work cannot and will not get done unless we acknowledge and address systemic racism. Because all of us in healthcare, we're all in healthcare, we look at data every single day, but when you interrogate that data through the lens of racial health equity, you see a very different picture. And that's what today's all about. Because even here in Massachusetts, where we have one of the strongest healthcare systems in the country, we have with the nation's highest rate of insured residents at 97%, where we are proudly home to a global hub of biotech and medical innovation, stunning, devastating gaps in health outcome persist by race and ethnicity, meaning some of our greatest advances don't reach the communities that need them the most. We cannot celebrate our achievements if the results aren't available, are out of reach for all of our residents. I mean, what would it have meant that a COVID vaccine was developed right here in Cambridge if we couldn't get it into the arms of people in Chelsea and Roxbury? And we all heard the data earlier today, and we can see the reality with our own eyes. Our Commonwealth has glaring inequities that we must address. Systemic racism is deeply rooted into societal structures, into health policies, into institutions. Even our vaunted healthcare delivery system and our really strong state social safety net is not immune. In fact, many of the people we serve at the Executive Office of Health and Human Services are intergenerational clients. We need to change the approach our agencies take and pivot from, as my friend Thea James likes to say, from charity to equity. And we need to develop more explicit investment strategies to break those cycles. And today we've seen unequivocally that eliminating these disparities is not just a moral imperative, it's an economic one. We've heard earlier how these inequities are costing us billions. So how do we get started? My mother used to always say, charity begins at home. And I've sort of adapted that to say, Equity begins at home. To truly combat health disparities, we have to pull the camera back and look at the systemic racism that exists throughout our healthcare system and across all of our state agencies. We have to look at ourselves. I learned this at BMC. It's not just enough to develop programs and services to try to fix a problem. And I see this every day in government. We find a problem and well-meaning people get together and try to fix it and create a solution. Rinse and repeat. And sometimes it's great, but it's not enough. We have to challenge ourselves to get further upstream. You guys all hear this language, but we really have to just think differently about the work we do. We have to look beyond a specific need or a specific disease or health condition to the community, to the place where people live, work, worship, learn, and hopefully thrive. And it's going to take a full court press to do this and a lot of organizational change. At EHS, we're looking across the spectrum of services, agencies, grants we fund, how Mass Health pays for services to address and see how we can close the gaps in health outcomes. And when we get discouraged, we need to remember we're really, really fortunate to be working on these issues here in Massachusetts. Despite the immediate challenges of redetermination, which are with us, we have near universal coverage in our state, and I was very glad to hear my friend Audrey commit to making sure that coverage is easier and more accessible for people who get redetermined off of Mass Health. Our Mass Health program constructed, competed for, and won an 1115 waiver that is built entirely on health equity. The waiver allows us to access flexible funds to support community partnerships. We can use Mass Health factors to address upstream issues like housing and food. And most importantly, we have to both report and address the disparities in health outcomes that we witness in our state, or $2 billion is at risk, just as a call to action. So we have the tools, and this morning you heard from our governor. We have the political will. So back to how we're going to try to do this work. I think part of it is really attending to our own house. We have to diversify our ranks across health and human services. We have to create a culture of inclusion and belonging. We have to learn how our work has contributed to inequities in the past and how it's contributing even as I'm speaking here today. But to achieve this vision, we have to be, and our agencies are going to be laser focused on outcomes. We are anchoring our work in health outcomes. We need to define the metrics by which we will measure progress, and we need to hold ourselves accountable for reporting on those metrics. To implement an equity-focused approach across EOHHS, I'm convening a reimagined and reconstructed team, interagency health equity team that's going to be helmed by Undersecretary Dr. Kiami Mahanian, who's no stranger to many people in this group. His team will align on a set of priority patient populations and priority outcomes. We're not going to be able to do everything all at once. To channel our collective energies across the healthcare delivery system and the leverage that we hold in terms of social determinants of health. We'll take advantage of the vast repository of data we have. We have a lot of data in our state, and identify opportunities to act where we see gaps. We'll align our work with results of equity assessments that our teams will conduct, informed by the people in this room and others around the Commonwealth. And most importantly, we will incorporate community voices and input, real input, as a critical part of this work. This is our North Star as we work to improve the health of our priority populations. In the first phase of this initiative, we aim to align on priority populations for targeted interventions for health and health-related social needs. Identify interventions within each of our agencies. This is not just a healthcare issue, it's across all of the human service areas and Mass Health, everything we're responsible for. Define outcome metrics and monitor them over time, and partner with you, everyone in this room, and people who couldn't be here today, to harness and invest the energies of the private sector and other market forces on these shared goals. We just heard a panel of people who shared our goals. So there'll be much more to say about this initiative as we bring it to final structure and form and focus. But one thing is for certain, I'm going to be calling on all of you. I cannot overstate the value of community partners, small p, large C, large P, in working with us and informing the strategy. So I want to thank the Compact for bringing us all together for this very important conversation, and for all the work you've done to get us to this point. I'm really energized by this conversation today, and I'm so delighted to join you. Thank you.
It is truly amazing to have all of you all day long listening to us, being a part of this important conversation, and more importantly, getting ready to take action. So let me begin by introducing our next panel. The Health Equity Compact is composed of leaders from different sectors with different experiences. And this panel that I'm about ready to introduce will show the diversity of our group. Our goal for this panel is to reflect together what we heard today across data presentations, leaders from health systems, business, state agencies, and remarks from our governor, our Senate President, our Attorney General, and of course, our Secretary of Health and Human Services. We'll highlight key aspects of our conversations today that resonate with us, and we'll also spend some time talking about what the future looks like and what the next steps we'll need to take to get there. So before we dive into the discussion, let me welcome our panelists onto the stage. Don't let me stay here by myself. Oh, was I supposed to be over there? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now? Testing, there we go. All right, Kate wants to be a backup dancer. I want to go back to being a DJ. So this is just one step closer to doing that. Okay, let's start with introductions, beginning to my left. Maddie, would you like to go first?
Sure.
First name, affiliation.
So I'm Maddie Castillo. I'm the Commissioner of Health and Human Services for the City of Worcester.
Ken?
Ken Turner. I'm the President and the CEO of the Massachusetts Life Science Center.
Madam Senator.
Good day, everyone. I'm Liz Miranda, State Senator of the 2nd Suffolk District in the City of Boston.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see everyone. My name is Joseph Betancourt. I'm president of the Commonwealth Fund and also a primary care doctor at Mass General Hospital. It's great to be here.
All right. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Maddie, I'm going to turn it over to you. You were here early this morning. Some of us were stuck in traffic on 93, but you were able to make it here and listen to all of the presentations. And I know you couldn't wait to really give us the reflection of the day. So please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start. But I first, there was somebody who asked a question about why was it after George Floyd that we had this reckoning. And I would at least like to say that all of us has had this, a good portion of us has known the inequities that exist in healthcare. And truly, it's systemic racism, why we haven't really dealt with that issue. And I think that all of us, there's a good group of us who've been working for a long time to see how we can change that system. I grew up in that system, And certainly I'm a physician also in that system, and went through it with my father, who I saw who was misdiagnosed and not listened to, and consequently died of pancreatic cancer. But I want to start by then also mentioning, I guess, the first, the healthcare leaders and their commitment to health equity. And I guess my experience as commissioner for the city, one of the things I try to do is make sure that that we can work together in a lot of the entities that exist. And I have to tell you that no, they're not going to solve the problem. I think we keep putting Band-Aids on the issues and truly not solving the problems. One of the things that got me the most is that they said that we're still talking about the issue of equity. And I guess to me, after all of these years, and I'm pretty old right now, that we're still talking about the issue of equity is tough to listen to. And when we talk about solutions, we never talk about solutions about how the community is part of that process. And I look at our community per se, that the nonprofits and all the agencies that are doing work in the community are not connected, not by their will, but the hospitals will also to be able to connect with the community, which doesn't happen. And if that piece was to happen, what a system we would have to be able to do that. And I've spoken to lots of providers who don't know how to refer people to different areas because they don't know what they are, who've never walked into a shelter to see what a shelter is like or how many shelters we actually have in our city. So I think to be able to get out of there and be able to look into the community is important, and to be able to use community health workers, recovery coaches, mental health peer support, to be able to use that in the community and to be able to connect with them is huge. And so we have to be able to work and say that when we're talking about our staffing issues, that we use the community that we have that's looking for a job, needs a job, and are essential for everything that we do. So that's one piece. I'm going to go quick, okay? I'll go quick. All right, data presentation. When people say that data isn't that, we know the data. We know the data nationally. We in Worcester are trying to find our data locally. We need to be able to know what's happening in Worcester locally. It doesn't help me. It does help a little bit to know what the Massachusetts data is, but I want to know where we are with opioids, where we are with mental health, where we are with diabetes, hypertension. And yet, for a year and a half, we've been working to be able to do that, and we haven't been able to because there isn't the will to be able to do that. People don't want their data out in public. They feel that it's going to hurt them, and the reality is that it's going to help our community and it's going to help people there. So data is important, and we need to be able to do that, whether it's our communities. I'm just going to say one more. When we were talking about the business leaders that were here. The business leaders have so much to offer us. We talk about in our community, we have a problem with homelessness, no different than anybody else. We have a problem with mental health issues, with climate justice, all of these things that they could be a part of, that they could actually be able to raise money to be able to help with a lot of these issues. And that's not a part of a lot of what is happening. So how do we do that? So, and lastly, leaders from the top up to be able to create the environment that needs to be created. As Commissioner of Health and Human Services, from my department, and what everybody should be doing is actually bringing communities of color inside, because without them, we will not succeed. And if you want to do it, it can be done.
Thank you, Maddie. I'm going to pick up on the business leaders, and Ken, go right to you as president of the Mass Life Sciences Center. Can you pick up where Maddie left off around engaging our business community?
Well, look, I think there are a couple of ways that you can look at this. I've been in the role of leading the center now for 2.5 years, and came on at the very crest of the closer to the mic. Got it. Okay, you want the Navy voice? I'll give you the Navy voice.
The DJ voice.
There is a captain, submarine captain in here. I was trying to take it down, but no. You want to bring it up, so we'll bring it up. Okay, I took over 2.5 years ago at the height of COVID, and frankly, when I came on board, I'll be blunt. I mean, I was very concerned about a lot of things at the time. Things about economic development, business development, workforce training and development. Obviously, we're in the midst of shifting in how we think and work across the Commonwealth, and the impact of that. The impact on our tax revenue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I confess that health equity was not on my radar screen, to be blunt about it. And so I really appreciate and I'm grateful for leaders in this space like Michael Curry, you, quite frankly, Thea James and the folks at Boston Medical, and David Fry at KPMG. Folks like that over the course of the last year who've had conversations with me that have raised my visibility to this. And so to that end, what I have committed to is to say that our agency, which many of you may or may not be familiar with, I just realized I started rambling without even kind of addressing what the Life Science Center is. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Massachusetts Life Science Center, it was founded in 2008 under Governor Patrick in partnership with the legislature, funded with $1 billion over 10 years to invest in growing our life science industry in the state. And today, that objective has been more than met. We were supposed to be, if all things were perfect, the #1 life science ecosystem in the United States. We are now the life science ecosystem in the world, the largest, most robust life science ecosystem in the world. And it's because between the $1 billion investment under Governor Patrick, the continuing resolution that passed under Governor Baker, which added an additional $623 million of investments, has driven and fueled our industry and made us #1. To give you a couple of quick stats, we have 18 of the top 20 biopharma companies with a presence here in Massachusetts. All 3 vaccines, by the way, researched, developed, and in some cases manufactured here in the Commonwealth. We have a workforce of around about 120,000 employees, by the way, 100% growth over the last 15 years. We have roughly 56 million square feet of life science space in the state. We're building another 30 to 50 million square feet based on what you want to believe. And either way you cut that, that will add an additional 40,000 net new jobs in the next 5 years. And I could go on and on. $900 million of investments in our ecosystem, leveraged at $5.3 billion. $600 million investment in capital investments, thanks to our partners in the legislature. Now, I'm looking over here because I need more money. And that has given us a leveraged investment of $1.3 billion. And I could go on and on and on, all of which are great, all of which are great. But what I found out very quickly in this job, not being a doctor or a physician, not being a scientist, I am a Navy captain and a private sector executive who came to government 10 years ago. And so I came to this job with the notion I was going to listen and learn and meet people in this space and get up to speed it's like I ran a business, right? And what I quickly found out was that for all of the things I just talked about, there are headwinds and there's friction. When I look across our 26 gateway cities, I see that they don't get to participate in this industry that I just talked about, where, by the way, the average salary is $200,000. $200,000. And we can start you off in this industry with no advanced degree, although we have more advanced degrees and PhDs than any other state in the nation. And I can keep going on with all the good stuff, but the reality is you can come to this, and this is, as I think about it, the trades of the future, and we can start you at 65, 70 grand, $100,000 in no time flat, right, with a high school education or less. But if I go to Lowell or Lawrence or Springfield, that's not the case. And so I say all of that to say this. My commitment to Michael and to David and to my friends at Mass Bio and Mass Medic is that we were going to hold hands and convene a summit on this issue, but I have no intention of elegantly analyzing it. Instead, we're going to bring the best minds that we can bring across the nation together so we can understand where there might be an opportunity for us at the end of the day, that day, to walk away with 2 or 3 initiatives that we can immediately pivot and start to put into motion towards action. Give you an example real quickly. In the life science field, I was stunned to find out that in phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3 clinical trials, in many cases, they're not representative of the folks who actually have the disease. It may be a disease that primarily affects people of color, but yet, if you look at like sickle cells, the piece in the Globe this past Sunday did a great job, right? And and kudos to the Globe for that expose. I read it, not that I didn't know that, because I did as a result of this job, but that's a great example of it. But we've got to fix that. And so we've got friends at Takeda and Sanofi and BMS and other people in leadership positions that now understand that we've got to do business differently. We've got to think about business differently. So I say all that to say that we're at the beginning of this, but I'm convinced that there is a role for the state to play to be strong leaders in this space.
Great. Thank you, Ken. So I heard a lot of firsts, and then many of you heard a lot of firsts there, right? First in the country in terms of investment in life sciences. We also know the many firsts. First Community Health Center here in Massachusetts, just down the street here, Columbia Road. Don't listen to those folks that are from Mississippi. It started here. First public school, first public library, first public beach.
First public park.
First public park. We could go
first
on,
subway, first police
and
department.
on and on and on. More importantly, why haven't we been the first state in the nation to solve this issue around health inequities? I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and then Senator Miranda, I want you to come back and tell us about the legislation that you helped sponsor.
So thank you. So this is like last call, right? You all are hanging in there for this last bit. We appreciate you. But Manny, this is, I just want to say first, this to me is a celebration. This is a moment of celebration. It's a moment of celebration because as we all talk about this journey and this question that you pose, how come we haven't eliminated this? We have to acknowledge that there's been a lot of people trying, a lot of people chipping away, bending that kind of arc of the moral universe towards justice. Everybody pulling that vertical, and creating that action. And, I and many have had the pleasure of being here for the better part of 2 decades where conversations like this, were kind of going forward. Many of us were involved in those. And I think a lot of what I heard today, to be honest, and the summary I got, was similar talk to what we've heard in the past. I think the challenge has been that we have been very heavy on aspiration and very light on execution. And this, like anything else, requires a level of rigor that holds us accountable. If we wanted to solve this, we can. We would have. But the moment of celebration that we need to have now is this is a different time. As I reflected on the conversations today, I said I've heard a lot of that, but this is what's unique about today. What's unique about today is that we have a power, I believe, that's unprecedented in our history in my 20 years here. We have a time in history that has opened up a window for us that will close and people are trying to slam it shut. But that requires us to be steadfast and diligent. And if we think about this portfolio of assets that we have an unprecedented number of black and brown legislators. We have an incredible amount of diversity in leadership in different industries. We have the incredible structure that is a Health Equity Compact, thanks to an incredible leader, because these moments For this to all align, you have to have opportunity with will, with energy, and the leader to represent that, and Michael Curry's that leader. And Michael Curry does that with a team of people that include Juan Lopera and Jeff Sanchez, who masterminded this idea that we have to coalesce in this moment an action-oriented portfolio that includes legislation. And I'm proud to be part of a compact that's now 80-some-odd people. But as I think about this trajectory, I think we have a lot to celebrate, but we cannot rest on that celebration. This is an opportunity now, I think, to really focus on that execution. And I would say the two things that have dodged us for years, because the devil are in the details, are financing and regulation. That's where things happen. I mean, we've been talking nice about why and how and when and a little bit of I'm in the foundation world. I've been chasing money all my life. Now I get to give it away. I don't have enough money to fix this issue. But at the end of the day, there is enough money in the system with the amount of money we spend in this nation on healthcare that we should be able to fix this problem. And so I'm excited, Manny, about what's possible here today in this moment. And I think it really calls us all to say, let's look around. Let's understand that we have power more than ever before. And it's how do we kind of build that structure and give the compact the support it needs to really drive forward this change. And look, let's be honest, we're not going to solve this in the next 5 years, but we will be proud that in the time we had, we bent that arc as much as we could.
Thank you, Joe. So we heard about execution, and we also heard earlier in the day that it's all hands on deck, similar to how we responded to COVID. Government, public, private partnership. Senator Miranda.
Yes, thank you. How y'all doing today? This is a very important room to come from in rush hour traffic from the State House. It's such an important day to be here. And I just want to thank Manny. I look up to you a lot, being the first Cape Verdean woman senator. I saw you as a first Cape Verdean CEO of a neighborhood health center. And, we just don't look to see people in our spaces and then think that it could be done. We look to people and leaders in every space. And I just want to thank you what you've done for the whole city, but particularly for the Cabo Verdeano community in our Commonwealth. So I'm going to answer the question that you posed earlier around what really struck me. To have 550 people counting sign up virtually and to come in person to talk about an issue, I think is the number one thing that struck me. From all different walks of life, understanding that it's all of our lanes, right? When I was younger, I thought medicine and health was all about doctors. And I grew up in the Dudley Triangle, a place that there are 2 movies and a book about, and the book is called Streets of Hope. It was the most environmentally unjust community. We had 1,400 parcels of vacant land, had trash transfer stations, legal and illegal, on almost every corner. We were redlined, and we were this little pocket near South Bay and Blue Hill Avenue next to Orchard Park Housing Development that no one gave a damn about. And our zip code then, 02119, was making us sick. And today, 42 years later, it's still keeping us sick. And a lot of people think that I came to this work because I was a senator and a representative before this, but the truth of the matter is that I was a Roxbury girl who came to the state legislature with a lived history that I think positions me uniquely to lead on health equity. 1, because I'm from an EJ community, but 2, my family story. My brother was murdered in 2017. That was the catalyst for me running. That same year, my sister gave birth to a baby at 4 months. And she told her doctor she wasn't feeling well, and her doctor told her, "You're anxious, take some Tylenol and go to sleep." And it showcases how much we don't listen to Black women. And my sister gave birth a few hours later. And that was just in 2017. When I was running for Senate, my father passed away from lung cancer, but he had a 20-year history of diabetes, of COPD, heart disease. When COVID-19 came, my grandmother died within a month. My whole family got COVID-19. because my title does not shield me. The money I made, my Wellesley degree, none of those things shield me from the realities of where I live. And so what struck me today was that there's hope, there's optimism, there's power, but I think we're all understanding the gravity of the moment. When you talked about Governor Deval Patrick did something 10 years ago, and now we're a global leader, 10, 15 years ago. He's still my governor. Sometimes I think about him like, oh my God, he was so good. But more is going to be greater, right? I'm just excited about, the women power up in that building. I was like, ooh, all the constitutional officers are women. Yes, almost, except for one. I say all of that because, thank you. It's an exciting time, but I say all of that because I think the problem with Massachusetts is an identity crisis. We think we're super exceptional, and we don't want to tell the truth about how white supremacy and racism and sexism and classism and an anti-immigrant rhetoric, even though our state is made up of a lot of different people who come from a lot of different places, have kept us behind, because it's who we were listening to, who we were centering. And I think the opportunity is really now, and I'm really inspired. When I decided to file this bill, Michael Curry and myself sat on a task force 2 years ago that was supposed to talk about health inequities. And after the report was done, we both, I think, I could speak for you, right, Mike, a little bit, he's my real friend. We both kind of felt like it was going to be another report left on the shelf because there were pieces in that report that I think scared a lot of people. We had talked about the Black maternal health crisis, really naming that. We had talked about our carceral system. Yes, there are people in jail right now not receiving the best care in the care capital of the world, right? And it took a lot of gut and grit to be able to say, no, this report is not going to stay on the shelf because this is a life or death situation. So as a legislator, I understand the power of policy. And Marie St. Fleur, former state rep, used to say policy without resources is dead. And I like to support what you said. If we wanted to get it done, we would have got it done. We have billions and billions of dollars in a rainy day fund. Massachusetts did so much during COVID-19 to keep people alive and thriving that we could do again if we just returned back, that going back to normal is not good enough. So I really come here today as a partner. Thank you for that. And not only filing the legislation, but this is a key place for all of you. Legislation does not move unless it centers people and centers community. And what we want to do, and the reason why today is even happening, is that we want to spread the message that health equities should be the #1 priority of this new administration and of the legislature. It doesn't matter how many houses you built for people to buy. It doesn't matter how many industries you bring to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It doesn't matter how many billions of dollars we pour into our public schools if people are not well. If people are not well. People don't live in safe, healthy, whole communities and whole families. None of this is going to matter. So health equity has to be, I think, not only the moral imperative that you shared, but the social economic imperative of our time to ensure that Massachusetts residents can actually get what they want.
Can I
Senator, that's why you're my idol.
I just wanted to add one thing. We were talking about FIRST, right? Commonwealth Fund has an annual state report card. And Massachusetts has been first, and we're about to release it next week, in health measures, #1. #1 in rate of uninsured at 3.1%. We have unfinished business in this state. And that's what we're talking about here today. We lead with these firsts. These firsts are wonderful. But underneath that first, in the shadows of our great institutions, the maternal mortality, the infant mortality, the types of things the stories that we see in our communities, we are living those still every day. And unless we lift those up, we're lost in the first. And so this agenda for us is an agenda of unfinished business. We are not done yet. We are not done yet till we are first in all of it, for everyone. And I think that's the energy that we want to bring to this conversation.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Back to you, Senator. Give us a civics lesson here. Because as we know, in the U.S. here, we're a little bit challenged with understanding history and social studies, if I could be completely honest. So tell us how this bill moves forward and how people in the audience, virtually watching from home or their offices, can help move this bill through, and tell us about the process and what you're doing to move this through the state Senate.
So I'll give you a little
House.
quick story. When I first was elected, I didn't know how to write a bill. And I see Omi in the room here. Hi, Omi. And I write the Maternal Inequities Commission bill with my colleagues with a lot of help. And George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery were killed a couple years into my leadership. And I looked around and I waited for everyone to come write a bill. I felt like Massachusetts could do something. And all my colleagues were like, well, George Floyd didn't get murdered here. We don't actually have a problem in Massachusetts, which is a lie, because out of the 30 to 35 people that die at the hands of police each year in the Commonwealth, many of them look like me. And most of the times it's happening in communities like Roxbury. But they exist just because they don't know about it. So I went to my community, I went to OMI, I went to the ACLU, I went to the NAACP, the Urban League, and a couple of residents, and I said, help me write a bill on transforming use of force in the Commonwealth. And I'm glad to say that today, in 6 months, nothing passes in 6 months in the Commonwealth. We passed a comprehensive bill where 95% of the things that were in my bill were included, which includes that you're not allowed to do chokeholds, and there's a duty to intervene, so that if you're an officer watching someone get killed, you don't get to just stand there and be like, kind of stop. You're gonna make someone stop or you're gonna be prosecuted. I say all that because public opinion matters. And there's a lot of power in people. And what I realized from that exercise was that my community organizer hat had probably served me better than my hat as a representative, because I had nothing to lose. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like pulling on people that were advocating in my community, but in my heart, I knew I had to do something. So with this bill, we filed it in January, which is bill filing time. There's about 7,000 bills filed every year in the Commonwealth. Only a few hundred of them actually go through the process where they're assigned a committee and then assigned a hearing date, where then we work with the community to get a lot of people to provide public testimony, either written or oral. And then the committee votes on whether that bill will come out of committee. But that's where you come in. Because if 100 people, if 500 people, if 1,000 people, if entire systems, entire organizations prioritize something, by the time we were done with police reform, doctors, business leaders, every type of agent, social workers, there were over 100 organizations that said, no, Massachusetts will not wait. Massachusetts will create a system to license and de-license officers. We were only one of 4 states that didn't have that. We're going to change our use of force guidelines. The city of Boston had those guidelines, but we have 351 cities and towns. And violence, let me make this very clear. The reason why I'm sharing this is because I live in a violent community. When we're thinking about public health and health equity and social determinants of my health, violence matters. That kids cannot walk to school safely, or kids have lost their siblings or their parents to gun violence, or they're seeing police violence happen in front of their faces every day. And the political will and power came together from different people saying, we will do this now, right? And we're gonna all bring our expertise in our different lanes to the table. So right now, we know that the Health Equity Compact has already been assigned a committee, hasn't been assigned a hearing date, I don't think. September, okay. Thank you, Jeffrey. 16 years in the State House served you well, buddy. And so what we work to is basically getting people ready to not only do the testimony, but this is an important thing that I'm going to urge you guys to do. That is a part of the civic lesson that I learned, I think, in filing this bill, is that we can't do everything under the Golden Dome. It doesn't serve us well. You can't do everything under your hospitals, guys either. We have to be with the people in community. And so the hope is that we take what we've done in the last few months, but take it to the streets, take it to the churches and the different houses of worship, take it to carceral system, take it everywhere that we can, so that way we can get as many different voices to the table and make this the longest hearing. I know the chairs are going to be hella mad, but make this the longest hearing that they've had in the State House in a long time. And I've been at two. Passing the Roe Act and passing police reform basically took us into the midnight hour. And I think that's the type of energy we need to bring. So it's been in committee, it's going to get a hearing, and it's our job to provide the op-eds, the public testimony, and to galvanize our communities to say, you will prioritize health equity this term.
All right. We're going to switch to Q&A now, beginning. Let's make sure we have microphones. No question. Anyone else have a question from the audience?
How do we get our testimonies, or how do we testify at a hearing to make a public comment?
There's a couple ways, and I know that most people that attend today probably will get an email or a report back from this conference or summit. And what happens is you're going to be given a date and time that the hearing will happen, and you can either show up and usually sign up by sending in an email, and they'll give you all that information, like email the Healthcare Finance or Public Health Committee by this date and time to sign up, and you can testify virtually or in person, or you can just submit written testimony, and the committee basically holds that information. But now until September, it might be great to hold forums, even in your living rooms or anywhere, to be talking about health equity in community, to galvanize the different types of voices that people don't hear from often. We hear from a lot of the same people, and they're people who are paid to lobby and work industry who show up, but we want to hear from regular, everyday people to say, how is the lack of health equity infrastructure, the lack of prioritization is actually impact their lives. Stories matter. And I urge you, if there's anyone in this room with a powerful story, I believe that what I've been able to do on gun violence has been driven by Michael's death, and what I've been able to do on maternal health has been driven by Christina's daughter, Mila. And because of that powerful story, I've testified in places where people have stood up and said, me too, right? And the idea is that stories will pull on the heartstrings, but also to get us electeds to act, right? We want to hear from people who live in our district, and so there's a lot of cities and towns that we don't hear from. So that's normally how the process goes.
Another question.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Miranda, and what a fantastic panel to close us out. I have a slightly different question about technology, because there have been so many advances recently in artificial intelligence, machine learning. You know, ChatGPT is going to do all our work for us. And, you know, Massachusetts and Boston certainly is a leader in automation, going to take all our jobs. How do you think technology is going to impact health equity, and how is the Compact thinking about the impact of technology on health equity?
Well,
Ken,
that's,
Joe?
no, that's a great question, and one that we don't know the answer to. Quite frankly, I think, you know, and I won't speak for the Compact, but I'll speak from the life science industry. There's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement around being able to manage large data sets, as you know, and to leverage AI. ChatGPT, whole different story, I think, because you can find, you know, gloom and doom as much as you can find excitement based on which side of the equation you want to fall. So my view as a non-scientist, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn last night, is that I think the AI piece of this is going to be really instrumental in advancing health equity. Because more and more, as I talk to companies and as I talk to my friends and partners in the private sector, they are trying to hire experts to come in to help them to be able to manage the data. The issue is, frankly, a lack of skilled technicians, a lack of skilled people with the credentials to actually be able to take on these jobs. When you're competing against a Microsoft or a Google or an Apple, versus going to BMS, J&J, or a Sanofi, while you heard me talk about those salaries earlier, imagine what it's like on the tech side. Who are competing for these people as well. So I say all that to say this, I think there's great promise, but in my mind, we are at the very early stages of understanding how best to leverage AI. And God knows when it comes to ChatGPT, I won't even say we're at the beginning. I mean, I think that to me, it's based on the editorials that I read, based on the positions that certain scientists and innovators have taken, it's hard to know what to believe with regards to ChatGPT and how it will impact us.
Joe, can you talk about data? Because again, these systems are looking at data that currently exists. And I know some of the fear that we've heard is the bias that these systems have already created because the data may not exist for folks that look like us.
Yeah, so I'd say three things. Number one, there's no stopping this. Like this is happening. And we could spend a lot of time fixing the old stuff that's broken, but if we don't keep an eye on the new stuff, we're at risk. So I'd say there's no stopping it. I'd say number two, as a clinician, there's incredible potential. And I do believe as a technology, there is a huge upside in its capacity to address health equity. I'll give you a quick example. For years we were talking about mental health and how when we thought about communities of color, three major barriers really: stigma, lack of a provider who looked like you, and the social determinants you'll be able to get to a place to get that care. Telehealth solved all three of those. In your bedroom, place free of stigma, you could be engaging with a provider that looked like you, even from another state, and you didn't have to go anywhere, right? So there's examples like that. But we also have the peril of technology. And we have race in clinical algorithms, something that we're tackling now, where we've incorporated race into many clinical algorithms that drive a lot of decisions that we need to be very careful of. Technologies. So, at the end of the pandemic, we find out that the pulse oximetry tool that we use to measure oxygen saturation, that oftentimes, when I was on surge teams, began to be the warning sign for when we would tee somebody up to go to the intensive care unit, wasn't giving us accurate readings, people with dark skin. Now we know it, so we begin to look back and think about how many people didn't make it to the ICU because we didn't get that warning sign in time, right? So that's an example of the peril. There's another large paper that was published a couple years back that showed that there's algorithms for how you get individuals with chronic disease into care management. And the algorithms were built to look at amount of interactions with the healthcare system, and they didn't look at race as a factor. And so those who got sent to care management, those people who interacted more, and it's because our communities tended to have less of those interactions, yet the communities of color in that data set were sicker. They actually deserved care management better. Faulty algorithm leading to a bad outcome. So this is complex, and I think, as you've said, this is moving fast, but while we clean up the mess behind us, we really need to keep an eye on what's happening in front of us. And I think technology's a great example. Those guardrails, are going to be critical. We'll be doing some funding in this space on the intersection of AI and health equity, and I'm excited about it. But I think this is a real time case study, and we already know what happens when it doesn't go well, but we also understand the promise.
I just like to say, I'm scared as hell. You know, I've seen, I'll give you an example. We studied facial recognition, for example, at the State House as I looked to write some legislation to actually stop some of its growth, because they found over time, two out of 3 times, particularly when it came to black women, it was wrong. And these are life or death situations. Can you imagine facial recognition being used to figure out who robbed a bank or who committed another type of crime or something, and then being falsely accused because of the facial recognition? So I have a lot of fear on thinking about where technology plays a role, because it's moving so fast and we're not at the table. But I do want to say to everyone here that the compact is talking about it. It's come up at most of the conversations that I think we need a subset of the Health Equity Compact to specifically be thinking about this, because we did see telehealth growth, and there's ways that technology has been working. There's a lot of new technologies. For example, there's Modelo Health that is created an app to help women in the Commonwealth. It's like in beta stage, but like count the kicks and being able to self-manage yourself so that you can directly talk to your healthcare provider, because in many communities of color, you go to your community health center for 90% of your care. So a lot of women are giving birth, meeting their care team when they're giving birth for the first time. That's not okay. That's why Massachusetts still has a maternal health crisis, is because the connectivity is not there. And so this app is meant to help. So those are wins, I think. But I think the fear is very real in making sure that we're at the table, particularly around BIPOC communities in these eras. Like you're seeing 2 out of 3 with facial recognition, the oximeter. My father lived on that thing, and to know that, you know, he was a man of a darker hue and it might have not, you know, counted his breath, I don't know how to say, measured his oxygen correctly, maybe my dad could have had more time, you know? And those are the things you don't want to think about. But if things are wrong, which usually man-made things get to, you know, are always not perfect, I do think that the Health Equity Compact has the responsibility to be thinking about this at the same time.
Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Maddie, I'm going to have you close us out. What does this look like 2 years from now, 10 years from now? And I'm going to put you on the spot, 15 years from now.
So I'm hoping that that 2 years, 5 years down the line, that we go, well, we start now. If we go back to what we learned from COVID, that we collaborated, that everybody was in a sense one. If we were to do that to begin with, I think that would be incredibly successful. I think if we, I think that's the biggest piece for me, is that collaboration piece, and hearing our voices and hearing what our thoughts are, hearing communities' voices, and making sure that's being front and center of all the things that we do. You know, there are things for me that I can see happening that I would like to see happening, I should say, looking at more of the preventative things that we do. Certainly the public health does more preventative, but also that we do more preventative things when we are in the hospital setting and healthcare setting overall, that we do that we really focus on bringing primary care into the mix, that should be the most important piece that we do. We have the least amount of primary care, the least amount of behavioral health. I think that when we talk about health overall, you know, and in Massachusetts, we tout that we are the healthiest in the country. And, you know, I work with zip codes that are, you know, life expectancy from one zip code to another is 11 years difference. I think that what I'd like to see is that we go out into the community and we work with people in the community and not expect that the people in the community are going to come to you. We have to build those relationships for years of people being stigmatized, not being heard, and all the history that has happened to people, that to expect people to come to you isn't going to happen, so that we change our system. I think that, you know, I'm from Cuba, and I think about our, you know, public health system in Cuba, where you have community health workers, you have nurses, docs who go out into the community, knocking on doors and really seeing how people live and what people need. And I think that's an important thing that I'd like to be able to start doing now and continue that process. I think that really, I guess that would be my main thing. I think that there are areas in Massachusetts, in Worcester, that are the most vulnerable areas in our community, and we do not spend a lot of time working in that area. And I think that those areas are, you know, they are, what do you say, their life expectancy, their health issues are worse than any, you know, non-industrialized nation. And that should never be happening. And so I think that for me, the biggest piece is that collaboration with all of us, nonprofits, hospital settings, that we collaborate to do that, and ultimately that we go out into the community and be a part of the community.
Please, another round of applause for our panelists. Okay, we are about ready to wrap up, but before we do that, I have a dynamic speaker to introduce to you. Before I actually get to do that, let me just send out a bouquet of thank yous for all of the individuals and organizations that made this possible, including UMass Boston and the Chancellor and his team, who really helped us in many different ways, including donating the room, the lunch, and giving us the full support and backing behind this great university. Thank you to the planning team. These are the people behind the scenes who are doing incredible work for the compact. And that includes, I'm just going to go by first name, Lindsay, Angel, Alicia, Grace, Brianna, Sona, Maya, and Alikia. So again, we need your help in moving this bill forward. We need your help in supporting the work that the Compact is doing. I know many of you are already members of the Compact, have already made individual or organizational donations. That's how we're putting this all together. So the leadership team, myself, Michael, Jeff, Nancy, Rosa, Juan, we meet on a weekly basis. And we have this great team. Some are volunteers, but some are getting paid through grants like you heard today. So again, to the extent that you can help us continue this work, as you can see, we have work that we have to do from the past, but we also have work in terms of looking forward, particularly in AI and other areas of work that we have to do. So your support is graciously appreciated. Okay, now it's my pleasure to introduce my sister from Chelsea, Massachusetts. I am pleased to introduce Representative Judith Garcia, a trailblazing public servant, community leader, who is a daughter of Chelsea, Massachusetts. She brings lived experiences and understandings of the struggle of the working class immigrant. She has a passion for public service, particularly in underserved communities. And this January, she became the first Massachusetts state representative of Central American descent when she was sworn in to represent the 11th Suffolk District. I just say I'm just personally honored because, as you know, my work at East Boston Neighborhood Health Center in communities that were greatly impacted by COVID, particularly Chelsea. It was individuals like Judy, her leadership, that really galvanized that community to get us from the highest COVID rate to 99% vaccination rate. And now she's here to do it again. I am honored to have her lead as sponsor of an act to advance health equity. Please welcome Representative Judy Garcia to close us out.
Talk about the power of partnership and what it's like to come full circle. First, I like to start off, not dropping the mic, but I like to start off by saying thank you to everyone who poured time and energy to make this event happen. And as a person who has been sitting here since noontime, I am a bit starstruck by all the panelists that have participated today, all the speakers who have shared their knowledge and their support for this movement. So for those who don't know me, I am the state representative, the proud state representative of the 11th Suffolk District. And this was actually a district that was recently created last year in the redistricting process, where we had 33 majority minority districts created. So talk about representation. For the first time, my hometown of Chelsea and many other communities of color got a seat at the table with our very own state representative. For the first time, our communities got the chance to elect people who looked like them and who live like them to represent them. And they took that opportunity and ran with it. So now, since last year, we have doubled the number of elected officials of color in the Massachusetts legislature, and we should be so incredibly proud of that. And I do not take that responsibility lightly. Everything we do as elected officials, every bill we sponsor, every vote we take, affects the collective. When we contemplate legislation that protects tenants from predatory housing practices, we're inviting ourselves into the homes of the millions of Massachusetts residents who rent. When we vote on a bill to expand SNAP benefits for immigrant families, we're impacting the meal choices for thousands of families. And when we decide whether or not to join the Health Equity Compact, we are deciding whether everyone in this state gets to live a life of whether that right is reserved only for those who can afford it. When I decided to co-lead an act to advance health equity, which is Bill 1250 on the House side. I know my sister in service here also co-sponsored this, co-leading this bill on the Senate side. I did it because health equity is a collective responsibility beyond the ways that most people can even begin to fathom. I'm going to remove this. But growing up in Chelsea, my neighbors were essential workers at some of the state's most hallowed institutions, from hospitals, universities, the airport, and they still are. These are the people that kept Massachusetts up and running while the rest of the world was shut down. The ones who didn't have the privilege of working from home. So they got sick. Our city became New England's COVID-19 epicenter, and existing environmental factors only made the situation worse, because Chelsea also suffers from some of the worst air quality in the state. Pollution from Logan Airport, the Tobin Bridge traffic has given our community some of the state's highest rates of asthma, lung cancer, and other diseases. And until recently, those facts were nearly impossible to keep track of. I firmly believe that this Health Equity Compact has the capacity to transform public health in Massachusetts and beyond. Navigating the healthcare system is hard, especially if you don't have the resources to understand it. I have seen and heard my community suffer for way too long, and many of them feel like they're battling this on their own. I still see children serving as interpreters for their mom's doctor's appointments. That's something that I still do myself with my mother. And that needs to stop. I didn't realize, actually, how widespread this issue is. And I'll give a shout out to Healthcare for All if you're in the house. I see you over there. Before I embarked on this career of service, 8 years in the city council, and now the honor of being a state representative, I served 2 years as a helpline counselor at Healthcare for All, where I learned a lot about the challenges that our people face. And I met individuals who, on a good day, who were accessing services and resources they didn't realize they had for themselves. So I want to say that I was able to discover how arbitrary yet discriminatory the rules of healthcare system were every time I got on those phone calls. I learned that there could be a married couple working the same job, living in the same house, and going to the same doctor, yet one got insurance and one didn't. And this was all determined by where they were born. And that needs to change. So this problem and this challenge can only be addressed if we do it as a collective. We are today in a room talking about how to help communities. We're not just doing that. We are the communities in a room that are talking about what our people need and how we can effectively deliver it, because we have the lived experience to do so and to really prove the results. All of us here know what it's like to be shortchanged by a system that was supposedly made to help us. That's why we're here to close the gap. Through the Healthcare Equity Bill and the Health Equity Compact, we're here to finally and definitively declare that, yes, undocumented people deserve the right to health care. Yes, non-English speakers deserve the right to health care in their own language. And yes, communities of color deserve medical professionals who look like them and understand their cultures. Healthcare has been looked at and evaluated from every single angle except the angle of equity. And I know that in this room, we have the power to get this bill across the finish line and ensure that healthcare is equal and for all. Thank you so much.
That concludes our program. We will see you next year with an update on where we are. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for spending the entire morning and afternoon with us.